Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Mayor Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka, and Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you so much. We're going to get started with special orders of the day. The first item.
Thank you. We're going to get started with special orders of the day. The first item is appointment of applicants for board and commission openings on the Utilities Advisory Committee, the Planning and Transportation Commission, and the Historic Resources Board. Madam Clerk, I'll hand it back to you.
Yes, ma'am. 1 second. Okay, thank you so much, City Council. Our new annual recruitment for openings on the boards and commissions closed February 28th. We received a record number of applications. The City Council directed that 8 candidates be interviewed for the Planning and Transportation Commission openings, 3 candidates be interviewed for Historic Resources Board, and 13 for the Utilities Advisory Committee. Interviews were conducted on Friday, March 31st. That was this last Friday. Tonight, the council will be voting for candidates to fill the following open positions that you'll see on the screen. So the 3 positions for the PTC, there are 2 full terms ending March 31st, 2027, 1 unexpired term ending March 31st, 2025, 4 vacancies on the UAC. That means 3 full terms ending in March 2026 and 1 unexpired term, March 31st, 2025. And then the 3 vacancies on the HRB are all full vacancies ending March 31st, 2026. So we are going to do the candidate selection in 2 parts. We're going to be sending a digital survey that will allow you to vote on the full vacancies for the PTC, UAC, and the HRB. We'll do that one first. And then once we conclude that, we will send you a subsequent survey for the 2 unexpired terms, 1 on PTC and 1 on UAC, if that's advisable to the council. So voting on the full terms first for all 3 boards, and then we'll have a second round of surveys for the unexpired terms. So each candidate is, for a candidate to be successful, they need 4 votes of the council. And we will show you after each round. On the first round, we will display the results saying candidate A received votes from council members A, B, and C, candidate B, and we'll show you who voted for which one. If the first candidate to receive 4 votes is appointed to that position. That's how it's historically been done. So
I can tell you're looking at my face. I may be the only one who's showing a face right now.
So open for questions or discussion.
Any questions? Council members? Oh, Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am not prepared tonight with knowledge in my own spirit about who I think should get a full term versus a remaining term. And so if my preference would be that we figure out who we want on the PTC and then figure out who's going to be in the full term versus the unexpired term. That would be my preference. Perhaps I am wrong in the way I'm thinking about it.
I think, so I welcome comments from council members, but I think that would be a little bit confusing. It's pretty clean to just go with the full term first, as for me, it would be easier just to go with the full term, as Madam Clerk had mentioned. Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, I think that in the past, what we've done is, as we're doing it here and what we did as council members, I mean, each of us are free to make our choices, but typically we would have our top choices as being the ones that give the full term, but it's not an obligation that you think of it that way, but that's what kind of makes it easy for me.
I think my top 3 are my top. So I am excited about all 3 of them and wasn't prepared to differentiate among those 3.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I missed the memo too, but I was unaware that there were different terms that we were voting for. I just was aware of numbers. So in some instances, I can rank them, and others I haven't thought about it that way. So this is going to be a bit unexpected. I guess I would query whether it's always been done this way, or if we have latitude to adjust it.
If I may.
Definitely, there's latitude. I guess you could start on a motion, guidance from the clerk, Madam Clerk or Madam Attorney. Just take a vote.
Well, there are a couple other options. You can vote, we could have the survey completed at one time where you can vote on both the unexpired and the expired. There's no written procedure about how to do this specifically. So we've just based on past practice and what council direction has been. We could do one full survey. We could just, whoever gets the most number of votes, then we can, I mean, it's really up to you to decide.
It's just historically, right?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yeah, it's just unclear to me how we would structure the second part of this. After people are elected, we would still have to say, well, now who do we want for the short term? So we have to do that tonight, one way or the other. So I'm not sure that that's going to be very productive.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
I appreciate that concern. I would rather choose among the three we've all decided are the best three. I would rather choose among them as to who gets the short term. If we do it the way that has been proposed, they're competing against different groups of each other for a slot. We've sort of decided in our own heads which set of people will be competing for the unexpired term.
Another way we could do this is just to do it in order. Say who's your first choice and vote for that. Who's your second choice, vote for that. And who's your third choice, vote for that. That's just another way.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, I think we're making this overcomplicated. That we all have to make choices, and sometimes, whether it's as I've struggled, I had trouble figuring out who my top three were. I have four. So I would move that we proceed as the clerk recommended, which is that we would first vote for the full terms and then come back and have a second vote for the unexpired terms on each.
I'll second that. I see Councilmember Vinker has her light on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had my light on before the motion because I was going to suggest that we vote for all of the spots. If take the top vote getters and be done, the top ones get the full term, and then the next one down gets the shorter term. And if there's a tie, only then would we take a second vote. I think that's just as efficient, but we would have the information of the full body on the full candidate numbers.
Say that again.
So we just vote for 3 for PTC, 4 for utilities, 3 for Historic Resources Board. The top 2 vote getters get the full terms for PTC. The third most votes gets the third unexpired term, the shorter term. Similarly for Utilities Advisory Commission. And then we would be done unless there's a tie for that unexpired term, in which case we could take a second vote.
I would support that.
So I could offer that as a substitute motion.
Second.
Would just note that there could be a tie for the full terms as well. So if there were 3 that get the highest number of votes, that you might need to take a second vote on that account as well.
Yes.
All right, if there's no other comments on the substitute motion, shall we take the votes, please? When you're done. Thank you.
Just want to make sure I have that correct. Councilmember Vinker, can you help me with the language on your substitute motion to vote for all positions in the first round and a subsequent round be voted for unexpired terms, or please clarify?
I think we would say to vote for all positions in the first round with the top vote getters getting the full terms. and the candidate with the next most number of votes getting the unexpired terms. If there are ties such that that is not dispositive, then there would be a second round of voting.
Thank you. Okay, voting on the substitute motion, Councilmember Lowing,
No.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
No.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion fails 4-3. Okay, should we vote on the original motion or is there more discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't see any lights, so why don't we go to a main motion? Thank
Okay,
you.
The original motion. Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Councilmember Venker, I just want to say thank you for the other thought. Thank you. All right.
Okay. So
So you'll be sending us a survey.
we are sending this as a digital survey. And then while we're tabulating the results, if you would like to move on to the second special order, and then we will return to you with the results. Oh, and actually, Mayor Ku, we probably should take public comment on this item before you vote.
Thank you for the reminder. Let's go to public comment on item number 1, special order, which is on the applicants for the board and commissions openings.
Okay, we have one public speaker, Herb Barak. You can come to the mic and make your comments for up to 3 minutes.
Mayor Ku, I recall that at a previous meeting, when I was just reviewing action minutes, I had noticed that the votes of individual council members for each applicant had not been included in the minutes, and I had written you a letter by email to remind you that, after each vote that we need to announce that. City Clerk Milton indicated this is done by electronically and that information will be available. But it seems to me, just as having information available to the public who comes to a meeting, in a form that, that they can absorb it. I know if it's a screen over there, you have to be very close to it. Just as if I don't have a computer with me today, I can't look at the public letters that came in on your agenda items this evening, which I believe you're required to have the physical copy. So I want to thank the clerk for having a way now for you to have those individual votes for each ballot available. And it's just a question of, the convenience for the public of knowing, those of you without an electronic means to see it, to know who each of you voted in each ballot. Thank you all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, did you take note of that?
I did, and I will follow up with Mr. Barak after the meeting.
Thank you.
Could you please remind me where the ballot is? I'm not seeing it in my email.
We're sending it to your city email. Have they been sent?
Vin just sent it to us. Yeah, look for Vin's name.
But it's going to take a few minutes for us to receive and tally the votes. I don't know if you wanted to move on to the second special order. Or we can wait. It's up to you.
I don't have it yet.
I would prefer to vote so that, but without something else happening at the same time, so I can pay attention to what the other item being discussed is. Is that okay?
Absolutely. We'll hold. Council members, are you all doing well? Councilmember Tanaka? All right. Madam Clerk, if you let me know you've received all, and we can move to our, once you confirm, I can move to our second item.
Okay, we have received them all.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much. And with that, we'll go to our second item on special orders of the day. Our second special order of the day is to introduce the county trust TRUST team. This program is an alternative mental health response program funded by a state grant through Santa Clara County. The team, Momentum for Health, is here today to introduce us to both the program and the team serving Palo Alto and other parts of North County. We're so excited to have this program serving our community. As you all may recall, we strongly advocated to Santa Clara County to include a North County location for this program. We're grateful, as it was previously only slated to be in San Jose and South County. I still remember Vice Mayor Stone advocating very strongly for this. Thank you. We're grateful to the county for including both North County in this important program. Also, I want to remind everyone that we also received a $2 million earmark last year from Congresswoman Anna Eshoo for a similar program. Instead of creating a duplicate program, we're bringing forward an item on consent today to add scope to Momentum's work here in Palo Alto and neighboring Mountain View and Los Altos to augment the program and increase case management and awareness about it locally. We really hope the community takes advantage of this program in their times of need. With that, I'll turn it over to you to go ahead and introduce your team. Madam.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am so glad to be here today. I'm Shafali Miller. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Momentum for Health. And I'm going to be providing a little bit of background on the trust team, how it came to be, and what it does. And then I will be handing it over to Andrew, our assistant manager on the trust team, to tell you more about the operations of the trust team, which is already out there in the field. So the trust program was launched by Santa Clara County in November of 2022. It serves 3 regions, as Mayor Koo mentioned, San Jose, South County, and North County, and Momentum operates the North County Trust Team. We're based out of Palo Alto. So each trust team is staffed with 3 field-based staff. One is a behavioral health worker, another is an EMT trained first aid responder, and then a third is a peer specialist, a peer navigator, someone with lived experience. And they operate out of a van and they go out into the field and respond to calls. So Andrew's going to tell you more about that. But before we get to that, I'll provide you with some background and context. So trust serves as an alternative to a law enforcement response for people experiencing a behavioral health crisis situation. It augments 2 other mobile field-based programs that already exist in North County. One is the PERT program and the other is Mobile Crisis Response Team. Those 2 teams are really meant more for higher acuity situations where you might think there's an imminent danger to self or others, whereas the trust team is going to be more of like a preemptive, lower acuity response to something that hasn't yet evolved to that level of acuity. And trust was really born out of a nationwide movement to change how we respond to behavioral health crises and to shift it away from a law enforcement response towards more of a behavioral health response. And data have shown that as many as 25 to 50% of police officer-involved fatalities involve someone with a severe mental illness, and many others will end up incarcerated. And so we really want to dissociate, a behavioral health response from a criminal justice response, and really try to avoid unnecessary fatalities, unnecessary incarcerations for people who really need something other than that in order to resolve their issue. So, the idea is that if you bring people who are trained in behavioral health work to the scene unarmed and decoupled from, without police backup, that you can really de-escalate the situation much more peacefully and get to a better outcome by even then following up and linking them to the resources they need, linking them to treatment, for example. This is not a new concept. It might be new to Santa Clara County, but this type of model has existed for decades. Cahoots is one of the best known models that exists in Eugene, Oregon, and they've had a great success doing this type of work without a law enforcement presence, going out to the scene and de-escalating situations. Their data shows that as many as they've succeeded in diverting as many as 8% of calls from their police force. Our trust model was developed in many ways after that Cahoots model. And, I'm going to let Andrew take over now and tell you a little bit more about how the trust team operates in the community. But I'll also reiterate what Mayor Koo mentioned, was that there's going to be a consent item later in the meeting that you'll hear about how we can even further augment what we're doing with the trust team.
Thank you, Dr. Miller, for the introduction. My name is Andrew Koch. I'm the assistant manager with the trust program for North County provided by Momentum. And as Dr. Miller said, more of an operational stance. We are providing our services right now 7 days a week for North County from 7 to 7 with the field team that we have staffed currently, with the first aid responder, the peer navigator, and the crisis intervention specialist. We're seeing dispatches across North County, both for individuals in home settings as well as unhoused individuals throughout the community. What we're doing is we're assisting these individuals in a pre-crisis situation as well as low-level crises in hopes to provide them with support before a higher level of care is needed. If we can bring them to a baseline in the community or their home setting and provide them with some stability and support from our team and those around them, we think that, they will continue to move on in the direction of seeking more help in the community through agencies and programs. We're seeing that not only are we supporting the individuals that we're dispatched for, but we're also supporting the family members who are included in these situations and providing education, coping strategies for these individuals to support the loved ones around them. And we're seeing that, as we're more visible in the community week by week, and we're gaining some support from, grassroots organizations in North County, that we're becoming a part of the community around us. When we're out and about in our van that's parked outside here and our field team is out and about, people are more willing to come up and engage with us, knowing that we're not approaching these situations in a clinical way, but more of a human-to-human interaction, offering support in the moment. We meet individuals where they're at in the community. With that being said, we're triaged through the 988 hotline. You go through a triage process through the 988 call center, and then it's transferred over to the trust call center provided by Pacific Clinics. And then our team is dispatched with the location and a brief description of what we're going into. And then our team takes it from there. We're seeing individuals experiencing anxieties, depressions. We also respond to substance use related situations as well, ultimately giving space for these individuals to express themselves and feel supported. Thank you.
Any questions from council members? Councilmember Byrd?
Well, just a couple of comments. First, my recollection is that this program was funded by was an earmark by?
The earmark is related, but does not directly fund this program.
So it's a related earmark by Congress.
Correct. Although there is a state grant that the County of Santa Clara received that is funding the core program. Go ahead,
Okay.
Chantal Gaines, our Deputy City Manager. Might
Thank
expand.
you. It's a MHSA grant from the state, which is Mental Health Support Services. They have a innovation fund. And so this is a 5-year funded grant to Santa Clara County for the actual trust program with Momentum for Health in North County and Pacific Clinics for the call center and the actual program in South County.
Well, I just want to make sure that we're expressing our appreciation for those who have stepped forward and help provide this funding for such a really great program.
Absolutely.
Second, I was struck by the estimate that 25 to 50% of all police-related fatalities involve a mental health condition. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, so the data point is that 25 to 50% of fatalities involve someone with a severe mental illness. They may not all be caused by the.
Understood.
Yes,
But it's still a striking
it is.
number and just further reiterates why programs like this are so badly needed. And then lastly, as you mentioned, that this is somewhat modeled off of the CAHOOTS program in Eugene. It was about, I think about 7 years ago that Jacob Savage, son of one of our Human Relations Commission members, came back from school in Eugene and had participated in the program and began talking up this program as more on the volunteer model of Eugene. And I'm really pleased that we have this program on its own well-funded footing and with professional staff. And it's just a great contribution. And thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to all of you from Trust being here tonight to present and for all the work that you do. I've been incredibly excited about this program and so relieved to hear that it's having success. Yeah, I like Councilmember Byrd, have followed the CAHOOTS program closely. I know it has saved the city tens of millions of dollars over the year and being able to redirect law enforcement assets that are far more expensive for the community to these alternative models. And so I'm excited to see how much we can expand this. I do want to also thank our Deputy City Manager, Ms. Gaines, as well, even though I led the policy push at Policy and Services. It was really, I remember a kind of a Hail Mary request, and Ms. Gaines was able to go out there and get this done in, I can't remember what the time frame was. It looked unlikely to be able to happen, and you made it happen. So thank you very much for your advocacy. My one question, I know you said 7 days a week, but only 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. What that other 12 hours, I mean, I know law enforcement tends to see their busiest times after that frequently. What about from your perspective?
Yeah, so due to staffing, we're looking to expand those hours in the coming weeks to provide additional assistance into the night. For the calls that are coming in outside of our operation hours, 988 transfers those over to MCRT to provide the assistance that individuals need in a clinical way provided by clinicians. So, as we continue to staff, we'll be able to provide that support.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Andrew, could you elaborate a little bit more when it's transferred to MCRT, just so that the public knows that there's, you work together?
Yeah. So if we're ever on a dispatch, our hands to provide assistance, and we need additional assistance at a higher level, we call MCRT to come and assist us. We provide information on, the client and things like that. We conduct what we call as a warm handoff to MCRT, where they step in and are able to assess a situation at a more of a higher level that's without our scope.
And MCRT is
the mobile crisis response team for the county.
And that's a county program.
Yeah, provided with clinicians as well as some law enforcement.
Thank you. So I want to echo Vice Mayor Stone's gratitude to our Deputy City Manager, who has really pushed forward this program. And also on the 3-member team, there's also a medical person. And can you kind of give us a little bit, a little look in what other skills there are on this team that you dispatch?
Yeah, so we're comprised of a first aid responder who's doing lower level medical assessments for individuals, as well as a crisis intervention specialist. They have, de-escalating techniques, providing resources to individuals. And then we have a peer navigator, someone with lived experience who's able to have that human to human interaction with our clients our peer navigators as well as offer resources in de-escalating. So, our team's wearing multiple hats at one given time, trying to assist others and support the rest of the team. But ultimately what we're doing is we're just trying to create a safe space for the individual and go from there.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that we're very excited to have you work in collaboration in this field, and we're just very excited. So thank you for all your work, boots on the ground, and taking care of folks here. If there's no other questions or comments, then we'll close this special orders and move on to the next agenda item. Thank you for being here today. Next up is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager?
No changes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And when you're ready, Madam Mayor, we do have the results of the first round of voting.
Oh, okay. Ready.
Okay, so for the Historic Resources Board, you had 3 full vacancies and you had 3 candidates. So I'm happy to announce each candidate received 7 votes. So they were a unanimous decision. So I congratulate Samantha Joy Rodman, Christian Pease, and Alicia Eagleston, and I apologize, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, Cecilwick, to full terms for the HRB. Thank you so much. All right, for the Planning and Transportation Commission, we had 1 candidate, Alan Aiken received, oh, sorry, I'll just read all of them. George Liu received 1 vote from Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. Scott O'Neill received 1 vote from Councilmember Tanaka. Alan Aiken received votes from Mayor Koo, Councilmember Burt, Vice Mayor Stone, and Councilmember Lowing. Kari Templeton received 5 votes, Councilmember Burt, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, Vice Mayor Stone, Councilmember Lowing, and Councilmember Vinker. Arthur Keller received a vote from Mayor Koo, Alex Kamsa, 1 vote from Councilmember Tanaka, and Forrest Olaf Peterson with Councilmember Vinker. So Alan Aiken received 4 votes. That's a majority to 1 full term expiring March of 2027. And Kari Templeton received 5 votes for being appointed to a full term March 21st, 2027. The next round will be voting on the unexpired term with the remaining candidates. All right. And for the UAC, there are 3 full terms and 1 unexpired term. This is the vote for the 3 full terms. Jason Titus received votes from Councilmember Burt and Councilmember Vinker. Max Rayner received a vote from Councilmember Tanaka. Robert Phillips received a vote from Councilmember Burt, Mayor Koo, and Councilmember Lowing. Benjamin Prue and Greg Hood did not receive any votes in this round. Chris Tutcher received a vote from Councilmember Tanaka. Megan Motter received votes from Councilmember Burt, Mayor Koo, Councilmember Lowing, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, and Councilmember Vinker. Claude Ezrin received a vote from Mayor Koo. Sayi Zhang received votes from Councilmember Lithcott-Hames and Vice Mayor Stone. Greg Scharf received 3 votes from Councilmember Lowing, Vice Mayor Stone, and Councilmember Tanaka. Rachel Croft received a vote from Councilmember Stone. Natalie Geis received 2 votes, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames and Councilmember Vinker. And Bob Linsau did not receive votes in this term. So only 1 candidate received a majority. That's Megan Motter, who will be appointed to 1 full-time term expiring 2026. And we will do a second round of voting for the other 2 terms. So you'll receive a link for the second round of the UAC full term and a separate link in the same email for the unexpired term for the PTC. And that is being sent right now.
Let's see. Yeah. But they don't narrow the field for the second vote. They're still getting the full list. You'd think you'd take out the one who's already been appointed. But who knows? I don't know how they set up the ballot.
Madam Clerk? I didn't receive an email.
Just forward it again, straight away, just to her, to both.
Madam Clerk, I found it. These were, the two emails were sent to two different addresses of mine, so
Got it.
I have it now.
Okay.
Paper's good.
Okay, has Vinker responded yet?
Madam Clerk, I think we're all done.
Okay, give me 30 more seconds, we're ready to go.
Um,
Okay. Mayor Ku, we've received all the votes except for one. Councilmember Tanaka, did you vote on the unexpired term for the PTC? It's in the same email as the second round of voting for the UAC. It's the second link in the email. Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, so. All right, so the second round of voting for the oops, that's the wrong one, sorry. Okay, the second round of voting for the Utilities Advisory Commission, this is for 2 votes or 2 full-time positions, because the first one was already voted on, sorry. Trying to do this on the fly. All right, the results are Jason Titus received 2 votes from Councilmembers Burt and Councilmember Vinker. Max Rayner received 1 vote from Councilmember Tanaka. Robert Phillips received 4 votes, Councilmember Stone, Councilmember Burt, Mayor Ku, and Councilmember Lowing. Saeed Zhang received 2 votes, Councilmember Lithcott Hames and Tanaka. Greg Scharf received 3 votes, Councilmember Stone, Mayor Ku, and Councilmember Lowing. And Natalie Geis received 2 votes from Councilmember Lithcott-Hames and Councilmember Vinker. So in this round, Robert Phillips received 4 votes and is appointed to the second full term. There is still 1 additional full term for the UAC, so we will go to a 3rd round of voting. And then 1 additional unexpired term. All right, as for the PTC unexpired term, the unexpired term for the Planning and Transportation Commission, here are the results. George Liu received 3 votes from Councilmembers Burt, Lithcott-Hames, and Councilmember Tanaka. Arthur Keller received 3 votes from Mayor Ku, Councilmember Lowing, and Vice Mayor Stone. And Forrest Olaf Peterson received 1 vote from Councilmember Vinker. So we will go to a 2nd round of voting.
Thank you.
So it'll take us a moment to get that survey ready. So if you want to proceed, and we'll send it and report back.
Thank you. So, City Manager, with regards to agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
We have no changes for this evening.
Very good. Now we move to public comments on items not on the agenda. I'll give 3 minutes to each speaker.
Okay, our first speaker is Marcia Pugsley in the chambers, and there are a few more I'll add to the list.
Thank you very much. As she said, my name is Marcia Pugsley, and I'm here for the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation. And I'm here to ask you to join me in celebrating the Arts, Creativity, and Culture Month, which is April. And because I'm from the Art Center, I have slides. We have to have our visuals, of course, to the next one. So the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation, we believe that the arts are essential in having a vibrant and a healthy economic and diverse community. We're a 501c3 partnership, and we use our fundraising and advocacy to enhance and have an impact on the arts in the community. We're a vibrant and active group of volunteers on the foundation. Next slide. Today, we want to highlight how the Art Center is supporting the sustainability and sustainability action for the council. And we did that with starting with a year-long program of exhibitions. And this past fall was called Fire Transforms. And it was geared to start dialogue and action around the difficult issue of climate change. Next slide. In this winter, what the exhibit is called Underwater. It goes through to the end of this week. Many of you have been there to see it. And it's highlighting the ocean pollution by plastics, seawater rise, the baylands restoration, and just general water pollution. We have had thousands of K-5 students come through on our Project Look, and one of the things that they do is make a personal pledge to climate and what they will do. They're quite touching to read what they've written. The next slide. So we've been actively collaborating too with local organizations such as Canopy and Engage On and Kit Kid conversations. And one of the things that that we had done in the fall was to have a carbon test done for the Art Center, and looking at, this was done by the Arts and Climate Action Group, and looking at what we could do to make a difference in our building, and steps that were already could be easily taken. Next slide. So our call to action is coming up with our final climate exhibit, and it's on Earth. And we're asking Northern California artists to submit their works to help indicate again how important it is that we take care of where we live. The curator for that is Jody Roberts, and she is the founder of the Arts and Climate Action Committee. And we have the website up where people can, and also can look on the city website site to be able to submit their applications there and their photographs of their artwork. Last one. Oh, sorry, out of time. Thank you. And thanks for the support. All of you have been at the Art Center. We really appreciate it.
Okay, our next speaker is Bo Crane, followed by Aram James online.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Bo Crane. I'm the Secretary of Nonprofit Palo Alto Stanford Heritage, known as PAST, P-A-S-T. And you all will be given a booklet entitled Burge Clark Selected Projects. The booklet, which we published, celebrates the 100th anniversary of the 1922 opening of Burge Clark's office, architectural office. He's been called Palo Alto's best loved architect. He was born in 1893, a year before Palo Alto Incorporated. He spent his whole 96-year life here. His Spanish California colonial style in the 20s and 30s is visible right across the street. It's the medical dental building. He also designed the Hotel President, now the Palo Alto Graduate, the Roth building, which is the future Palo Alto Museum, fingers crossed. The post office on Hamilton, the Lucy Stern Community Center, as well as other several noteworthy residences. We will be honoring Burge Clark at our annual Preservation Award on Sunday, May 7th at the Rinconada Arts Center, aforementioned. The booklet is available at Bell's Books at 561 Emerson, and we'll be conducting a Saturday, May 13th downtown walking tour of his projects. I'll meet out in front of City Hall. That's on Saturday. The public is welcome. It's all free. This tour and others can be found on the PAST Heritage website. Burge Clark was not early California in all his architectural designs, but his use of that style in some noteworthy houses and the downtown commercial buildings made Palo Alto known as the city that Burge built. Thank you. I enjoy your copies, and I'm available for any questions. All right. Thank you. Get on with your meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Aram James, followed by Jean Buttrell.
Good evening. There may be, or there probably is, some slightly sensitive language. So anyone who could be offended by slightly offensive language that's necessary to the factual account that I'm going to give, please tune out at this time. So I talked to you about my visit back on March 21st to the state capitol to accompany Sergeant Allen, who spoke eloquently and answered questions eloquently in front of the Public Safety Committee of the State Assembly. Came out of that 6-2 in favor of the bill, so it's still pending. But there's a little backstory I'm going to read. There was a cop, probably a dog handler, sitting next to me. It was a white dude in the audience listening to Sean's testimony. At the beginning of Sean's testimony, he indicated that he was still employed with the Sheriff's Department and had been there for 34 years. When he hears that Sergeant Allen is still employed, the white dude, with the Sheriff's Department, he's sitting right next to me. I got the seat inside the aisle. Sean had been sitting next to me, three people in from the aisle. He said, "Is that true? Is he still with the Sheriff's Department?" And I said, "Yeah, he's still with the Sheriff's Department." He then tells me that Sean Allen is a quote unquote piece of shit. I was taken aback. I think he probably had another word in mind, but chose to reduce the severity of his insult. The proceedings, I said, the proceedings were still going. And I told him quietly, you owe Sean an apology. He tells me, shush, shush, puts his fingers to his lips. After the hearing, I proceeded to go outside into the hallway. It was only one way out of the building. He went out another door, which required him to come past me and Sean Allen and a number of other people out there. Sean, of course, knew about the incident, but remained extraordinarily stoic. He's a very calm man, unlike myself. As he came by, I again said, you know, you owe Sergeant Allen an apology. He said, well, I'm not giving an apology. I believe exactly what I said. And when I said, then you're a piece of shit and a scumbag. Later, DNA testing confirmed that the white dude is a direct descendant of the first police in this country, the slave catchers. Thank you. We'll have more on this issue next week.
Okay, our next speaker is Jean Buttrill, followed by John Kelly.
Hi, this is Gene Buttrill. I've spoken to you before. I'm a Pally 87 and have been back in Palo Alto, so my son could be a Pally 24. I'm very focused on the issue of the unhoused. I've always felt like if you don't go and understand a problem when it's a real problem, and obviously the unhoused situation is a real problem for us and for the rest of California, then you're part of the problem. So I've been out trying to understand what's going on. And that includes talking to folks who are living on the street, trying to help people who live on the street, going to the different programs that they go to, and understanding how those programs work. I'm going to encourage us as a city to support and work with Trust. And I was, really happy and grateful to hear about the energy that we're putting into the program, the way the program is structured. And I just want to make sure that we all think about the effectiveness of the programs and the initiatives that we undertake, and that the city council, city manager, and that our government take responsibility for the investments that they make in our community, whether it be the unhoused community or the housed community. I want us to, at this time of crisis, when we're all looking for steps to take, focus on their effectiveness. I want to highlight to the city council its relationship with Life Moves. I'm a full supporter of Life Moves. They do great work. They help a lot of people. They made the front page of the Palo Alto Weekly this week with their facility that is just south of San Antonio. I haven't read all the documents, but I do see that the city of Palo Alto has invested in a facility that will be going up just north of San Antonio. I think as we look at that investment by Palo Alto, we should be very careful to make sure that the mistakes and the issues that have been shown in the Mountain View project are not repeated in the Palo Alto project. And I think the way for us to do that is by setting goals and setting metrics and making sure that those goals and metrics are reported on and followed through on by the city. If we're putting the money in, just like any venture capitalist, we should be able to go in and see the results. So I like Trust, and it's a great idea, but I can tell you that so far it's not up and running. They do have great people out there in the street talking to the unhoused, but there was a crisis last week at the Opportunity Center. 988 was called. Somebody was in full psychotic breakdown, and Trust was just not able to service that event, and in fact was confused about what was going on. In the end, the police had to be brought in, and the police did nothing more than to turn that person away out into the community while they were having that psychotic breakdown. So we still have a ways to go. Let's please focus on accountability and metrics. And to the extent we're going to pass any resolution to support Trust, before we do that, please look at the metrics and how you measure those metrics. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And our final speaker is John Kelly.
Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, council members, I hope you can hear me okay. Okay, thank you. I'd like to follow up on remarks that were made by Council Member Lithcott-Hames a week ago at the March 27th, 22 meeting. Following the city manager's report, Council Member Lithcott-Hames asked about the status of the tree ordinance evaluation noting that there had been many trees in the community that had fallen recently after the terrible storms that we've suffered and the terrible winds that we've suffered. And Councilmember Lithcott-Hames asked for a date certain when the matter was going to come back before the city council, or perhaps also before the Planning and Transportation Commission. I can't recall which. In any event, I would like to echo and support that request. I think it's very important that we know when the tree ordinance will be reevaluated. And I also want to draw your attention to at least some anecdotal information. Mayor Koo, on the night that you were delivering your State of the City address, March 22nd, or perhaps earlier that day, or perhaps the following day, I don't know the exact time and date, there was a large tree that fell near the intersection of Melville and Fulton. And I've measured it on Google Maps. It's about a half mile from where you were when you were delivering the State of the City address. That's one tree. And if you tried to walk basically from that location through Rinconada Park, you would see evidence of not only another fallen tree, but also a major limb that fell right in the middle of Rinconada Park. And then further closer to the cultural center, the arts center, you would find another large tree that has actually fallen there. So there's both the falling of a significant limb in Rinconada Park and the falling of a large tree there on the city's own land. The point that I'm trying to make, and the request I'd like to make, is that right now we've got news reports, we've got anecdotal information, but we don't have any actual concrete information and data from the city. So that I would ask that in conjunction with this reevaluation of the tree ordinance, that the city manager, that the urban forester, that the heads of public works and public safety compile the information they have right now about the responses that have been taken to tree fallings throughout the community, and that information be aggregated and be part of the staff report so that we know what the actual facts are when this matter comes back before the council or the Planning and Transportation Commission. Thank you very much.
That's the last public comment, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll go to the consent calendar. Is there any public comments for consent calendar items?
Yes, ma'am. We have one request to speak. One moment. Okay. Mr. James, you can unmute and speak for up to 3 minutes on the consent agenda.
Okay, I'd like to speak to both 8 and 9. Am I going to be limited to 3 minutes in total, or do I get like the city council members to speak on both separately for a period of time?
You can speak separately.
So I can speak 3 minutes on each, is that correct?
Go for it.
Okay, I don't expect to speak, but anyway, number 8, adopt a resolution expressing concern for public safety and urging state and federal action on firearms in sensitive places. I hate reading about mass killings. They break my heart, whether they're school students, government officials, churchgoers, synagogue goers. But I keep thinking, somebody could easily walk around that little corner there where there's in the city council chamber, walk in, come in and start firing at our city council members. And that would tear me apart, and it would tear the community apart. And where's the police? And maybe there once in a while is a police officer in there, one. But I would like to think that you all would get proper training. You could do that and should be armed in that event. Look at the school board meetings across this country. I'm sure the same is happening at some city council meetings. After the arraignment tomorrow of former President Trump, I hope the temperature doesn't continue to go up in this country, but it wouldn't surprise me. You have a controversial topic on the council chambers. You have lots of them. Maybe it's going to be critical race theory or something even more controversial. I think you're setting yourself up, and I think that's a shame, and I'm going to speak out on it. I think that people on the council who want to be armed should have the ability to be that. And other citizens should be able to be armed so that we don't have to be sitting ducks in our religious centers, in our city buildings, et cetera, et cetera. And there's not come on, we've got, I think, 90 full-time cops spread over 3 different shifts. We don't have enough cops, and it's just not adequate. So I ask you to rethink your position on that. Now, that's all the time I want on that issue. On item number 9, I had hoped that I was going to be able to ask some questions that would have been answered by and I had put my hand up, but I guess it wasn't an item where the public was entitled to speak or ask questions, although council members did, on the trust project. At first blush, it sounds like an extraordinary project. I wonder, and I don't know, I'm not familiar with 989. I'm familiar with 911, of course, and I'm just curious how many of the calls that come directly to Project Trust, go to dispatch first and then to Project Trust are actually ultimately dispatched to law enforcement. Who makes the decision on the acuity of the incident? Because it sounded to me like what they were saying. We heard the statistic of 25 to 50% of the people that are killed by police are suffering from mental illness issues. I would tell you from my readings, it's much higher than that. It's probably 50 to 75%. But that's what the experts are saying from Project Trust. That's what we'll have to go with until I can provide you with better data. But that's what my readings tell me. But I'm wondering how much cooperation the police give to Project Trust when, if they were totally successful, there would be a need for a whole lot less law enforcement officers. And I'm also very curious of the $2 million grant. Why isn't there, this was a point that the vice mayor raised, why isn't there now enough money to go 24 hours a day? So, I'd like to see, obviously, all the workers paid wages enough to keep them on the job, but I'd like to see them go 24 hours a day so the police are not called on at night when it's a mental health issue that Project Trust could deal with. And I'm also concerned that if somebody in a fluid psychotic state is turned away from the Opportunity Center, and the police after the Project Trust was unable to handle the situation, both of those programs, both the police department and Project Trust apparently needs more leadership and more training on mental health issues. So I don't know how we audit that, but we need to do that to make those successful, because I believe the rate of the mentally ill killed by the police is much higher than the 25 to 50% matter that Dr. Miller spoke to. And that's it for tonight until we get to item number 11. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Jean Buttrell.
Hey, so just continuing on from that discussion before, and in agreement with Aaron James, that really was the situation I saw last week at the Opportunity Center, and it was very unfortunate. And it was, between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Let's all recognize that the programs are just getting started. Let's not focus so much on cost reduction and the theoretical numbers about the number of encounters with the mentally ill and how much time and personnel it takes. We're not going to be able to reduce the number of people working in the police department or reduce the number of people at Trust or start, our city government or people to sit down once a month with Trust and see how many encounters they had, see how many calls they were able to respond to, understand what happened with those calls, and really just take the temperature of our police force who are working side by side with Trust, seeing how they're doing it at working together. I think I see a lot of competence in our city government and our city council. I just hope that you guys really think through how to make sure that this working relationship is building in a positive direction as quickly as possible so that we can hopefully get more people off the streets and more people into services. I'll leave my time there. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the end of public comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council. Do I have anyone who'd like to move the consent items? In that case, I will move the consent calendar items.
Second.
Thank you. I see a light from Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 10.
That was a no on 10 for Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, taking the vote on the consent agenda. Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously on items 3 through 9 and carries 6-1 on item 10.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no on 10?
Sure. So 10 is around the consultants or contractors we hold for the permitting. And as we know, there's been some significant delays in our permitting issues. Unfortunately, in the staff report, there's no data about the performance of these contractors or consultants that we're using. And so I would have liked to see that, to see which ones are performing well, which ones are not performing well, what's the customer satisfaction level for each of these 7 different firms. But there was none of that. Also, it's been several years since we did the bidding. I would have liked to have seen another request for proposals to see if there's other firms interested in this. There is starting to be a slowdown in the building, in the construction area, so perhaps more people would be available. And there's also no allocation between the different firms. There's kind of a blank check to all 7 firms. So I think there could have been some sort of planned allocation as well, so there's more transparency. And one of the firms, Lexington, got a 12% increase, which is significantly higher than the rate of inflation. But I do like how staff got rid of the firm that raised fees even more. So that was a good move. But that's why I couldn't support this. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll move to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask the city clerk for assistance with slides? Perhaps as we're making that transition, just wanted to be clear that on item number 10, that is for long-range planning efforts, so not really directly related to ongoing permitting issues, just for that clarification. Also, just to pick up a note, based on last week's city manager comments on the tree ordinance, would actually think it might be worth noting the referral that we received at the time that the tree ordinance was approved in June of 2022 directed staff to come back and evaluate prospective modifications to the ordinance that come to light over the next year. Again, this was as of June. So staff is anticipating bringing that forward to the commissions, the Planning Transportation Commission, as well as the Parks and Rec Commissions, as well as the council into this summer. I don't have a more specific time frame on that at this point, but just to set the expectation that that will happen this summer. Then with that, I want to flag just a few items for community awareness this evening. First off is the Know Your Neighbors Grant, which is a longstanding program in the city, but really as we are moving to the next phase out of the emergency time period of the pandemic, to ensure that residents and neighborhood organizations are aware of this grant program. It does provide up to $1,000 for neighborhood events and block parties for grants up to $500. This is handled through our community services department. And while we would typically, and I would imagine will again, do a push on this program in advance of the National Night Out that happens in August. As we're heading into the summer, we want to make sure that residents and neighborhood organizations are aware of this program. So maybe a Memorial Day or summertime activities that might be of interest for neighborhoods. So again, more information on this is available on our website at cityofpaloalto.org/knowyourneighborsgrant. Next slide, please. And then as we are headed toward Earth Day, or really in Palo Alto Earth Month, Earth Years, but focusing this month on sustainability related programs, I want to highlight a few things that are new and different this year. First off is a photo contest that has been organized by our staff and looking for community members to submit photos. And we actually have, I think there are some prizes involved here as noted. The information is on our webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/Earth Day Photo Contest. We're using a platform on our website that will allow community members to submit their photos, as well as even have the ability to do likes on the photos. I don't think there's voting involved through the likes, but nonetheless an opportunity for community members to submit it to the city platform. Perhaps for those who are not as comfortable using any of the commercially available social media sites, but in any case, this will be hosted on our city site as a way to give this a try this year. Next slide, please. Then our library department has a number of programs going this month, notably Palo Alto Reads, and using discussion on this anthology of All We Can Save, Truth, Courage, and Solutions for the Climate Crisis. And there will be a number of book discussions scheduled through this month of April. Notably, and I had to double check on this, library is providing free copies of All We Can Save at College Terrace, downtown, Mitchell Park, and Rinconada branches while supplies last. So I had to ask, are these for borrowing or for keeps? And they are for keeps, although I was told, no, it's for keeps and then share. So community members can get libraries available, no late fees associated with returns, so no returns necessary, and therefore can take a look at the anthology, participate in the programs, and pass along the books to friends and family, as the case may be. And information on that is at cityofpaloalto.org/Palo Alto Reads. Next slide, please. And then additional community engagement. This is the start of an effort around murals that are being commissioned along California Avenue. There is a community meeting set on this, and I believe this is a virtual, actually doesn't say here, whether it's virtual or in person. I think this is a virtual session tomorrow at noon. Information available on our calendar. I know that there are additional engagement opportunities being scheduled, but did want to flag this since this is tomorrow. Again, this is related to placement of murals on California Avenue that our public art program is coordinating. Next slide, please. Then also upcoming this week on Thursday, next outreach event related to Fire Station 4 at Middlefield and Meadow. We have the architects providing an update on designs now that the project has been through the Architectural Review Board once. Next slide, please. know this is an issue of significant community interest. We have a community meeting scheduled related to the San Francisco Creek projects and the Joint Powers Authority, along with our sister cities, well, small s, neighboring cities of Menlo Park and East Palo Alto, involved in scheduling a community meeting April 20th, 6:30 p.m. at Duveneck Elementary School. This was originally scheduled, I believe, last month, but had to be deferred because of weather, and has been coordinated and scheduled. This is an in-person neighborhood meeting and will be streamed for those who cannot participate in person. Next slide, please. And then finally, noting upcoming council agenda items. Next week on the 10th, we'll have a study session on community engagement, as well as the follow-up discussions for the council of your priority objectives for the year, as well as the work plans for the council committees. Then on April 17th, we've got a number of items related to utilities rates. And so just want to flag that more generally. There are specific items scheduled both as a study session as well as on your action and consent agendas related to utilities rates. And then we've got a number of further items or other items coming up further on the calendar later in April and into May. And I believe that's my last substantive slide. I just wanted to go to the next slide, which again has a reminder of ways, let's go back one, ways to get additional information on an ongoing basis, including the first one here is a survey we've now posted on these city manager updates and topics of interest for the community. With that, back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt, you have a comment?
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the one item of the update on the tree ordinance. I believe that the council motion was actually to get back to the council within a year, not begin the process of going to boards and commissions. And ordinarily, I really wouldn't be so concerned if we slipped a few months on that. But given the situation this year of a triple whammo of trees having been weakened by multiple years of drought, compounded by historic rains and historic winds, I think that we just have to do what we can to get that back to us sooner. And I appreciate the challenges as we're heading into the budget season before the vacation, but I think we've got to try to move that forward. Even if we can't have as full of a process as we might like, I think it's more important to get it back to the council sooner rather than wait. And maybe we take two cuts at it. I don't know, but I think there's a sense of urgency.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I think you may have votes for us.
Yes, we do. We have the results of the next round of voting. All right, so for the Planning and Transportation Commission unexpired term, we did receive 4 votes. Oh, sorry, candidate George Liu received votes from council members Burt and Tanaka, Lithcott, Hames, and Binker. And Arthur Keller received votes from Vice Mayor Stone, Councilmember Lowing, and Mayor Koo. So George Liu receiving 4 votes is appointed to the unexpired term for the Planning and Transportation Commission ending 2025. So we are completed with the PTC. Thank you so much. And the next results are the UAC votes for the 3rd round of voting. For the one final full term ending 2026, Jason Titus received 1 vote from Councilmember Burt. Claude Ezrin received 1 vote from Mayor Koo. Greg Scharf received 3 votes from Vice Mayor Stone, Councilmember Tanaka, and Councilmember Lowing, and Natalie Geist received 2 votes from Councilmember Lithcott Hames and Councilmember Vinker. Since no candidates received a majority, we will go to a 4th round of voting. And then after that, there will be an unexpired term for the
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Procedural question?
Go ahead.
Is it possible when you send these surveys to put the 2 on there that have been elected and also drop the ones that haven't, or is that too much messing around? It just makes it clearer because now we're looking at a bunch of people that we're just looking at a lot of people now.
We can absolutely do that. And the question that was not clear at the beginning is whether you wanted to eliminate people who did not receive any votes in the next few rounds.
I say just keep those. The ones that got voted in, we can eliminate them if it's not too much work for you.
Okay, yeah, we can eliminate them. Yes.
So would you like us to carry on while you're doing this, or shall
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
give you a moment?
Oh, did you just want to visually see the ones that are remaining? Is it right now or in the next vote, in the
No,
next
the
round?
next round, right?
Okay, we'll eliminate anyone with no votes for the next round. Yes.
Okay, so we'll just carry on to the next agenda item,
Yes,
and then you
please.
let me know. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. All right, with that, we'll move into our action items. First action item is approval of the following. One, contract with Flock Safety for automated license plate recognition, implementation for a 3-year term in an amount not to exceed $174,400. 2, the ALPR surveillance use policy. And 3, budget amendment in the Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund. Take it away.
Good evening, Council. Andrew Binder, Police Chief. Excited to be here in front of you this evening as a follow-up from the study session we had last October on automated license plate reader recognition. Tonight's action item, and to my right is my colleague who will be presenting our staff report. I'll turn it over to him. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to come back before you to discuss this item. As many of you will recall, we were here in October for a study session on this topic, and we took the feedback we received from the council at that time, as well as the community feedback we've received in the interim, and come back to you now with an agreement and a policy for your review. So tonight staff is recommending, next slide, please. Tonight, staff is recommending that the council do 3 things. Approve a 3-year contract with Flock Safety to implement fixed ALPR technology in Palo Alto at a total not to exceed price of $174,000 and some change. Secondly, approve the use of fixed ALPR technology in Palo Alto to deter and investigate criminal activity. And thirdly, per ordinance, approve a fixed ALPR surveillance use policy. Next slide. So I'm going to spend a few very brief moments just giving you an overview of ALPR, either as a reminder for those that were here in October or as a primer for those that were not. What is ALPR? ALPR is automated license plate recognition technology. It uses a combination of high-speed cameras and computer software to scan license plates of passing vehicles on public roadways. These computer images allow law enforcement to compare those license plates as they're captured against plates of wanted vehicles and vehicles associated with wanted persons, missing persons, et cetera. It also provides investigative follow-up thereafter, which we'll discuss. Next slide. So you may have seen in our community the type of ALPR depicted on the left, which are cameras mounted atop moving police cars that capture images as the car is driving around town. These have been in our community for more than a decade as part of a grant through the county, where every agency in the county received one such device. On the right is a depiction of a fixed ALPR camera manufactured by Flock Safety. That's the type of camera we're talking about today. Next slide. So this is a little small, but I'd like to walk you through it very briefly. This is just a flow chart to show how ALPR works in practicality. So the plate on the left is driving on a public roadway. It's seen by one of our fixed cameras, which translates that image into something that can be searched. And it will capture a few facts about that vehicle, the location of the vehicle, as well as its plate, and as we'll talk about later, some descriptive information about the vehicle based on Flock's technology. That information is then first queried against what we'll call a hot list or a hit list that is generated predominantly by information from California DOJ, stolen vehicles, wanted persons, missing persons, et cetera, and will generate immediate notifications, real-time notifications to officers in the field that a wanted vehicle is seen at this location with this description. The information that is not immediately tied to one of those hot lists is securely stored by the vendor for no more than 30 days. The purpose of that data retention is to allow for that data to be queried after a crime has occurred when we develop suspect information. Hopefully, in both cases, the ALPR results in the apprehension of wanted people or the recovery of a stolen or wanted vehicle. Next slide. What problem does ALPR address, or what problems, I should say? So regional increases in property crimes are prevalent over the last few years, notably catalytic converter thefts, auto burglaries, vehicle thefts, and as you may have seen viral videos, organized retail theft. Those types of crimes are not unique to Palo Alto. They're not unique to Santa Clara County. In fact, the offenders are by description organized. They operate together. They operate across jurisdictional lines, committing similar offenses in different cities and even different counties. This allows us to hopefully capture those vehicles as they're entering our jurisdiction and interdict them or deter them from committing offenses in Palo Alto. What we know about offender behavior in this particular case is that offenders will often arrive in a vehicle to commit their crimes, flee in a vehicle after they've committed their crimes, and they prefer to use either stolen vehicles or vehicles with stolen plates in order to preserve their anonymity as they commit their crimes. The advantage that ALPR gives to us is that if they arrive in those known stolen vehicles or with those known stolen plates, the camera can tip us off to their presence as they're entering the area and allow us to respond an officer there. It also acts as a cost-effective force multiplier. In other words, we could station an officer at every intersection to capture plates and run them live as they came by, but we simply don't have the staff to do that. This is a way to identify high traffic areas and use the cameras to do that more efficiently. Next slide. So it's important to know what information is and is not captured by ALPR cameras. So I wanted to dispel a few misconceptions. An ALPR camera system is designed to capture the date, time, and location that a specific license plate is at a specific location. The cameras are positioned, as you would see here, to capture the rear vehicle, the rear of a vehicle, precisely because that's where you're most likely to see a plate. They are not positioned deliberately to capture the front of a vehicle and therefore not positioned to capture passengers or drivers in the car. Next slide. So as I said, what information is not captured? They're not intended to capture images of vehicle occupants, and they are not equipped with facial recognition software. Next slide. We all may be familiar with red light cameras. They've been around for quite some time. I won't ask anyone to admit whether they've ever received a red light notice in the mail, but a red light camera image or a toll violation image is akin to what you see on the right-hand side of this slide, where it's designed to capture an image of the driver for purposes of ticketing and prosecuting the driver. Whereas a fixed ALPR system is not designed to capture the driver, it's deliberately positioned to capture just the vehicle to allow us to use that as an investigative lead. Next slide. So what do we use ALPR for? There's two main uses or categories. One is proactive, and that is the real-time notifications I mentioned, where it's notifying our officers in real time of wanted vehicles, vehicles of interest entering situation where the crime's already occurred by the time it's been reported to us. Someone eventually develops a lead that we have a plate or a person associated with the crime, and we want to be able to link them to the scene of the crime at the time of the crime. This database information allows us to do that. It, potentially deters crime by the mere presence of the cameras. We know anecdotally that criminals know which cities have ALPR cameras or cameras, period, and they're more likely to offend in those areas. It helps us to solve crimes that have already been committed. And most importantly, I'll just re-emphasize the importance of allowing us to collaborate with regional partners and solve cases that are happening across jurisdictional borders, where oftentimes one agency has one piece of the puzzle and another agency has the other piece of the puzzle. Next slide, please. ALPR is an existing tool for law enforcement agencies throughout the country and throughout this region. A growing number of Bay Area agencies are already using ALPR and specifically Flock Safety as their vendor or are in the process of doing so. There are numerous success stories throughout the region where either cases ranging from homicides to missing persons to fatal hit and run accidents have been solved using ALPR technology. Private businesses, HOAs, and individuals also may have ALPR cameras and may, under certain circumstances, elect to share that data with law enforcement, allowing for further collaboration. That sharing, by the way, is on a one-way basis. In other words, we get their access to their data, but they do not get access to law enforcement data. I'll point out we've had some incidents in town that could have lent themselves to ALPR, either having prevented the crime in a best case scenario or worst case scenario, putting our officers in a position to interdict the criminals while they were still on site. For example, we had an armed robbery of a couple over at the shopping center a number of months back, where we later found out that all three of the vehicles that were involved, suspect vehicles that is, all had stolen plates or were in fact stolen vehicles. So had we had ALPR in place, we would have detected those vehicles entering the area in all likelihood and could have responded officers there. While I can't guarantee that it would have prevented the crime, it certainly would have put us in a better position to apprehend the suspects after it happened. Next slide, please. So our implementation plan here calls for the use of 20 total cameras to be installed throughout town at strategically selected locations. We would be using several factors to include crime stats, common vehicular ingress and egress routes, and traffic volume to identify the best places to put those cameras. Our plan right now would be to install cameras not in residential neighborhoods, but rather on major thoroughfares likely to capture vehicle plates who are either headed to or from our major commercial districts, whether that's downtown, the shopping center, California Avenue, et cetera. However, we would like to reserve the right to temporarily relocate a camera to a residential neighborhood if we had a circumstance where we had a particular crime trend, like a serial cat burglar or the like hitting a certain neighborhood, but we wouldn't have any intention of doing that on a permanent basis. Next slide. So what are the legal considerations here? Palo Alto has a surveillance technology ordinance that controls this topic. Because this is a new surveillance technology, that's why we're here seeking council approval. That surveillance ordinance calls for the council to weigh the benefits of the technology versus the cost and any concerns. And it provides you with what's called it requires that we do a surveillance analysis in order to help you do that. You'll find that in your staff report. It also requires the police department or whatever department is to use the new technology to present the council for approval a proposed surveillance use policy that's specific to that surveillance. State law also provides guidance and control on this issue. It requires training, access controls, limitations on sharing, and it criminalizes wrongful access by officers or anybody else to control data the same way that it controls our officers' access to all of the other law enforcement databases they currently have access to. Next slide. So our critical components of our surveillance use policy on training and access, we make it clear that a need to know and a right to know is required before an officer can conduct a search. What that essentially means is right to know means that as peace officers, they have access to the database. Need to know means they have to be able to articulate a specific reason why for a specific criminal case they need to make this search. Training will be required to all employees, and that will be required prior to use. Individual logins and credentials are required for use, and an individual specific purpose must be articulated and recorded at the time of every search. We also would retain control over with whom our data is shared. Our policy calls for our data to only be shared with local law enforcement agencies, not federal agencies, out-of-state agencies, or regional fusion centers. I would further expect that as we evaluate any individual MOUs, we would want to limit that to regional partners. So in other words, if the San Diego Harbor Police were to ask for access to our data, I wouldn't expect that we would give them searchable access, versus if Mountain View Police Department wanted searchable access, then I think that would be a good nexus to Palo Alto where we would need and want to collaborate. It calls for us to share data either based on MOUs that are specifically vetted and approved by the chief, or by individual case inquiries that are vetted at a detective level to ensure that they're proper. We do not and would not, per Flock's technology and their policies be doing any kind of bulk data transfer. So in other words, if we were to sign an MOU with Mountain View Police Department, it does not give them the ability to save, download, and hold on to all of our data. What it means is that if they go to search for a specific license plate involved in a crime, if any of our data was responsive to that search, it would come up as a result. But what they can't do is log into the system and say, I want all of Palo Alto's data. Can I have it and download it? They still have to do individualized searches where they justify the reason for that search. There's no outside sharing by the vendor. The data belongs to us and cannot be shared or sold by the vendor, Flock Safety. Data security, IT has already evaluated this to ensure that proper security measures are in place and that it is CJIS compliant. Very importantly, before I move on from this slide, is data retention. So industry standard in ALPR is that agencies, law enforcement agencies, tend to retain data for a year. 1 year is the most common retention period, although there are agencies, even in the Bay Area, that keep it for in excess of a year or even indefinitely. We have chosen to match what we found to be the lowest and shortest retention period in the region and that I'm aware of in the state, which is 30 days. And I want to explain why 30 days is relevant and important, we think, from an investigative perspective. While we would love for investigative leads to come forward right away when a crime happens, that unfortunately is not always the case. Sometimes victims come forward, witnesses come forward days or weeks or even months after a crime has happened. Sometimes we don't discover the lead that gives us the know of what to look for until weeks after an incident has happened. So we want to preserve for our investigators the ability to have that data 30 days later. And we think we've made a thoughtful balance between not retaining data any longer than we need to, while still giving our officers a few weeks to develop leads in what can be complex cases like homicides, where suspect information may not present itself for weeks at a time. Auditing, queries are logged and auditable, so at any time we can go back and figure out who's searching for what and why, and that's true of queries that would be made by other agencies who we gave permission to search as well. Next slide. Why Flock Safety? Why did we settle on this particular vendor? In short, this isn't the only reason, but it's important to note that they are the dominant vendor in this field. We think that gives us confidence in both the durability and reliability of the hardware itself, as well as their ability to maintain data security, et cetera. Importantly, it also gives us the ability to collaborate with the other agency partners that utilize the same common database when we choose to do that. Importantly, Flock also produces their own transparency portal for all of their clients. So if you were to Google, for instance, ALPR, Flock, and Milpitas Police, that explains how many cameras they have, who they share their data with, how long they retain that data, what limitations they have on the data, how many reads have happened in the last 30 days, how many hits have happened in the last 30 days. So all that information is produced by Flock and made available on an updated basis to the consumer, to the residents. They also have a degree of expertise just because of the fact that they deal with lots of area agencies and they can navigate the complexities of state routes like El Camino, dealing with county, dealing with state, et cetera, for the installations. Next slide. So what is the resource impact? Again, we're asking for a 3-year contract. We would not install, own, or maintain the cameras. Flock would be responsible for all of that with little to no infrastructure need from us. The total estimated costs of deployment, again, for the balance of this fiscal year and the entirety of the next fiscal year, $61,900. In subsequent years, $52,000 per year for storage of data, access to the database, et cetera. Next slide. I thought it's important to note the efforts we've taken for community outreach and input. We had the study session in October. I met with a representative. I reached out to the ACLU in advance of that October session. They were able to accommodate my request to meet in November. We had a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce, as well as a separate neighborhood meeting in December, launched our ALPR public webpage in February. hosted a community info session in March, and now have our draft surveillance policy published in advance of this meeting. Next slide. Where are we now? We got council feedback and discussion during the October study session to help us inform where we went from there. We gathered additional feedback and have completed a procurement process. Here we are seeking council approval for our plan and our policy. And if we have your approval tonight, or I should say, hopefully with your approval tonight, we believe that the vendor can have those implemented and a policy live within 8 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have any technical questions? If not, we can go to the public. I don't see any. So I just want to say to any member of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand if you're attending virtually, or submit a speaker card to the city clerk. And we will close and not take any more speaker cards after the second speaker ends their comments. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak. If we'll hold a little bit, Madam Clerk, I think Councilmember Lithcott Haynes has a technical question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had to scan my questions and figure out which were technical ones. I apologize. I didn't have that teed up. Thank you for the presentation. It was very thorough. Appreciate all the work. Regarding, you said that flock safety is prohibited from sharing, but I'm not clear as to whether they're contractually prohibited or technologically they are simply unable to access our data. Could you clarify? I didn't see in the contract a prohibition on sharing, which is why I'm confused.
So they're contractually prohibited. There's a clause in the contract that states that all of the data belongs to us and that we're only granting them a license to access the data for purposes of administering it and for purposes of quality control, bug checking, et cetera.
Thank you.
It also specifically says they may not sell it in any form, whether anonymized or otherwise.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, thank you. When you mention the access of these local agencies, you said that they would have to have like us, have a specific focus of their search that they would state. But are we proposing that they would have to have equivalent safeguards and guardrails on access to what we have beyond that aspect?
Agencies that have the same surveillance use policy as us. Candidly, I'll say we'd be hard pressed to find one that had a surveillance policy as restrictive as the one we're proposing. However, they're still controlled by state law restrictions on access and queries, and they're also restricted by their contractual obligations with Flock that are similar to ours, which the system is set up to only allow queries that are unique to one user and state a specific purpose for the search.
So I don't know if you can provide this right now or maybe after we hear back from the public, but I'd be interested in seeing a side-by-side of what are the safeguards that we have in place versus those that they would be obligated to under state law. And so that we can really understand the differences in what we think are appropriate guardrails and what other agencies might have as guardrails that are less than ours, but still have comparable access to our data.
So I might clarify what I said, which is to say the restrictions I was referring to as being more restrictive in our proposed use policy is in some cases it might be the retention period. In some cases it might be their sharing of their data with others. They may do so on a more widespread basis than we would, but they can't, there's no daisy chaining. In other words, they can't, by virtue of having access to search our data, it does not give their partners access to search our data, if that makes sense. The restrictions you're referring to in state law, essentially the state law says that agencies that have ALPR must have a specific policy in place that governs its use, and that it has that policy should have certain components identifying who has access, who's going to verify that training has occurred, what type of audit procedures are in place. So it doesn't, state law doesn't dictate what should be in those line items. It simply provides what the components of a policy should be.
But could a neighboring agency that we allow to have access to our data, for instance, retain that for a year, whereas we restrict it to 30 days?
No. So the only way that another agency, to use an example, if Mountain View Police Department had an MOU with us and they conducted a search, which is the only way they would get access potentially to our data. The only way they can save our data is if they get a response that's in response to a specific case-related search, in which case they would save it as evidence, not as part of their ALPR program. So,
okay. Yeah. And then my other question is, you spoke about kind of the sorts of crimes that would result in a hit. But I wasn't sure on what's the lower threshold of that. So how severe of a crime, and what are the breaking points on what would constitute a hit?
So generally, the ALPR system is drawing from the same databases that our officers already have in the car. So for example, if I'm driving down the street and I manually type in the license plate of a vehicle on the roadway, it queries California DOJ's database, as well as CLETS, which is a criminal law enforcement information system, which covers some national databases. If there was a want from out of state on a vehicle related to a crime, stolen vehicle database through DMV, et cetera. Flock's database. Flock essentially has a license to query through those same state databases that are available to officers in the car. So by and large and by volume, the most likely statistically is you're going to get a stolen vehicle or a vehicle that's been flagged as related to a felony.
Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And thank you for your presentation and the work since the council prior to the one I was on gave questions and directions. So as I understand it, the system might be used to get data two ways. Either there are these queries that we're talking about, or there is in the staff report reference to when a match is found, that a real-time alert is generated, right? So if they're already looking for something and it pops up, so there's kind of the intentional and the automatic.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. When it's the latter, the real-time alert is generated, does that go out over the radios, which we have now decrypted and is thus out there?
So we can sort of choose our own adventure on that. The system allows for an electronic dashboard in the vehicle. So in other words, our officers would log into a Flock dashboard at the beginning of their shift, the same way they log into several other databases in their vehicle. And that database would provide them with an audible, probably a tone warning, and then give them a pop-up on their screen. Some agencies do elect to have those alerts delivered by dispatchers over the air. We don't think we're going to do that, in large part because I think it's better for the officers to actually have a visual depiction of the plate, the description, and the location right at their fingertips, rather than having to remember what the dispatcher has said over the air.
Okay. Also, because I'll note that just puts data out there as opposed to into the
correct
private database. Okay. Can you? So right now it's contemplated that as long as they enter their name, the reason, and do all that stuff, anyone at PAPD can do this, or could you speak to, would it be functional for your department to have a smaller number of select people that had access to this?
So functionally, I think it would substantially diminish the value of it if we were to limit it to a refined subset like detectives, for example. And the reason I say that is that just to sort of talk about our staffing model, presently we have fewer than half a dozen detectives. And so it's a very small fraction of our department. And as long as I've been here 18 years now, it's culturally been important that our patrol officers have responsibility for starting and maybe in some cases finishing investigations. We have a strong culture of expecting and encouraging our patrol officers to develop their investigative skills. And it's really sort of important when you're working in a smaller department with fewer detectives that you do have that luxury of having your patrol officers do that. And that would be analogous to what we do with all of our other law enforcement sensitive databases. So we don't have any other databases we limit to only a subset.
Is it limited to sworn officers?
Yes.
Okay, so not support staff who aren't.
So I would imagine we'd probably want to clarify, I imagine we would probably want to involve our dispatchers or at least allow them to view the information so that if they did need to confirm information over the air, or if we did have a problem with it with an officer's computer in the field, but we wouldn't be making it available to others. And we certainly wouldn't be making it available to anyone who hadn't been specifically trained and credentialed on the program.
And for the local and other enforcement agencies with which we would share this, would it be limited to their sworn officers as well?
I believe they have, I can't speak to the policy of every single department. I do know that most departments limit it to no more than sworn officers, possibly dispatchers, and possibly in some cases you could have a situation where a community service officer is responsible for doing some sort of entry-level criminal investigation, cold residential burglaries, cold auto burglaries, that kind of thing. So it's possible that other agencies might allow for that.
One more question. In the proposed policy that I'm getting back to, it talks about under data retention, it talks about after that period, if it has become, or it is reasonable to believe it will become evidence. Can you talk about an example of where something has not become evidence, but it is reasonable to believe it will become? What is that?
So I would envision that being a circumstance where there could be a circumstance where we have a lot of information about, we have a homicide that's happened. We apprehend a suspect in the aftermath of it. We look in the system and sure enough, that suspect's vehicle is right on top of the scene. That's a circumstance where it's clearly relevant. On the other hand, maybe you have a circumstance where we had an armed robbery at the corner of an intersection and we query any vehicles in the area in the minutes before and after, and we locate a singular vehicle coming in that area. We don't know if that's the suspect vehicle yet, but it seems like a very good investigative lead. So we'd better capture that information so that if later we develop information we can tie to that car, we've preserved that.
After the 30 days.
Correct. But I think the specific question there would be how broad your query is, right? So
yes.
If you had 100 vehicles that were in the parking lot of the shopping center, that's not something I think is reasonably relevant. But if you had the circumstance I described where you had a singular vehicle that appears to be related, but you've not yet tied to a specific driver, that would be something we'd be interested in preserving.
Thank you. I think I'm out of time.
Okay. Oh, Councilmember Lister Haynes.
Thank you. Another technical question. My first question was about Flock and the extent to which they have access to the data, and I'm clear that they don't, that they may not use it. What about these other third parties to whom we might disclose data? In the staff report, it says that we would only do that with other law enforcement agencies with whom an MOU is in place. That's what the staff report said. But the actual surveillance ordinance contemplates those who might request the data as Group A, and then those with whom we have memorandum of understanding, which is Group B. So there seem to be people who might request the data with whom we do not have a memo of understanding. Can you give us a sense of who falls into these different groups?
So the two examples that might be most stark would be to fall back on the Mountain View example. I think that's a regional collaborative partner that we're likely to have case overlap with. And so I would envision us having an MOU with Mountain View Police Departments. That would be sort of group B, the MOU. Whereas what if Los Angeles Police Department is investigating a homicide and they've uncovered that they believe their suspect is in Palo Alto, but they're trying to figure out whether their suspect was at a particular location stalking a victim at a specific date and time, something like that. So it's an agency which we really don't have any regular nexus with, so prefer not to have an ongoing searchable capability with that agency. But in that specific case, they can articulate a specific need for a specific query. So we would do that query on their behalf and only provide them anything that was responsive to that specific query.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So are we not currently able to utilize real-time data from private entities using ALPR cameras?
That's correct.
Okay, but with this, we would then be able to access, but it would just be one way, us getting their information.
There's the potential for that. So just the same way that we have to have an MOU or agree to share our data with anybody, the same is true with the way Flock treats their private clients. So what would happen functionally, as I understand it, is that if Palo Alto PD or City of Palo Alto goes live with Flock, private entities that use Flock within Palo Alto would receive an invitation essentially from Flock saying, if you want to think about it as a social media thing, it would be sort of a friend request from Palo Alto PD saying, hey, Palo Alto would like searchable access to your data. Do you want to do that or not? And if they do, then yes, we would start to have access both to the real-time alerts as well as to searchable data.
Great. And I saw these cameras are, well, I guess my question is there any signage posted with these cameras?
So we can go either way with that. I would defer. I think that's a balancing act of perhaps, if I put my purely cop deterrence hat on, I would say a large blinking neon sign would be a great deterrent to criminal behavior. On the other hand, I suspect some people might see that as blight or an indication of a police state or something like that. So I think as articulated, we think the cameras are nondescript, but also not covert. So we hadn't intended to put signage, but I would defer to the city attorney's office if we had any obligation to do so.
And if a camera were to be installed in a neighborhood because specific crimes in the neighborhood, as you described, how would they not capture images of pedestrians as the report states?
So they're not designed to. So the only thing I can commit to is the same way on any other roadway. We would be installing them with the idea that the field of view would capture the public roadway, simply because that's what the cameras are good at capturing. If a camera, to be honest with you, if a camera only sees a pedestrian walking by, it doesn't actually generate an image. So the only way that an image of a pedestrian could be captured is if a pedestrian were in the background, say, crossing the street as a vehicle were driving on a public roadway.
Okay, so they're not constantly recording. It's only activated when a car were to drive by.
Yes. So when the computer recognizes something that it sees as a license plate, that's when an image is captured.
Okay. Why does the police department's surveillance use policy specifically prohibit using the LPR system to infringe upon First Amendment rights? I thought that was interesting that it specifically called out the First Amendment.
I think that's a common thread you'll see in a lot of surveillance use policies around ALPR, and I believe that is intended to be responsive to the idea that ALPR could be used to capture people coming to and from protests or other First Amendment free speech events or houses of worship or other political places. So we just wanted to make clear that our goal is to capture in an objective way vehicles that are traveling on a public roadway, and in this case on arterial busy roadways as opposed to at specific locations.
Okay, interested on the conversation when it comes back to council, maybe of expanding that to constitutional rights. Have there been any incidents of data leaks with ALPR technology and specifically with Flock safety?
I'm unaware of any, although I can't I can't say as an absolute that it's never happened. I can say that I'm unaware of any on the vendor side. I know that Flock Safety has a very robust data security policy. They've worked with the FBI, with the FBI's guidelines to implement data security consistent with what all the other vendors in this space that deal with sensitive law enforcement data do. The data transfer both from the cameras to Flock and via the portal is CJIS compliant and encrypted in the same way that top secret federal data is encrypted.
Okay. And I see it looks like there's a representative from Flock Safety. Madam Mayor, if the representative can answer that as well, from their perspective.
Absolutely, please.
Hey, good evening. Hector Soliman from Flock Safety. To answer your question on whether there's been any data breaches at Flock, there have not been any data breaches here.
Great. Thank you. And there come back around when we come back from public comment.
Okay, I just want to say that we're giving the opportunity for technical questions, but we should be wrapping this up. So we can go to the public, but I did want to give the opportunity for the technical questions to be asked so that public can hear the answers as well. Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku, and I'll keep it brief for this time. With respect to enforcing this policy, I know there's audits mentioned. Do you contemplate any penalties if people break this policy, fines, discipline, misdemeanors, et cetera, such as the county has considered?
In discipline up to and including termination. So this would certainly be no different. We certainly view misuse of police department databases as a serious offense, and that's why there's actually a criminal penalty for such. So if we did find that an officer or any other authorized person had misused it, I would certainly foresee a thorough investigation to include administrative penalties and potential referral to the DA's office.
And we're talking about surveilling passing vehicles, not parked vehicles, correct?
So I suppose that if a parked vehicle were parallel parked within the view of the camera, so for example, on El Camino Real, the camera would view it as, if it was in the field of view of the camera on the roadway, it would recognize it as a plate and would take an image of the plate.
But that would be incidental. You wouldn't be aiming at private parking lots and things.
Of course not. No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to the public for public comments. Okay, Madam Clerk, can I know how many we have? Okay, we'll keep it to 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes. Okay, our first speaker is Charlie Widens in the council chamber, followed by Sunita Turelli.
Good evening, Mayor Ku, council members, Charlie Widens, Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce. So as you've heard, the Palo Alto Police Department has been exploring the possibility of using automated license plate recognition technology to deter criminal activity and assist in criminal investigations in Palo Alto. This technology provides several potential benefits, including crime deterrence, real-time alerts to police, and enhanced investigative capabilities when a crime has already occurred. The Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce, in conversation with Palo Alto Police Department and Captain James Reichschneider, conducted a survey during the month of March with our chamber business members to get feedback on the ALPR initiative. The survey results are summarized here. Overall, those surveyed, 80% were familiar with the ALPR concept. Those most favored and potential benefits that businesses mentioned were deterring crime and the identification and apprehension of suspects. Overall, 72.5% had no concerns or reservations about the police department deploying the ALPR cameras. However, those who had concerns were focused on two areas: how data would be shared and invasion of privacy. 35% of those with concerns were concerned about data and how it would be shared, and 20% were concerned about invasion of privacy. With economic recovery and community safety and health continued priorities for 2023, the ALPR program seems to be a sensible approach to assisting the police department to deter crime and then support the safety of our businesses, residents, and guests with the appropriate privacy protections built into its implementation. The Palo Alto Chamber Board has reviewed the ALPR program and the survey results, and on behalf of our business community, we support council to approve this initiative in support of Palo Alto Police Department and to advance the council priorities for continued economic recovery and community safety and health. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sunita Torelli, and for the record, 3 members who were listed on there actually wanted to speak on item 12, not item 11. So we have 7 total speakers. And we'll be closing public comment right after Ms. Torelli.
Hi, I'm Sunita Torelli. Hello, good evening. Thank you for your great technical questions. I'll try to jam it in 2 minutes. I understand that the hope with ALPR is to reduce crime and to increase community health and safety and well-being. I have some concerns, and I think that we need to make sure that closer to the microphone. I think that we need to make sure that the benefits outweigh the risks and the costs. I think that there's the potential that surveillance is going to cause less connection between the police and the community. ACLU says that this often does breed and erode trust in law enforcement. In all my discussions with the police department, my understanding is that there's a genuine desire for connection with the community that they're serving. So I do think we need to think about this carefully and consider whether there are real benefits. There's very little good research that shows that the research that has been done doesn't show a significant strong benefit from using ALPR. I think we could look at Piedmont. Apparently they have a lot of data because they have very many ALPRs established in their community and have a lot of research around that. So I think that the anecdotal stories provided in the packet were actually anecdotal stories, and they were all glowing stories of benefit, but I think that there weren't any of the problems that were listed. A few of those are errors in reading. So it seems from my understanding, 1 in 10 license plates can be mistaken or misread, resulting in false or in arrests that are not necessary and that are of obviously the wrong people. In San Francisco, for example, a 7 was misread as a 2, and police believed it was a stolen vehicle, and it wasn't. I think manual verification is something that a lot of people are suggesting is important to do before approaching a vehicle, keeping in mind that when approaching a vehicle, we're looking at crimes. We're not a friendly traffic stop. So usually guns are drawn, and it can be quite dramatic and upsetting situation. I think communities of color and marginalized communities, 14 seconds, oh my gosh. I wanted to say a few things we really need to look at. Limited database access and use. I think it needs to be really need to know basis. Short retention periods. I think 30 days is too long. We're not talking about homicides very much in Palo Alto. We're talking about much smaller crimes. Some places, New Hampshire, do 30 seconds.
You're 30 seconds over.
Oh my goodness.
Thank
you. So sad. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Okay, our next speaker is Todd Burke, followed by Hamilton Hitchings.
Thank you. Good evening, and nice to see you all covering this important topic. My name is Todd Burke. I live at Palo Alto Central. I happen to be the president of the Homeowners Association. We have about 200 residents who live there. We've seen a dramatic increase in property crimes over the last few years and even the last few weeks. Last week, we were hit 5 times, twice in one morning. So we've seen a fairly ridiculous amount of increase in property crimes. Thank God they're not violent. Although yet, let's hope they don't become that way. I have two stories about license plate readers. A few years ago, we had a couple of bad guys pull into our parking lots with a minivan rented from U-Haul, stole stuff from almost every car in our parking garage, loaded up their U-Haul van and left, went to our other garage, ripped a bunch of stuff out of that garage and left. They were in our garage for about 90 minutes. And unfortunately, we had cameras, but we couldn't read the license plate. It was too dark. We couldn't tell what was in the plate. Fast forward to a couple of weeks ago, almost the same thing. It was a pickup truck, U-Haul, and another one individual. He broke into both of our lots. We happen to have a license plate reader, 2 of them installed since that event. And we were actually able to figure out exactly the license plate on the car and other demarcations on the side of the U-Haul. We handed it over to Officer Connolly in the PAPD. He's been doing an investigation. Great job. I actually don't know where it stands. I was going to ask you guys before I spoke, but I think they may have identified who that is. This is really an important way for us to know how to at least investigate the crimes. I actually like what was said about deterrence. We need to deter criminals from finding Palo Alto to be a nice, easy target. That needs to stop. So I love the idea of a neon sign. Let's make crime very unpleasant to conduct in Palo Alto. So, and I want to thank City Manager, Chief Binder, Agent or Captain Wagner, Officer Connolly, Officer Cuevas. They actually jumped on this very quickly, came over and did some investigations and have been very proactive in helping out. So I am personally very much in support of this as another additional tool for Palo Alto PD to be able to do their job. So I'm in support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, followed by Aram James.
I appreciate the police department's proposal to limit access and retention of the automatic license plate reader data beyond what many other departments in the Bay Area are doing and to hold our department to a higher standard. However, because of other California law enforcement agencies' poor license plate reader privacy protections, and some of them sharing with ICE and the FBI, I would suggest the following amendment to our police department's policy. The suggested access to any other agencies for the license plate data it collects. I think other law enforcement agencies are unlikely to effectively implement the privacy protections required in the MOU. For example, the California State Auditor conducted an audit of ALPR data for the Fresno Police, LAPD, Marin County Sheriff's Office in Sacramento. And the audit found none of the agencies fully implemented the practices required by law since 2016 in Senate Bill 34, which includes restrictions on transfer of ALPR data. Fresno, Marin, and Sacramento were unable to confirm who had access to the system, who was responsible for oversight, or how to delete the data. In Marin, a former employee retained access to the data for over a year after he left the department. Milpitas does not even keep track of who has access to the ALPR data. Oakland's police department acknowledged that it gave the FBI unfettered access directly against the city's policy. Pasadena, Long Beach, and BART have all shared their data with ICE despite saying they would not. Since only 10 license plate queries will be audited every 6 months, it's unlikely misuse will be detected. Not giving direct access to other departments will help privacy protection of Palo Alto residents, employees, and visitors. Our department's personnel will still service queries from other California law enforcement agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Mark Schull.
Okay, so I asked when the study session occurred back in October, where's the ACLU or somebody like the Brenner Center for Justice? It's great that Captain Reifschneider had a private conversation a month after the study session with the ACLU, but we've got the vendor here. Why not the ACLU, the Brennan Center? I sent you a long study from the Brennan Center on Justice that shows that the police regularly misuse this. As one of the speakers said, there's error rates. I appreciate Councilmember Venker's questions that went not just to the technical aspect, but the substantive concern. And the truth is that police are just rarely, if ever, held accountable, even though somebody like Reifschneider is going to make that promise. We have an all-white management team in this department. We may not even have any black officers. That was the case a year ago when I tried to get that answer directly from the former chief. The present chief doesn't want to give statistics like that either. How many blacks are in the department? We know there's 0 in management. I would say to Vice Mayor Stone, I know that you worked as an intern for the district attorney's office, and you know, and I both know that the other side always has another opportunity to speak. Even at prelims where the defense doesn't call witnesses, they have an opportunity to do cross-examination of the adversary and to make arguments there. Reif Schneider on all of these issues, whether it's tasers, whether it's canines, whether it's these surveillance tools. We simply never get the other side. We get a sanitized set of comments scripted by law enforcement to put it in the best possible light. And we don't hear for the other side. So there's no rush for this. Let's get the ACLU in here. And why 2 minutes? The property things, everything on business gets 3 minutes. And all of a sudden, civil liberties issue, the mayor wants to cut us back to 2 minutes. That's unconscionable. It really is. This is too critical of an issue to gag the public to only 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Mark Schull, followed by Megan Kakab.
Thank you. I've lived in Palo Alto since 1983 and never experienced property theft until this past year, when catalytic converters were stolen from our car, not once, but twice on different cars. Palo Alto has a serious and growing property theft problem. I strongly support the acquisition of this license plate recognition system. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Megan Kakab is our next speaker, followed by our final speaker, John Schenk.
Megan Kokab. My husband and I own a restaurant and bar at the corner of Lytton and Emerson Street here in Palo Alto. We've been in business in downtown Palo Alto for over 20 years. About 5 years ago, we started to realize that the property crimes, the breaking in of cars, slashing tires, and theft were becoming rather rampant. And we decided that it would be a good idea to install LPR cameras. We have the technology to stop these criminals from coming into our cities just blindly. We can now see who they are. We can capture only their plate. Let me guarantee you, we're not capturing the drivers. We're not capturing skin color. We're not capturing race. We're not capturing people walking down the street. We're not capturing any of that. We are only capturing a plate which then goes to a system and tells us the make and model and color of the vehicle, which then we can share with the Palo Alto police to stop these crimes. I personally feel safer having our LPR camera system. I know that many of my neighbors feel safer knowing that we do have an LPR camera system. And I want all those out there to please understand, this is not a nanny camera that's capturing people walking by. This isn't capturing your children. This isn't capturing anything like that. All it is capturing is a plate. It has to have a plate or it will not capture it. I think my final words are, if we have the technology and we have the funds, we really should be using them, because Palo Alto deserves better than to have people with broken windows and slashed tires and muggings. We're not that place. And if we can fix it, we should. Thank you.
Our final speaker is John Schenk.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. Sadly, I'm not able to attend in person to support this very impactful safety improvement technology. But on behalf of our 20 plus retail tenants in the downtown and our other tenants, please know we are all asking for increased safety for our employees and customers. Crime has become a significant issue in our daily lives. It's clear that crime's gotten worse and worse, and thieves view our retail and residential areas as fruitful targets. As Ms. Kakab and Mr. Burke and Mr. Schull confirmed just a few speeches earlier and asked, we must act with precision and expediency. The public has been asking for this for years. Now is your opportunity to deliver. Please approve staff's thorough and well-researched recommendation to enable the use of ALPR. They have used experts and real-world data to generate their detailed requests. Please don't overstep and don't be tempted to alter such technical and legal work. Staff and the police department have offered policies and procedures that balance interests, balance these concerns, but fundamentally are going to improve our safety. Staff's done a thorough job, and I'm most hopeful that you guys will respect what they have done. And, whether it's the manager's office, the city attorney, and the police department to deliver this comprehensive recommendation. We really need this. And again, back to the retailers and the service providers, the janitors that come in the evenings. There's issues there that where safety is a significant concern. And the fear of theft for a general retailer is huge. Please don't not approve this tonight. Thank you in advance for advancing this. Thank you.
That's our final speaker, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council now for further questions, comments, and even a motion, if there is one. Thank you. I don't see any lights, so I'll. If I remember correctly, that when another agency asks us for the information that we may have, that the access is given to them for them to search for the license plate that they want.
So it depends. So our policy calls for two different avenues, one of which would be we have an MOU in advance that allows them searchable access and they conduct their own search based on a specific case justification. The other avenue is a case that an agency we don't have an MOU with who's perhaps outside the region but has a legitimate case reason to want data. We don't give them access at all. Instead, we pair them up with someone here who performs the search on our end, and if there's responsive information, we share it with them.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Really helps. This really helps. And with the vendor that is going to be installing these cameras, will they submit a list of areas and places for approval by PD?
Yes, so we've been working collaboratively with Flock as we've been preparing the staff report to develop the criteria we wanted to use and talking to them once we develop those criteria about what places would best capture the most volume of traffic. So we expect to work collaboratively with them, and ultimately we will be, PD would decide or the city would decide where the cameras would be installed.
And what is a 12-inch breakaway pole?
Say that once more, I'm sorry.
What is a 12-inch breakaway pole?
Oh, so basically there's a couple of different ways to install these cameras. If there's existing city infrastructure like a street pole or a light post or something like that to which the camera could be attached at the appropriate height and not be obstructed, then the vendor uses that. In the event that there's not existing infrastructure at the place, then they install a pole, and breakaway means if it were to be hit by a car, it breaks as opposed to being a fixed object that's dangerous.
And it's going to be secured against somebody purposefully damaging it?
As best as it can be. So they're far enough off the ground that you can't easily access them. I suppose someone with a long pole or something like that could potentially do that. But in speaking with the vendor, that they have not had in all of their agency service, they've not had a large scale issue with vandalism or theft of cameras.
And, I've been reading some of the laws that are being passed. It says that it's easy to establish the ALPR policies, right? But a lot of times it's very difficult to comply with. How can we get reassurance that it will be in compliance?
So I would say that I don't know where that language specifically came from. I would say, though, one of the speakers brought up an audit that California DOJ did, which was published in 2020. The audit actually happened in 2019, and it concerned use in 2017 and 2018, which was in the years immediately following the California law that was enacted in 2016. So I would expect, as with any new law, that there'd be a learning curve for compliance. We're now here 7 years out. Agencies have been using this technology for quite some time in compliance with the law. I feel comfortable that the policy we've developed is based upon best practices that we found in other agencies' policies, and that we have a robust way of auditing compliance.
And what is the auditing program that we have that you're proposing?
Right now it would be me heading up that as the investigative services captain. So the policy identifies the captain in our investigations bureau as the person who's ultimately responsible for ensuring that only properly trained folks get logins, that we timely eliminate, as was referenced, anybody who falls off of our payroll, for example, and can't access it thereafter. So we take away, and that's nothing new. We have all kinds of access points that we have to eliminate as part of separation of an employee. And this would be no different. It's essentially a random sampling of queries during the preceding 6 months with an evaluation of, hey, does the listed purpose correspond to an actual case? Does the search relate to that case? And then that would result per policy in a memo that would be drafted to the chief of police summarizing those findings. And I would expect as part of our annual surveillance report that we would report back to council if we found there was non-compliance.
Thank you. We'll go to Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So from the time that we had the study session back in October, I kind of brought up a concern that I had about ensuring that there were safeguards within the policy so it wasn't improperly being used to target marginalized groups and profile certain demographics. Maybe the policy addresses that with the prohibiting harassing or intimidating an individual or group, but I guess the specific scenario I brought up at the time was regarding like placement of the cameras, certain points in the city that that may disproportionately kind of have that impact. And I know we don't know yet today. I mean, the policy is essentially asking us to give the blank check to then, I don't know if it's the department or a flock, or seems like a kind of a partnership between the two, to then place those cameras. So what assurances are there for us and for the community on that?
So I think we've said, and I'll certainly reiterate what criteria we would intend to apply. I think the concern, as you point out, would be if you had a particular neighborhood that was predominantly people of color, other marginalized folks in our community or in neighboring communities, that cameras would be positioned in such a place to disproportionately capture traffic in those areas. We've said openly that our concern is for our areas of commercial traffic, that is traffic headed to and from the shopping center, headed to and from the University Business District and the California Avenue Business District. And to be honest with you, in a city of 25 square miles with only 25 total cameras being used, we can't cast a wide net. We have to have those cameras positioned in such a way that they're going to capture traffic coming in and out of those target areas. So there's really no ubiquity to the cameras, and there's really no sort of camera on every street corner concept. We're really targeting those areas where we're seeing the most amount of crimes we think these would solve.
And can we require in the contract I guess we can, maybe this is a question for council members, or maybe for the city attorney's office, to reevaluate this program in 1 year and determine if we want to continue it at that time, as kind of reading through the ACLU guidelines recommending having the community reevaluate any surveillance programs annually and determine whether it should continue. Is it possible to structure that within the contract?
So my police department colleagues, what's the proposed term of the contract?
3 years.
The proposed term is 3 years. It does allow for you to step away from the contract at any time. There's a cost associated with doing that. But I think we contemplated that as part of the annual surveillance, as part of the city's annual surveillance report, that would be an opportunity for the council to get a snapshot of what was the use of it during the preceding year, success stories, or any missteps that we've identified.
Great, thank you. I think in any motion we pass tonight to include in that a one-year check-in for the department and Flock to be able to come back and share that data with us. And then final question, this issue was brought up in public comment. So if we don't share with other agencies, how does that impact our ability to receive similar data from them? I mean, are most of these MOUs structured so that we don't share with you, you don't share with us? I mean, how does that limit our abilities to be able to keep the community safe?
So I've not seen an MOU that specifically said we won't share with you if you don't share with us. I would opine, though, that if we elected not to share with anyone, the implication is that we don't logical for them to perhaps then be leery of sharing data with us. I think it's a logical conclusion that agencies would be less likely to share with us. Most agencies facilitate sharing through, or I should say many agencies facilitate sharing through contributing their data to a regional fusion center or some other sort of local clearinghouse of data where many agencies collaborate on sharing data. We would be swimming upstream in a way by doing these individual MOUs with agencies. But I think that the value of having access to other people's data, specifically those agencies we think have data that could help us solve crimes here in Palo Alto, certainly merits us being willing to share with those same agencies to help them solve crimes in their community, as long as we can identify that appropriate legal safeguards are in place.
Great, thank you. I see I'm out of time.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I have a few questions that are kind of, tell us some stories, examples. You know, you say that particularly for crimes already committed, the person is left. So tell me how that helps. The persons who spoke here, you know, lost his catalytic converters, reports that. Then what happens? What are the actions that happen then?
So a couple things, there's a few things we can do with that data. So he provides us with a license plate. That's our first lead, right? So we can do a few things with that. In a perfect world, we would query that plate and the plate would belong to the vehicle and we'd be able to just simply query DMV's database, find out who the owner is, look at their video and say, boy, the guy on the video looks just like the person who owns that car, right? And then any further ALPR use is not really required. But is more likely to be the case, we don't have a good video of the person, we just have a vehicle, and we know statistically that the plate is likely to be stolen, either on a stolen car or a stolen plate on the suspect's vehicle. So what do we do with that? We query the database and we find out where else has that plate been seen. Say it comes up as a result also being captured driving through Mountain View. Now we can reach out to Mountain View and maybe we find out they had a catalytic converter theft on the same night as ours. Now our detectives can pair off and figure out what information they can share to put that case together. Maybe Mountain View had a good name that they could put to the case, but they didn't have a vehicle or vice versa. So it's about putting together pieces of a puzzle, and having that plate might be just that first thread we can pull. The other thing that can happen sometimes is, believe it or not, sometimes people that commit crimes are not reliable about updating DMV about where they live, right? Because they don't want to be found. So sometimes we might get a license plate and might even belong to the vehicle, might even belong to the suspect we're looking for, but we don't actually know where to find that car to go arrest the person who committed the crime. So we might use ALPR to figure out, boy, that car has been seen in San Jose at the intersection of 10th and Tully a dozen times in the last week. So boy, we should really tip off San Jose to look at that location for that vehicle. And that's a way to assist us in apprehending a criminal.
So they would help you with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there was a reference to in the staff report, that malls buying cameras. They buy the hardware, but it sort of projects over to our police department for you to check on? Is that how that works?
Yes. So they can choose to share their data with us. So when we search, it's not only searching the data that was captured by the city-owned cameras, but also the data captured by the mall or any other retailer's cameras, if they've chosen to give us that access.
Okay. And then on the data privacy issue, obviously you've told us very clearly what what it captures. So it's not facial recognition or anything else. So asking the question of what's the kind of worst case data breach we could have? I mean, other than a illegal access by somebody on your that wasn't authorized or something. I mean, what would that look like? Because they would be getting data, I guess, on where that license plate has been, but it's restricted to that.
Right. So if you want to think about it this way, as I mentioned, we're talking about 20 total cameras. Likely, we're talking about wanting to capture directional traffic at all directional traffic at a few key intersections. So if you do the math on that, you're really only talking about a handful of locations. So I suppose to answer your question, worst case scenario, you'd have 30 days worth of data about which license plates were at a small handful of busy intersections in town.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying why you picked the 30 days. That was really helpful. I didn't know why that was 30 as opposed to 10 or 100. So I think you described that quite well. There's some discussion from the public on the kind of contracts we do use. You know, more restrictions on the data. But I think what I heard you saying is if we restrict it too much, then nobody's going to cooperate with us. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying?
I think from a human nature perspective, it's natural to assume that if we refuse to share our data with Mountain View, but then ask them to give us searchable access to their data, they're unlikely to do that. I think that we work in a collaborative environment where we constantly work with agencies to share data to solve regional cases. And in terms of the level of, so for example, we routinely have many databases or a handful of databases that share data between Los Altos and Mountain View in terms of historical case data, contact data, et cetera. And that data is much more detailed than 30 days worth of license plate data at a few intersections.
Okay. Mr. Hitchings talked about some lapses from other departments. It seems like we're just sort of fundamentally vulnerable to that. Any comment on that?
So I think it's worth noting that the agencies that were audited and critiqued in that DOJ audit were larger agencies that I will concede had some unusual practices. Los Angeles Police Department was one of the agencies critiqued, and the main critique of them was they actually had no policy whatsoever governing their ALPR use. We certainly wouldn't sign an MOU with an agency that didn't have a state compliant policy. The other kind of outlier they pointed to in that audit was they had agencies that were one agency that they audited was allowing complete searchable access to numerous out-of-state departments. Our policy specifically forbids that, and I wouldn't see any particular reason to do that. And my read on state laws, that's not compliant with state law either. So I think the highlights in that audit, while sort of salacious, they came in the first few years of ALPR use. And I think there's a lot of commonality to the ALPR use policies that are being used statewide now.
Okay, I see my time's up.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. You know, I support the use of this technology generally. I certainly hear the residents saying that they're concerned about crime and they're eager to have something like this here. But I think it bears noting that the vast majority of the data you're collecting are about innocent people just going about their daily business, and if not 99% of it. So I think that your comment and the comment of several public commenters that it's a balance, you know, at what point are there diminishing returns on deterring crime versus increasing invasions of privacy is really worth examining deeply. And I appreciate that you've made a great effort to do that. But I want to ask a couple more questions that get at that a little more. One of the public commenters mentioned an error rate and manual verification. Is that something that you would have us do, our police do?
100%. So I would defer to the Flock technical representative, but I think one of the things as this technology has improved over time, that error rate has substantially diminished. And I think they have an industry leading low error rate. With that, I 100% support and we 100% train and require the manual verification that they're talking about. So that's gives one of these notifications we're talking about today. Our officer does not just go pull over that car and assume that it's the car in question without laying their eyes on the car, transmitting over the radio, I'm behind this car, and running the plate out and having the dispatcher manually confirm that the want on that plate is legitimate. So that's 100% something we would expect.
Thank you. And she also mentioned an issue in Piedmont. Are you familiar with that? And can you distinguish that from our situation as well?
So I'm not familiar with the shortcomings of Piedmont's rollout. I would say, though, that Piedmont would fall on the far opposite end of the spectrum in that from what I know of Piedmont, they're a far overwhelmingly residential community, very, very small, with ubiquitous cameras all around town to include in their residential neighborhoods, whereas we're talking about 20 cameras in a city of our size with an oversized downtown, a full-size shopping center, et cetera. So I think the issues are very different when we're talking about capturing traffic on major thoroughfares.
Okay, thank you. And the mayor asked you about running queries that cities nearby might run their own, but we might run them for cities that are out of state or have other reasons to ask us. How much of a burden would it be on our police department if we ran all the searches for other people and didn't have to trust, who they give access to, how they use it, trying to police them? Could we do that?
So I think I'll answer that a different way, and that is to say that the problem is not so much in the burden that it potentially creates to our officers to perform the queries. It's the problem is agencies don't know who to ask necessarily to perform the query. So in our example, our resident here gives us that license plate from the car that was involved in the thefts in the garage. We want to find out where to go find that car. Well, if we don't have access to other license, we don't know who to call to look for the car. So we would have to then call every other agency that has ALPR and ask them individually to perform those queries, versus if we have access to a plethora of data through these MOUs, we're able to search several agencies' data at one time.
I see. So it's networked.
Yes.
So when we at PAPD run a query, we're running MVPD, a whole.
Assuming we have those those MOUs in place.
All of those with whom we have MOUs.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
I see. And could you just tell me a little more? I know you discussed earlier about the 30 days, but I'm still troubled by the 30 days. I understand it's a lot less than, others, and it's at the low end, but really between the 10 and 30 day mark in this diminishing returns, can you talk a little bit more about it? Because we talked again about the two things. The immediate flag, it doesn't affect that. This affects when you're looking backwards at things. So that days 11 through 30, how much more benefit do we get for keeping it around a month?
So I would say really important in two ways. So from a frequency perspective, I think it's important because you'd be surprised how often, and I'll just use an example that happens on a weekly basis to our officers. So they respond out to my house to take a residential burglary report. They're trained to do what's called a neighborhood check, where they go around to all the surrounding houses and knock on the door to ask, did you see anything? Do you have any surveillance cameras that might have captured what happened, et cetera? Well, it's not uncommon at all, particularly in a community like ours, to have people that are out of the country, they're traveling, they're not at home, and they may not return for a week or 2 or 3 at a time and come home to find an inquiry from us, or they come home and find out from their neighbor that a burglary happened while they were gone. And so this is the first opportunity they've had to check their surveillance cameras to give us that lead we need to search for. It's also not uncommon for us to uncover a suspect weeks and weeks later. So for example, we have an armed robbery in the shopping center involving a black, some sort of distinctive vehicle, but we don't have a license plate and we don't have a suspect name. Well, what might happen is 3 or 4 weeks later, 5, 6 weeks later, there might be a similar theft of expensive watches or purses, et cetera, involving a similar vehicle where Mountain View actually apprehends the suspect. Well, now we have a license plate that we can go back and look to. We don't necessarily have a witness who can eyeball that suspect, but we can go back and tie that suspect to our crime scene, knowing that the vehicle description is common, and now Mountain View actually has a name they can attach to the suspect. So frequently we just don't know what data to look for until we've got that first lead, and we don't know when it will come.
I totally get it. It's just that, where you arbitrarily draw that line, because in your instance, you're not going to get that 5 or 6 week. 30 days, right?
We might, and
I'm just trying to wonder where's the drop off, and you think 30 days is an important.
We felt that 30 days was really the point at which we felt like we were being as responsive as we could be to not retaining innocent information any longer than was required, while not unnecessarily hamstringing our detectives' ability to solve cases, and particularly complex cases that might not come together overnight. And we'd hate to have lost data that could solve that homicide or that sexual assault.
Thank you. I think I'm out of time again.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, thank you guys for your work on this. Really appreciate it. This is something I've been following for some time, for years actually. I've talked to a lot of other cities. I talked to ACLU. I've done a lot of diligence on this, and I think you guys did an excellent staff report. I thought it was very thorough. Seemed to cover all the bases. So at this point in time, I'd like to make the staff motion, which maybe the clerk could just cut and paste and put it up, and I can see if I can have a second.
I'll second it. Did you want to speak to your first, motion?
Sure, yeah. So as I mentioned, I've been looking at this for some time. And if you guys want to go, you guys could go to my Facebook page. But I've had conversations with various police chiefs from various cities, to individual residents who've installed it themselves or their association has. I actually have a video on my YouTube channel about a conversation we had the ACLU and a bunch of other people who were concerned about this. We talked about the data security issues, and it seemed like this all checks out. So it seems really seems like it's going to be very good for our community. It looks like our staff is very cautious about the data, and I like that. I think that's appropriate. And fundamentally, as we all know, there's been a large increase in property crimes in our city, and that's unfortunate. And a lot of times, our police officers, our hands are tied. They have no way of actually dealing with it. And this is one way to actually enable them to create a deterrent for this kind of crime in our city. So I think it's appropriate. And if I think about what is one of the fundamental duties of a government is to make sure that people feel safe. I don't think it's appropriate for people to be worried that the mailbox can be broken into, or that the cars can be broken into, or the house can be broken into. I think, I for one moved to Palo Alto because I wanted a safe city, and this helps that. And I think where a lot of these camera placements matter a lot, and it seems like they've thought about it carefully. They put it in places where it's kind of like the inlets and outlets of the city. So I think that's really good. And so it just seems like a really well thought out plan. And perhaps if this really works, maybe we'd want to increase it even more. But I think this is a good start, and I think we should see how it goes. And I think this is probably one meaningful step we can do to decrease the crime in our city. So thank you, staff, for making this happen.
For the most part, I do support the deterrence. We have seen a high more crime, and they're very. Also had a neighbor who had a break-in as well. So I really think that there's there is a need in order to determine where is the crime coming from to actually apprehend, but also to deter. I think the main thing is to deter. And having the surveillance in place is going to be very helpful. I know that there is the concern, that there is going to be potential misuse of this surveillance technology, which is why the audits that are going to be in place, as well as how you document these actions is going to be really important. As a matter of fact, if the motion hadn't been made, I think I would have more questions, and I might still. But I just wanted to speak to my second and continue the conversation. I think it's Councilmember Lithcott Haynes who has more questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is actually my first set of questions in the non-technical round. I appreciate what the Vice Mayor said about the notion that if we approve this, there's a need for transparency and accountability and the obligation to come back in a year and present data on whether this did what we hoped it would do. And I would add that we need to decide if a self-report is what we're looking for or an independent auditor. I think that was a point that was made by the ACLU, is the value of an independent auditor on these fronts. I do want to lean into what the ACLU is admonishing us to care about as we weigh the fairness of or the effectiveness of such a policy when it comes to balancing law enforcement needs, community needs, and the rights of the citizenry not to be surveilled. They ask us to ask ourselves, what is the problem we're trying to solve? And I am searching the staff report for data on how it is we are identifying the problem that we think we're solving by implementing these technologies. So I'm wondering if you could be very specific around the percentage, approximate percentage of law enforcement activity in Palo Alto annually that pertains to the sorts of crimes and situations that these cameras would help us solve. Is it 90% of what you do? Is it 75% of what you do? Is it 50%? Is it 10%? These technologies are going to allow it, if they work the way we intend them to, and we're able to predict sort of their efficacy, we expect on an annual basis that what percent roughly of the stuff you deal with is going to be addressed by these cameras?
Boy, I think you may have asked an impossible question for me to answer. I think for a variety of reasons. I think that because the cameras are intended to have a deterrent value as well as an investigative value, as well as a real-time alert value, it's almost impossible to quantify the deterrent value of any measure you take. So I think that's a problematic portion of this that I think is not insignificant. So I'd hesitate to say what exact reduction we'd expect to see, et cetera. What I will tell you, though, is that we know anecdotally that certain types of crimes, whether it's catalytic converter theft, whether it's organized retail theft, and by that, just to put a finer point on it, we're talking about folks who are coming in and working collaboratively to take large quantities of items from retailers, whether downtown or at the mall, et cetera. We know that those types of folks, those types of criminal groups, are regional in operation and are rarely, if ever, headquartered, so to speak, here in Palo Alto. So for those specific types of offenses, I would expect that almost all of them would be addressed by the ability to track and identify those vehicles as they came in and exited.
So I guess I would ask that if this is approved and we go into next year, that you think about the ways to try to create that picture of what these technologies allowed us to do, what they achieved. We'll want to be comparing that year over year and so on to really address whether, what we've bought into is serving us in the ways we need without being overly burdensome on our populace.
The low-hanging fruit, I might add, if Every agency that's implemented ALPR cameras because of the real-time alert function has reported a substantial increase in the recovery of stolen vehicles. So that's certainly something that would lend itself to a stat that we could present to you. And I would certainly expect that as part of the annual surveillance report that's required by ordinance, we'd come back with statistical information.
Thank you. And the last thing I'll offer to the Vice Mayor is if you were interested in amending the motion about the annual, I'll second that. Thank you.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So in addition to the stolen vehicles, you said substantial. Do we have any other data on to what degree these systems have reduced or improved solving crimes, even if we don't have data on crime prevention?
I don't have a great number regionally for you on the solvability. As was pointed out, I'll admit that most of the data on case solving is mostly anecdotal, but nonetheless, I think very important because there are a number of cases that likely would not have been solved were it not for ALPR technology that happened to capture a vehicle in the area of, for example, San Jose's recent hit and run fatality. So I realize that that's a little unfulfilling from a statistical perspective.
Yeah, that seems surprising that has not been getting compiled by agencies or even by the vendor. So that's something I'd push the vendor to do, or maybe amongst law enforcement agencies to begin to really look at the efficacy of this program.
And I would add to your point that it is fair to point out that ALPR as a technology is, in the whole scheme of things, a relatively new technology. So there's not a whole lot of, in some agencies, not a lot of year over year or certainly multi-year periods for comparison that are available, but it's certainly a valid point.
Okay, and then on these MOUs, is there any intention to have a provision that they not share data with ICE or the FBI under kind of at least that sort of threshold like we've set for ourselves? And I assume many agencies have similar thresholds, but I don't know that.
So every agency in the state of California is governed by the Values Act, which prohibits sharing of information for purposes of immigration enforcement. Now, that is a subset, of course, of what, for example, Homeland Security does. So there could be obviously unrelated investigations of terrorism, et cetera, that don't involve immigration. Our policy is more restrictive than the Values Act in that we're not providing to any federal agencies. I would say that, is it conceivably possible that a federal agency, knowing that we don't share, could circumvent by asking another agency to query? I suppose that's conceivably possible, but I do know that every agency in the Bay Area whose policy I've looked at includes pretty analogous language to ours, acknowledging the Values Act restrictions and acknowledging that their goal is to share with local law enforcement agencies.
So that's encouraging. I just wonder whether we should adopt that as a guideline, even if what you're really describing is equivalency as opposed to something that is necessarily explicit, and we may not be able to draw that. So do you have any thoughts on, if we wanted to try to capture that, how we might describe that? Or would you feel comfortable if we put a standard that we have MOUs with agencies that have comparable sharing policies?
If I may, council member, I do want to note that your department's policy states they will only be sharing with California agencies. Those California agencies have to have an ALPR policy by law, and that policy has to comply with the California's Values Act, which means that they won't be able to share with ICE. We also don't work with them at all, so they're not in our system to begin with.
That's helpful, although I think we're looking at even higher standards on the sharing than that aspect.
So I think I'm not fundamentally opposed to exploring including in our criteria for signing an MOU for another agency, either the pre-existence of that in their policy or a new understanding between us that, for example, we would share the data with them contingent upon them not sharing our data with federal agencies, if that makes sense.
Okay. And I'll just say, because I'm running out of time, I am also interested in whether we would have either our IPA or our city auditor just do not the depth of audit that you're going to do internally, but some audit level that gives reassurances to the community that it's a third party. And then finally, on the deterrence, I'm really unsure on whether if many other communities are having these, I don't know whether they're putting signage that is putting out clearly that they are out there, or whether there's also a downside to criminals starting to know where they are because we're posting it and then they do a workaround. So I'm still open on that issue. Thank you.
I think you've hit both sides of the coin, council member. I think it is true that I would say, and law enforcement itself seems to be struggling with that very same question. To answer your question, in my experience, the majority of agencies don't have signage, but there are definitely more than a handful that do.
Thank you. I just want to say this has been a really forthright report. As we've asked questions, they've just been clear and responsive, and I really appreciate it.
I just have a couple more questions. So thank you, Vice Mayor Burt, for asking the question on ICE and FBI. Going back to Councilmember Vinker's question about error rates. Now, we came to the part where identifying the license plate, having a second look, second question. Now, the individual who's driving the car may be a different person and not. So how do you make sure that the officers don't just drag them out and put them into handcuffs and so forth? I think I would really want to know that there's a procedure in place so that that's not going to misidentify someone who's driving the same car with the same license plate.
So I think there's two different places by which you at least mitigate substantially the risk of that. I can never say you eliminate human error, but in terms of places at which you mitigate that. So the way this works from an alert perspective is the officer gets a tone, a beep that says, hey, stolen vehicle was seen northbound El Camino at Embarcadero. And it provides, if it is a stolen vehicle, we're going to know the color, the make, the model, and the license plate. So an officer responds to that area. In all likelihood, if it was a misread, they're not going to find a green Toyota Celica at all, right? Because the camera has misread a plate that doesn't correspond to a green Toyota Celica. So there's sort of no problem, if you will. But suppose they do respond to the area and their tunnel vision focusing on looking at license plates to see if they find the one that matches. I will tell you that's a really difficult way to hunt for cars. It's way easier to look for the green Toyota Celica and then try to figure out if the license plate matches than it is to look for a plate and then figure out if it's on a green Toyota Celica. But suppose they find the plate or what looks to be the plate. Incumbent upon them is to actually transmit audibly to the dispatcher the plate that they're looking at and on a 1998 green Toyota Celica. If they get a return back that says that returns clear, no wants, on a 1999 Toyota Celica, then the officer has to reassess and figure out, oh, wait a minute, that was a 7, but the computer thought it was a 1 or something like that, right? So, but that's an issue we go through right now. If an officer runs a license plate in their vehicle right now, so outside of the ALPR context, if I type a license plate into my computer and I mistype. And the plate I've typed in corresponds to a stolen vehicle. I get a notification and dispatch gets a notification that Captain Reifschneider's vehicle my computer has just queried a stolen vehicle. Dispatch pops up on the air and says, hey, do you have that vehicle? Our policy and our training calls for the officer to say, are you clear for the plate? And for the officer to read the plate out loud and have the vehicle, as they're looking at it, and have the dispatcher confirm that it's the same. So this is a confirmation step that we're already trained to do in a variety of other situations. So this is not a unique problem.
I'm just kind of querying about the person who is in the car driving it, that it's not mistaken that it could be a son, it could be an uncle, it could be somebody else that is driving that same car.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure that they're not going to be.
So you're right. So it depends in that case, it depends a lot on the want, right? So, and what I mean by that is, why is this car in the system in the first place? If the car is in the system because it's been reported stolen and we verify that the plate is in fact the right one and this car is still outstanding, then it really doesn't matter whether the person driving the car is the one who stole it or whether they've given it to someone else. We're trying to recover a stolen vehicle and we have to assume the person driving it is aware it's stolen until we sort out otherwise. On the other hand, if a vehicle is wanted in connection with a crime where there's actually an articulable description of a suspect, then yes, we're expecting our officers to try to do their due diligence before they make contact to figure out, wait a minute, the want on this car is a robbery that just happened in Mountain View involving a white male in his 20s, but there's an Asian female in her 90s who's driving the car. Well, the officer needs to figure out, well, there's something missing here. I still need to stop the car and sort out what's going on, but I'm going to treat this driver differently than if the driver matched the description of the suspect.
Thank you. Just very quickly, last question. The whole 3 years subscription, including services, is $174,400. You have identified $61,900 from the COP grant funds. Has the other 2 years been identified yet?
So we're prepared to use the COP funds for the first 2 full fiscal years. So in other words, the first batch would pay for what's left of this fiscal year and next fiscal year. And then the second COPS allocation would fund that second year. Our hope would be that the council would see the value of it going forward and that we would come back for a line item as part of the budget for the third year of the contract and potentially going forward. But we thought it made sense to use COPS grant funding as we tried it out.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Offer a couple of friendly amendments. The first one would be for staff to return 1 year after the technology is implemented to return to council for review and determination if it should continue at that time.
Second.
Let's see if it's a friendly. Councilmember Tanaka.
Does staff have any issue with this? Okay, yeah, no problem.
I'm fine.
And the second would be to refer to policy and services discussion of whether whether the program should be also reviewed by city auditor, independent police auditor, or some other independent party.
Sounds good.
Yes, sounds
great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. I had a couple of suggestions as friendly amendments also. One, I think that staff has told us that they intended to be the case, but I didn't see in here, and it does matter to me, and maybe it's in the policy, but I didn't see it, that I would like to limit the access to sworn officers as opposed to clerical staff.
If I may, I do think there's value in including our dispatchers, if only to confirm information and to relay information in the event the in-car computers aren't working. And they presently have access to all of the same databases in criminal history.
And dispatchers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I might also suggest that when we get that annual report, that part of it be to show what real utility having it from days, and I'll even say 16 to 30, the second half of the month really was. So we can find out, that there really was value. People came back from Europe and, flagged something, or there really wasn't. So I don't know if that needs to be in the motion or not to have that be part of your report, but I would like to have a report on the utility of days of keeping the data for 30 days.
We would support including that information, and I would have expected to include exactly that kind of detail.
Okay. All right, it sounds like I don't need to amend the motion, but, and then I think lastly, this is somewhat along the lines that Councilmember Burt was mentioning, but I just sort of one step further. I'm very concerned about the reciprocity of the MOUs to the degree we can feasibly do that. So, do you think it's feasible to ask them? So we've talked about, not having access, giving access to federal entities, ICE or FBI or whomever. But, that they also limit access within their departments to sworn officers and dispatchers, that they, I guess that there's not a problem with the 30-day thing because they would only be downloading it if it was evidence, right? Or believed to be likely to become evidence, right? So I don't have to worry about that piece. But
that language is consistent with Flock's standard contract language. So in terms of when they would download and under what basis, I feel confident saying that would be in place for other Flock agencies with which we would share.
So it's more about who can access it.
Correct. And I don't, as I sit here, have any confidence as to whether other agencies have other, and I'll use as an example, San Jose Police Department obviously has a much larger operation than us with different job classifications who do different things. So it may very well be something that they do have other classes of employees that just don't exist here that have access that might be totally reasonable in the confines of their operation.
Or could we say similar? Because since it is so very large, there's an awful lot of people, if it's the entire department staff, that would have access to Palo Alto data.
Sure.
So, so sworn officers, dispatchers, and the like, or something, and comparable positions.
I think that's workable if we were to say and comparable positions.
And comparable positions. Okay, so finally, and this may be a question for the Flock representative, I don't know, but if we were to mismanage this and something went badly and there were liability associated with it, that would be on the city. But what if another city misuses our data and there's some liability associated with that? Is it clear through the MOUs? Is the contract robust enough that it would be on them?
The contract with Flock states that they have to use their system or their access for legal law enforcement purposes. Something else that I do want to make sure to mention, as far as transparency, when it comes to who your department is sharing on the transparency portal, it will be live who they're sharing with. And also your department will be able to audit use of the information. But again, to answer your question more precisely, they are bound by their contract with us to be using this for legal law enforcement purposes. If they were found not to be, then we would terminate our contract with them as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Vinker, I just have a question for Councilmember Tanaka. So Councilmember Vinker added and comparable positions to item G, letter G. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think the only thing is maybe get rid of the N before dispatchers. So it's officers, comma, dispatchers, and then comparable positions. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Go ahead.
I believe that's all I have. Just one moment. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
All right, very good. I don't see any more lights. So Madam Clerk, if you would call the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Coop,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
and Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And do you have, Madam Clerk, do you have report out of the votes? And then after we hear that, then we can take a 10-minute break.
Yes, we actually are waiting for response from one more council member, Councilmember Lowing. We did not receive your result, your last vote.
In that case, we'll
Sorry.
go on break and then come back for the vote. 10 minutes. Thank you.
I thought I said.
Convening after our break. So Madam Clerk, you should have all the votes now.
Yes, we do. Okay, so for the last final full term for the UAC, we'd like to congratulate Greg Scharf, who received 5 votes. Oh, sorry, 4 votes. I'm missing someone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm missing somebody. Okay. Okay, okay, sorry. I was like, I thought I was so prepared. One mistake. All right. Okay, so we still. Vice Mayor Stone and Councilmember Tanaka. Jason Titus received 1 vote from Councilmember Burt, and Natalie Geis received 2 votes from Councilmembers Vinker and Lithcott Hames. So we have the final for full term for the UAC position. There is still remaining 1 unexpired term for the UAC that we will be voting on next. The question for clarification I'd like to know the direction on is, do you want us to do every candidate of the UAC or only those that received votes in the last 4 rounds?
Madam Clerk, will you repeat what you said?
Yes. For the final round of voting for the unexpired UAC term, did you want to include all the candidates or all the candidates that received votes in the last 4 rounds?
No preference.
Okay, we'll put in all candidates, just like the last, the first 3 rounds. Okay, so that'll be
And
sent.
now we're voting for the shorter term one,
The
right?
unexpired term, correct.
Unexpired term. Thank you.
Yep, and we're sending the email right now and we can proceed with the next item.
Okay, it's coming. Do you want to vote first or shall I, can you multitask? All right, I think we've all voted. Now we'll move to action item number 12. Parks and Recreation Commission recommend adoption of a park dedication ordinance to dedicate the 10-acre Measure E site as parkland.
Good evening, City Council. This is Darren Anderson with Community Services Department. And presenting with me tonight is Jeff Greenfield, the Chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission, or PRC. I'm also joined with Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works, and Karen North, Assistant Director of Public Works, to help answer some questions. And we'll provide a presentation on the PRC's recommendation that City Council adopt a park dedication ordinance to dedicate the 10-acre parcel at Bixby Park, also known as Measure E site, as parkland. Next slide. The Parks and Recreation Commission work plan includes a goal to identify, review, and recommend potential sites to dedicate as parkland. And the high priority goal is to review and make recommendations regarding potential dedication of the Measure E site. The PRC ad hoc began working on this in June 2022. Next slide, please. Here's an aerial map of the site, and you can see Measure E highlighted in blue. It's located between the Regional Water Quality Control Plant and Bixby Park. The tidal section of the Baylands is located on the left of the screen, and the Emily Renzel Wetlands on the right. Next slide. Here's another aerial map, shows a close-up of the area, highlighted again in blue. The water treatment plant in this photo is at the top of the screen with Bixby Park at the bottom of the screen. The area is got a flat area, a relatively flat area of about a third of the site. So about 3.5 acres. And that's the area closest to the water treatment plant. And then as you back up towards Bixby, you start going up the hillside. And that 2/3 is increasingly steep as you go up towards Bixby. There's a public works maintenance facility you can see on the left side of the shaded blue area. And that facility is associated with the former landfill and the maintenance of that area. That facility and the service road connected with it were in that current location prior to the 2011 ballot measure. Next slide. A brief background on the ballot measure itself, how we got to this point. On April 5th, 2010, City Council directed staff to initiate a feasibility study for an energy compost facility. On October 3rd, 2011, the feasibility report noted that if 10 acres at Bixby Park became available through the passage of ballot measure E, then the city should take further actions to consider anaerobic digestion and other technologies for managing the city's food scraps, yard trimmings, and biosolids at the site. In November 2011, Measure E passed, which undedicated the 10 acres for a 10-year term to be used for that energy compost facility. In December 2014, City Council directed staff to not pursue the development of that compost facility. Staff had concluded that the compost facility was not cost effective. However, the city did make some improvements to the way we manage our organic waste. The city retired the sewage, sludge incinerators and replaced them with a dewatering and haul out facility. Currently, Palo Alto's yard trimmings and food scraps are taken to the dry anaerobic digester in San Jose, and biosolids are taken to Fairfield and Central Valley. Next slide. Here are a few key sections of the ballot measure. First is a question that was posed to the voters on the ballot itself. Shall 10 acres of the existing parkland at Bixby Park be undedicated for the exclusive purpose of building and processing a facility for yard trimmings, food waste, and other organic material? The second bullet point that you see is very similar to the first, but it's got some added language I think is worth calling out. They added language that adds to the what can be used at this site, and it says, and/or sewage sludge from regional wastewater treatment plant by biological and/or other environmentally equally protective technology. The ballot also says 10 years from the passage of the initiative, the city council may rededicate to parkland any portion of the property not utilized for the purposes of the initiative, and any other use except for parkland would require a new vote of the people, Palo Alto residents. Next slide. In August 2022, the PRC ad hoc met with the Public Works staff, and Public Works explained that their department had no foreseeable projects or proposals for the future use of Measure E. Likewise, in September of last year, the ad hoc met with the Utilities Advisory Commission Chair and Utilities staff to discuss Measure E, and they explained that similarly, the Utilities Department had no plans for Measure E site at that time, and they had no concerns with the PRC pursuing dedicating the site as parkland. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Parks and Recreation Commissioner Chair Jeff Greenfield.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council members. The Parks Commission likes to think of themselves as the fun commission, but here we are again in the middle of a hard decision with competing priorities. This is a complicated issue that's divided traditional allies in our environmental community. Our next slide, please. So the Parks Commission began discussing this in September, and then last October, we heard impassioned advocacy both for and against dedicating the site as parkland, 9 speakers on each side. Regarding the scope of our discussion and the recommendation, the commission did not attempt to assess the technical merits of potential future site uses or the impacts of sea level rise as these subjects were considered beyond the expertise of our commission. Some of the arguments we heard in favor of no change included it's an appropriate site for bio-waste treatment such as pyrolysis, important infrastructure site to contribute to sustainability and zero waste goals, environmental justice concerns, and the need for Palo Alto to do our fair share. The regional water quality control plant. Arguments in favor of park dedication included important wildlife corridor between the Harbor Marsh and the Emily Rensel wetlands. It's an important recreational loop trail connection. It's a neglected site for native plants and actually isn't intended as a parkland flat kite. Skepticism that any project would be deemed financially feasible and question of how long the parkland would be, quote, be held hostage. The PRC action recommendation puts this subject in front of City Council for review and discussion. Next slide, please. The basis, the commission felt is very important to clarify what non-parkland use is permitted for the site and what use would trigger a new ballot initiative and a vote of the Palo Alto residents. And this is an important part of our recommendation. Referring back to the questions in the or the inconsistencies in the motion language of Measure E. Let's see. Sorry. There's a key question, and it's must the use of this site include a processing facility for yard trimmings, food waste, and organic waste or biosolids, or is only one of the above, such as a biosolids only processing facility, sufficient? This is an important question. It's ambiguous based on the language of Measure E, and we look forward to clarification on this from the city attorney. There are a range of considerations at play. We're on the next slide. Okay, thank you. There are a range of considerations at play, including technology, timing, cost, and transparency. There are lots of questions about potential technologies for use at the site, both consistent with and beyond Measure E's intended and allowed usage. If there is a compelling and viable project on this site that significantly advances our environmental and climate change goals, and if this site is the best location for it, then we should pursue this further. But there's also the timing question. It's been 8 long years since the area has been assessed for a viable project, and any future project is going to take more years. So the question of how long do we sit in a state of limbo? What's the timeline for new projects, and how long do we continue to wait for emerging technologies? The original ballot measure made promises that didn't materialize. Ultimately, what's the timeline for assessments before we return this to parkland? There are a range of costs to consider. There's the midterm financial and staff impact, such as a consultant study, staff oversight, and reduced priority for other projects, given the competing demands for staff time and finite resources, which we have to figure out how to use efficiently. There's the financial feasibility of a new project, which is something that any study would have to validate. And then there's the environmental cost. There's the time loss of actively developing native plant and wildlife habitat. Finally, perhaps the most compelling issue to the commission, I think, is the issue of transparency. We need to be transparent and truthful about the plans for the site. And if future plans are not likely consistent with what was previously voted on, then returning this site to dedicated parkland is the right thing to do now. The expected honest approach is any vote for a new use should include undedicating the parkland. Going down the path of pursuing a public vote for a different site use, but not requiring undedication of parkland is not transparent. So if you don't have to you don't have to rededicate this land as parkland before pursuing a different use that's not covered in Measure E. You could go back to the public and have a vote. They wouldn't have to vote to undedicate it as parkland, but is that really straightforward in following the spirit and the intent of Measure E? We don't think so. Overall, it's a complex issue. The Parks Commission has made a recommendation based on the best information we have, and we look forward to your we hope you will follow along with this, and happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
And Ed, sure, and one more. I just wanted to reiterate the recommendation here from the PRC and to mention that alternatively, if City Council would like further evaluation on the use of this site, City Council could direct staff to return with analysis on scope and timeframe to evaluate other uses consistent with Measure E. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment. If you have not submitted your speaker cards or raised your hand if you're attending virtually, please do so no later than after the second speaker finishes speaking. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we have 10 signed up and it looks like about 10 more people have just raised their hand. How much time would you like to allot to each speaker?
Let's do 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes? Okay. Okay, and our first speaker is Peter Dreckmeyer in the chamber, followed by John Kelly.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer, a proponent of Measure E. And in Palo Alto, we talk a lot about the Palo Alto process. Some people love it, some people hate it. Most people are somewhere in between. And there is a sweet spot between being thorough and not stalling out. In this process, the Palo Alto process was broken. You've heard from one commission, represents one lens on Palo Alto. And interestingly, the Parks and Recreation Commission meeting, when they voted to forward this to you, was the same month as your update of the SCAP, where you embrace very ambitious climate protection goals, which were the primary focus of Measure E. Now, last time around, a dozen years ago or so, the issue went to the Parks and Recreation Commission. I kind of saw that as political because we all knew they were going to be unanimous that the land should be parkland, and it was. But it also went to the Planning and Transportation Commission, and they said, you know, we're not experts on waste conversion. We think the City Council should set up a blue ribbon task force looking at all 3 organic waste streams, so sewage, sludge, food waste, yard waste. The initiative clearly says and/or, by the way, just to clarify that earlier. And so we went through the process just like you did with commissioners. We interviewed a lot of people from the community who were interested. We chose 9. They met regularly, heard from experts, did a lot of their own research. They recommended anaerobic digestion. And then eventually Measure E was approved by 65% of the voters. This time around, we weren't consulted at all. I heard about it a few days beforehand when I was called by a reporter. And so we mobilized. And, you know, transparency was mentioned a few minutes ago. Obviously, there were folks on the commission who knew that there were those of us who cared passionately about the land and the opportunity, because one was a leader of the No on E committee, and she and Emily debated Walt Hayes and me right up there back in 2011. And I don't know if that came out that she had a vested interest in this, but eventually it was a 4 to 2 to 1 vote, not a ringing endorsement of returning it. And a lot of people had questions at that meeting that need to be answered. So please keep our options open. We can't remove options until we know what they are. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is John Kelly, followed by Fred Balin, and we will be closing public speakers after John Kelly.
Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, I want to commend the chair for his candor and I think his truthfulness tonight. And I just jotted down a couple of things of what he said. I think he's quite right. I believe you mentioned that there are complicated issues that are presented by this. I certainly agree with you. I believe you also said that there are lots of questions. I agree with you about that. And you also talked about what the spirit of Measure E was. Dreckmeyer's remarks. I was also a proponent of Measure E. I will tell you that from my own perspective, the spirit of Measure E was that our city needs to deal responsibly, not only with its carbon pollution, but with its other pollution.
And what troubles me perhaps the most is you're trying to make this decision tonight on what I think is the thinnest staff report I've ever seen for Palo Alto. So brevity's great, but not all the time. And if this is a complicated issue, and if there are lots of questions about it, why decide it tonight? Why not choose the alternative recommendation from the staff, which is handed out, I think, at the penultimate paragraph of the second page of the report, which basically says, there's all this other stuff that we haven't looked at. And I think it's particularly important that you consider that in the context of the people who are not here and the other things that are not mentioned. There was no reference really to the recent IPCC synthesis report nor the summary for policymakers. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe you did mention it, but I did not hear a reference to the, I don't know if it's now a standing or the ad hoc SCAP committee. So there are lots and lots of parts of this city's decision-making apparatus which have effectively not been consulted. The least of which is the group that was organized at the time to, propose Measure E, and which nearly 2/3 of the community supported. So I would suggest to you that either you should just deny this recommendation as it is, and that's how I think you should vote. But if you're not going to do that, have the courtesy and be true to what you've said about the SCAP and our climate goals, and look at this further. I submit to you that there's one other word you should learn, one other acronym, that is PFAS. And I've sent you a letter about that. That deserves to be part of this discussion as well, but I've run out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Fred Balin, followed by Karen Porter, and speaker sign-ups are officially closed.
Years before Measure E, as the landfill on Bixby Park neared capacity and its state-mandated contour cap and closure, it was well known that the 7.5-acre compost area on the site would need to close as well. A suitable alternative location was hard to find. To help keep it local, advocates touted dry anaerobic digestion of green bin items and stated it would also produce energy and about $1 million a year. And when the concept later brought in wet sewage sludge into the digestion mix, once we stopped burning it, the plan was inextricably married to the Bixby Park area adjacent to the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. In early 2010, Peter Dreckmeyer, in a guest opinion, called for a feasibility study of these ideas. And 2 weeks later, the council allocated $250,000 for it. But shortly after, in a rush to beat any landfill closure, Peter's group began its signature drive, thereby bypassing the usual process. An initiative, for example, would not require an environmental review. The measure passed, and in 2014, the city solicited proposals for just a composting facility. The least expensive bid was twice as much as hauling away clippings and food scraps. At that hearing, Peter urged the council not to let this close the book on the Measure E site, and they assented. 8 more years have passed. No new proposals have come forward. And last Friday, in a guest opinion, Peter asks you again to take no options off the table. That was not the voters' expectation, to leave the site in indefinite limbo, waiting for a viable concept that meets the specific criteria of Measure E, nor does rededication take anything off the table. You can be sure that this community will continue to explore emerging ideas related to sustainability as you vet them in a complete and thorough process. If they must involve the Regional Water Quality Control Plant, you can repurpose the reformer incinerator site and its other underutilized areas. And if the plan is technically sound and financially feasible and respectful of the parkland, put it on the ballot. And if not, we know that its advocates will certainly be capable of doing so. Thank you.
And I do have some slides.
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to the other reasons being given why council should not convert the Measure E site to parkland at this time without seriously evaluating other options, I would like to add one other. Certainly the ideal of parkland is compelling, but the pro-dedication people have not addressed what I feel is a very important issue, and that is that this site is especially ill-suited for parkland, given the emissions and noise from the Palo Alto Airport. Next slide, please. Palo Alto Airport is the busiest single runway airport in California. There's an average of 160,000 takeoffs and landings per year. Virtually all traffic is piston engine aircraft that to this day uses leaded gas. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The Measure E site is just south of the airport, separated only by the sewage treatment plant. Arriving aircraft approach from the south at about a 200 feet altitude over the site. That's a lot of noise and a lot of lead emissions. Next slide, please. This slide is a snapshot of planes, some of the planes going around and around doing touch and go procedures at the Palo Alto Airport. This provides an illustration of some of the air traffic over the Baylands. Next slide, please. It's well known that lead emissions are harmful to human health. The Environmental Protection Agency last year issued its proposed finding that leaded aviation fuel, quote, may reasonably be anticipated to endanger public health and welfare. After doing this decades ago for automobiles, I just found a 2020 study published by Atmospheric Pollution Research using electron microscope characterization of exhaust particles. It found that the lead particles from planes were smaller from those from automobiles. This was considered of, quote, significant concern as these particles could penetrate mucosal barriers in the lung and be readily taken up by epithelial cells. Next slide, please. While I could not find studies of the effect of lead emissions specifically on wildlife, we know wildlife is susceptible to lead toxicosis from research on lead ammunition. Next slide, please. To date, the city has conducted no studies of airplane noise or emissions associated with Palo Alto Airport, but it's safe to say there are adverse health effects. Given the close proximity of the Measure E site to the airport, its best use would be for a potential organic waste treatment facility that allows for indoor controlled activities. That would be the environmentally responsible thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shannon Rose McKenty, followed by Brett Anderson.
I'm Shannon Rose McEntee, and I've been a happy resident of Palo Alto since 1982. I'm a member of the Sierra Club, Post, Greenfoot Hills, and I worked at Earth Justice, Semper Virens Fund, Hidden Villa for 6.5 years, and at Stanford for many years. I've trekked in Nepal and carried a full backpack over a 17,300 foot pass. I trekked the Machu Picchu Trail with a full pack, and I've hiked in many parks in Europe. I'm 100% environmentalist and nature lover to my core. I think we're all more than aware of the unusual droughts, forest fires, atmospheric rivers, cold, heat waves that we've been enduring in recent years, even tornadoes in Los Angeles. Is this a signal that we are in an existential crisis due to the climate change? Absolutely. I hope you can agree with me on that. What I want to say today is that we must tackle climate change with every tool in our toolbox. One tool is to reduce the emissions produced from Palo Alto's organic waste, including sewage sludge, yard waste, and food waste. We shouldn't be shipping our waste to San Jose and Gilroy, where the distance trucked and their systems release methane, the powerful greenhouse gas. We need to follow in Redwood City's footsteps and build a waste conversion plant here. I voted for Measure E along with 65,000 other Palo Altans. And now is the time to exchange those 10 acres that were formerly our landfill site, located right under the Palo Alto Airport, and where nothing is growing, to help us meet our SCAP goals. Please make time for staff to research the technical options available to our own and badly needed waste disposal plant. And finally, I want to just thank you all for what you do for our city. I'm very, very grateful.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Brett Anderson, followed by Emily Renzel.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm really proud to be part of Palo Alto's community that both created the Baylands Bixby Park in that open space and preserve that habitat. I bike there often, I hike there often. I even windsurf around there sometimes, and it's just a beautiful place. It's part of our Bay estuary, which is world renowned. But I'm also proud that we reserved a small, somewhat unattractive part of this land for the processing of our waste, using any kind of technology that we may find in the future to get rid of the pollution that's produced by our waste. So this measure seems to have reserved for 10 years the ability to approve a project to process that waste using digestion or other technologies without question for 10 years. And then after 10 years, it becomes incumbent upon the council to do diligence about that question. And that just means that you have to do the work now to think again after 10 years, whether you want to keep thinking about the waste processing potential for this land. So keeping that option open has value, and we just need to understand what we're losing if we take that option away. And that's what rededicating would do. There are a lot of questions about both sides, I think, in this argument. How valuable is that particular land to the habitat or the open space of the park? How much pollution is created by our waste in today's processing? We've done some improvements, but there's still forever chemicals. There is nitrogen pollution on land where our compost goes. There's methane and CO2 as climate warming emissions. We don't know what where the levees are going to be. Maybe they're going to be protecting the hill, the landfill mound, as well as the plant itself. So there are just open questions here that we should not ignore when we're thinking about whether to forfeit this option. So I urge you to consider carefully the experts and the groups within staff and also the commissions and the public to gather the facts and make an informed decision. There seems to be no real urgency to this decision right now, so we have the time to do it. And there's no reason to believe that the public's opinion in terms of its majority support for reserving this land for waste processing has changed in the last 10 years. If anything, both of these problems of open space habitat and pollution have gotten worse. So it's more important to our community, but the majority opinion probably is not affected by that. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Emily Renzel, followed by Herb Brock.
Thank you, Mayor Koo and members of the City Council. My friend Enid Pearson would like to have been here tonight, but her family doesn't let her go any place where there are more than 3 other people. So she told me I could have a couple of paragraphs of her time. Anyway, please rededicate the entire Measure E site as parkland. This whole nightmare of undedicating parkland began with a desire to keep a composting operation in Palo Alto. A blue ribbon composting task force was established to explore this. Year, a huge subsidy for compost, most of which was used for alternative cover material at the landfill, not happily returned to Palo Alto's gardens. When it became apparent that processing just yard trimmings would not be economic, the idea of adding food waste was incorporated. That had complicated collection and costs, very complicated collection and cost issues and unverified volumes. Then sewage sludge was added. Suddenly, dry anaerobic digestion was the word of the day, was promoted as a solution for all 3 waste streams. Much was made of the greenhouse gases trucking compost 52 miles to Gilroy. This went on until the measure, oh boy, I'm running out of time fast. Then a study revealed that sewage sludge could not be treated with dry anaerobic digestion. So land on Bixby Park next to the water quality plant was undedicated for a technology that could not be used for sewage. So here we are 12 years later, and the 10 acres of the former Bixby Park have been held in limbo. Your Parks and Recreation Commission recommended rededicating it. 2/3 of the site is unusable without huge costs of reopening the landfill. The remaining 3.8 acres provides important park amenities and other functions. One, it includes a 1988 required landscape screen to shield the sewage plant from the park. Two, it includes an essential leak in the loop trail around Bixby Park. Three, it's the main access to the park landfill office and maintenance facility. Four, it's an important wildlife habitat corridor between the bay and the Renzel wetland. And five, it contains a required saltwater pipeline between the bay and the Renzel wetlands to maintain habitat for the salt marsh harvest mouse. Measure E assured voters that if no project materialized after 10 years, the site could be returned to park. Your Parks and Recreation Commission studied this and recommends that you rededicate the entire site. Please honor their work and rededicate the Measure E site. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Renzel. Our next speaker is Herb Barak, followed by Mark Scholl online.
Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and council members, Peter Dreckmeyer said that the process is broken. He broke it. In the past, if you want to undedicate something on parkland, you have an actual project that had been subject to environmental review. John Kelly, who filed, was an attorney, but I didn't hear him talk, as attorneys sometimes do, about facts or about the law. And when attorneys can't talk about the facts about the law, the only thing attorneys do is just talk. Mr. Anderson, I believe his name was, who said, we have to leave the site undedicated so we can study it for some future use. Nonsense. If they really want to study a project, and as opposed to what they really want to do is to not have this as parkland, then you rededicate the parkland and you can still do the study. And if there's a viable project that passes environmental review, the council itself can put it on the ballot and have people vote on it. This is a site that's subject to sea level rise and also from ground level water rise. And the sea level adaptation study. And one of the things is you don't keep building things in places where you're going to have sea level rise and where the groundwater table is going to get higher. However, a tactic has been developed, which is so wonderful that the city manager has adopted it. The tactic is if you say, I'm creating electrical energy in the baylands, oh, it's more important than things like park dedication. Well, two of the sponsors, Peter Dreckmeyer and Bob Winslow, think the airport's a terrible thing to have where it is. But the city manager saw what they did. And he says, well, why don't we put solar panels for electricity at the airport? Let's see if these people like Peter Dreckmeyer and Bob Winslow, who don't like the airport, are going to try and stop us from doing that. After all, here it's the same situation. Someone has a slogan, but everything they want to do to study and find a viable project they can do if the park is dedicated. Everything else are in the letters, which I understand you received from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Scholl, followed by Virginia Tincher Van Kuren.
Thank you. Climate change is an existential issue, particularly for younger and future generations. That is what the citizens of Palo Alto voted for in 2011, to give us the option to build a low-impact sewage treatment facility. Measure E wasn't just about yard trimmings or food waste. It was about wastewater and sewage. According to the World Economic Forum, quote, water and wastewater utilities account for 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions, of which 70% is caused by wastewater treatment. And this excludes the 80% of wastewater that is not treated at all and ultimately will need treatment plants. If Palo Alto isn't willing at some point to build a better low emissions wastewater plant, who will? With all the terrible uses of baylands around, I don't understand why this option to have space to build a zero-emission plant, then tear down and restore the area of the existing plant is such a target. And frankly, I don't see why conservation improvements like planting natives to attract insects and birds at this site can't be done now, even if building a new plant remains an option. I'd certainly volunteer for that project. Most importantly, the citizens of Palo Alto voted in a referendum where the trade-offs were widely visible and the core justification for Measure E was to address climate change. Please listen to and respect the citizens' referendum in 2011 and retain the option to build a low-impact wastewater and sewage treatment plant at this location. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Virginia Tincher Van Kuren, followed by Randy Fisher.
Hello. I urge the City Council to take this opportunity to consider all the options for the Measure E land instead of adopting the Parks and Recreation request. Several things have changed in the 10 years plus since Measure E land was set aside for use as a local facility to process yard clippings and sewage sludge. The recent IPCC report strongly emphasizes that the near-term urgency of climate action to reduce emissions has increased, so it's even more important to consider all the options. The City Council has proven successes implementing the SCAP goals to reduce emissions. The current solution for sewage sludge does not reduce emissions. In addition to the emissions from the vehicles transporting the sludge, the decomposing soil amendment releases methane gas. There is now the additional concern that PFAS chemicals are in the sludge. Solutions worth considering have been developed and are in use. For example, pyrolysis can process sewage sludge, does not produce emissions, and inactivates PFAS chemicals. The products of the process, biogas, can be used as a non-greenhouse gas emitting fuel, and biochar is a soil amendment which sequesters carbon. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ronnie Fisher, followed by Michael Ferreira.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Ronnie Fisher, and I am a volunteer with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. We ask that you support the Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation to rededicate the 10-acre Measure E site as parkland. At its essence, the divide in the environmental community over the future of the Measure E site is a difference in vision. One camp sees the site as an industrial waste processing facility and sees no value other than that. The other camp, ours, sees it as a part of a large park that integrates wetlands and upland ecosystems and builds resilience into the future of the species and habitats of the Palo Alto Baylands. To us, this is an important site, and it has value that should not be dismissed. This valuable habitat cannot be provided elsewhere. The potential for a broader interconnected open space lies in the lowland area of the Measure E site, which is an important open space that sutures and connects the Emily Renzel Marsh, Bixby Hills, Flood Marsh, and the Palo Alto Baylands. When restored, this land should provide essential resources and safe passage for local wildlife while expanding available habitat. We hope to finally see a complete united park, one which allows for integrated habitats to thrive and which provides the flexibility needed for our wetlands and ecosystems to adapt and bounce back in the face of change. Please approve the Park and Recreation Commission's recommendation to return the Measure E land to parkland. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Ferreira, followed by Stephen Rosenblum. Michael, I see you're muted.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Michael Ferreira. I'm on the executive committee of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. And I was the conservation chair 11 or so years ago when we conducted 3 meetings on around the Measure E issue, which culminated in a vote of 11-2, not in favor of taking parkland for an industrial use. And that holds with our chapter now. It is disturbing that after so many years, the concept that frankly did a faceplant is not regarded as an embarrassment and a need to keep the promise of Measure E that this property could be returned to parkland. Frankly, we never liked the idea of taking parkland for an industrial use. A dedication of something is supposed to mean something, and especially dedicating it as parkland. But the voters believed that there was a viable project there, and that after 10 years, it could be returned to parkland if the project was not viable. So one almost wonders if this next great idea, if there is one, were to be embarked upon and it failed, what would be the next proposal for this land? It really should be rededicated as parkland. That's I think, the moral thing to do. And I believe the chapter is in complete agreement with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Rosenblum, followed by Cedric.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and members of the council. My name is Stephen Rosenblum. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I'm speaking tonight both as a resident and as a member of Climate Action California, which is an organization of 5,000 California residents statewide that are fighting for legislation and for regulation to help solve our climate crisis. I've also been a member of the Sierra Club for over 50 years, and I'm very disappointed in the position that the club, the Loma Prieta chapter, has taken on this. It's a clear case of dealing with the small issues and not looking at the big picture. The big picture is climate change. And when Measure E was passed, nearly 65% of the vote was in favor of developing an organic waste treatment facility because Palo Altoans want to be leaders in protecting our climate. That's not to say we don't love our parks too, but every place, every idea has its right place. The council should not take precipitous action and give up on this purpose without carefully consulting the Utilities Advisory Commission and Utilities Department staff to see if the aims of Measure E and Palo Alto's waste treatment needs could better be served by using this site for its intended purpose. We are sure you're well aware of Senate Bill 1383, authored by Senator Lara in 2016, and its requirement to reduce city emissions of methane 40% below 2013 levels by 2030. The wastes that are presently trucked out of the city are exactly those kinds of wastes that this measure aims at. We asked the council to honor Palo Alto citizens' demonstrated support for aggressive climate action as you carefully evaluate the use of the Measure E site as a factor in humanity's struggle to avoid climate chaos. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cedric Pidot de la Boujaudière.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Koo and council members. I was the co-chair of the council-appointed task force which studied this issue, and I'm a lifelong environmentalist. Please keep the Measure E site in reserve for a facility to sustainably and responsibly process our municipal organics, and refer the matter to the Utility Advisory Commission as well as to the staff of the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. Our wastewater contains PFAS forever chemicals, which have been shown to be harmful to people and the environment. The EPA recently regulated PFAS levels in drinking water, and we may face future regulations of these chemicals prohibiting the hauling of our biosolids to the Central Valley for composting and agricultural lands application. If we prematurely return the Measure E site to Parkland, there will be no sites available in Palo Alto to do advanced processing of these wastes, and will suddenly be in price competition with most other sewage treatment plants scrambling to find an alternative. Composting and anaerobic digestion do not destroy these forever chemicals, but processes like pyrolysis do. Pyrolysis also creates biochar, which sequesters carbon, super important as we experience the brutal impacts of climate change. Biochar had been used for thousands of years in the Amazon to create deep, rich, fertile soils. This is a proven old world fertility tech with modern methods of production. The 2019 Biosolids Facility Plan noted that the biochar product has a lower mass and volume than our dewatered biosolids and would reduce the cost, greenhouse gas impacts, and number of trucks hauling away our outputs. We should get data from existing projects to better understand its costs and benefits, so we can decide whether it would be appropriate to make use of this technology on the Measure E site. The 2014 plan studied the options and recommended a phased approach, with phase 1 being the dewatering facility. Phase 2 was to be anaerobic digestion. In 2015, due to escalating costs, council suspended the design of phase 2 and decided that the long-term biosolids management solution would be determined in the future. The UAC and the RWQCP have no plans because none have been directed by council. Subsequent councils have failed to make a decision, and it's time to act. Finally, I'll say that a modern facility could be built within a subset of the Measure E site, leaving the rest of the site to be restored to parkland. But if it is all rededicated now, then this precludes a facility. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eileen McLaughlin, followed by Casey Hederly.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and members of council. I'm Eileen McLaughlin with the Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge. We submitted a letter to you in support of the Parks and Rec Commission recommendation. Might point out briefly that the idea of being very conscious of climate change is also looking at how we use nature to help us in climate change, and how nature is going to be changing with that climate change. With sea level rise, it doesn't matter where you put the levee, but the lands on that lowland where that seems to be, some people would like to develop on, that's part of Measure E, is going to become wetlands. The rising groundwater, as you already have in Palo Alto, is already present all over the golf course, and it will be there too. On Saturday, I took about a half-hour walk on the Measure E site. There were 3 songbirds that were sitting on top of low fences. I walked by the lower part of the landfill. When I walked near the treatment plant, along the vegetated area between the trees and the roadway, there stood a great white egret among shrubs, standing still in its foraging pose. So often seen in marshes, what brings it there? My guess might be lizards, snakes, voles, or field mice. Biodiversity in an area that others discussing this land have called of poor value for wildlife. I saw 2 jackrabbits dash by. I expect nightfall invites numerous other species to this wildlife corridor, like gray fox. All the while, even this vegetation adds to carbon capture. The corridor, if not dedicated as parkland, would remove a lowland movement option for wildlife and level trail for people who need it. Decades ago, the city had the plan and will that became renowned as the glory of these wetlands and the vistas seen from Bixby Park. You can embrace that city character tonight rather than extend the agony of a ballot measure that failed, a deeply flawed concept that some would reignite without research basis sufficient even to begin the standard planning process of feasibility, design, and environmental review. Please return these lands to parkland and recapture their existing value and natural potential. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Casey Hederly, followed by Katie Ruff.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Casey Hederly, and I'm an intern at the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm here to urge you to support the Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation to return the 10 acres of land set aside by Measure E to its rightful designation as parkland. The Measure E land contains an essential span of lowlands that connect all three surrounding open space areas, the Emily Renzel Marsh, Bixby Hills, and Palo Alto Baylands. These lowlands are the only open space in this area that can provide a crucial wildlife corridor to link between these three parks. As parkland, the Measure E site would preserve and expand available habitat, as well as provide essential resources and safe passage between open spaces for our incredible variety of local wildlife. Our vision is of a complete park and integrated, thriving habitats that provide resilience to our wetlands and ecosystems. Of course, healthy habitat and wildlife corridors take time to develop and grow, time that has already been wasted on the research and development plans for the waste processing facility that the council deemed too expensive and inefficient. During this time, the quality of landscape within the to preserve and restore this habitat before it is too late. Please approve the Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation to return the Measure E land to its rightful place as parkland. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Katie Ruff, followed by Jennifer Chang Hederly.
Sharks and mammoths, and even relatives of the camel, once roamed the wetlands. While we don't see any of those creatures today, the wetlands still harbor a treasure trove of biodiverse animals, plants, and so many other fascinating creatures. Hello, my name is Katie Ruff, and I'm here on behalf of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. We're all on spring break right now, but I happen to really, really love the Baylands. For some context, I spent last summer volunteering at Cooley Landing, training as a naturalist at the Lucy Evans Interpretive Center, and developing a research report on the wetlands' current health. If I've learned anything from the countless hours I've spent at the Baylands, it is that the wetlands are complicated. They're characterized by some of the most unlivable, salty, tumultuous conditions, and yet they're home to some of the most interesting and sometimes rare creatures. They're also anchors to the community. I grew up taking walks there with my grandpa every week, and by the time I was in middle school, I got to be the one teaching young kids about the fascinating features of the wetlands too. Because I understand the wetlands' complexity and value to its community, I understand also that the wetlands serves important functions to maintaining the health of our city, sometimes in less aesthetic ways. Measure E is a perfect example of this. Measure E brings to light the modern-day environmental struggle between preservation and adaptation. I believe that just like with the electric vehicle debate, it's necessary sometimes to develop certain areas in order to benefit those same areas in the long term. In fact, I believe that there is a greater importance to Measure E than what may first meet the eye. It is our fault that we have this organic waste to deal with in the first place. It's a symptom of the way we live, and we ought to confront that face on. We ought to take responsibility for the issue we have generated instead of throwing the burden on other shoulders, as we've been doing for many years. Even if that area of our wetlands has been preserved for this time, other areas have suffered. They have suffered because of us, and I don't think that's fair, but I understand that this is a complex issue. Because of that, I'd like to urge you to reconsider your decision to rededicate the land to park. It is unfair to let others suffer because of our actions, and if we want the chance to maintain the wetlands that we love, I believe we must research these technology solutions for longer. Technology as complex as the wetlands itself. While we'll never be able to bring back the sharks or mammoths, I encourage you to consider how we can use this section of the land to take responsibility for the waste we generate in order to maintain biodiversity in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Jennifer Chang Hederly, followed by Bloom Arden in the council chamber.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council members. My name is Jennifer Hederly, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Sierra Club's Bay Alive campaign. I urge you to support the recommendation to rededicate the Measure E site as parkland. The Measure E initiative pitted two important environmental visions in competition for use of this land, but of course, most of us want to achieve both: sustainable waste processing and preserving the integrity, function, and resilience of Bixby Park and our Baylands ecosystems. The 11+ years of waiting without progress on a sustainable waste facility have come with degradation and real opportunity costs for this natural environmental asset. It's time to put this land back to work for our local ecology in a robust way. As mentioned earlier, because of the landfill cap, 7 out of the 10 acres cannot really be used to achieve the vision or purpose of either so-called side of the debate. The value of the remaining 3 acres, the flat part, as a wildlife corridor is unique. Unlike a future waste processing facility, there is no other location that can replace this sole open space connection for Baylands wildlife between the Renzel Marsh and the Baylands Harbor Marsh. All sorts of wildlife depend on those vegetated flatlands for habitat and refugia, and more will need to as climate change impacts accelerate. By all accounts, a waste processing solution remains uncertain and years away. And existing locations at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant site or the airport parking lot or maybe other places may be feasible. Land ensures continued degradation of that critical Baylands wildlife corridor in an ecosystem under existential threat from climate change. Measure E language explicitly allowing rededication as parkland after 10 years was a clear effort to bridge the gap among Palo Alto's environmentalists, and many voters took it as a matter of trust. Now that 10 years have passed, Palo Alto should fulfill voters' expectations and rededicate the site. If and when a sustainable waste solution becomes viable for Palo Alto, and this site is the only feasible option, Palo Alto voters have already demonstrated that they will rise to the challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Bloom Arden, followed by David Bubenet.
Good evening. Sorry about the mask, but I still believe it's necessary. I'm going to be very simple. We need to extend park space and not extend this green value. This is the green value that involves very little respect from my part, at least. I think we need a parkland, not a dollar land.
Our next speaker is David Bubenik, followed by our final speaker, Aram James.
Well, good evening, City Council. I'm David Bubenik. I live on Homer Avenue in Palo Alto. 25 years ago, when I moved here, I became a park advocate. I coordinated a neighborhood effort to obtain Heritage Park. And I learned that getting a park in Palo Alto is not easy. And in this case, there was especially a strong headwind from City Hall itself. But we succeeded. Heritage Park is a neighborhood gem, and we all thank the city very much for it. Well, being a park advocate, I was also interested in what happened to Bixby Park. I joined the advocacy against Measure E. And well, we were arguing industry versus park. We lost. Way it goes. Well, I'm also an electrical engineer, 47 years professional experience. And I decided to have a look at the basics of this anaerobic garbage to energy process. Was it really as green as it claimed to be? And I found out that it failed that test spectacularly. It is a very, very carbon dirty process, 40% dirtier than a coal-fired electrical generating plant. In other words, if you want to be green on the Baylands, build an electrical generator that burns coal. You'll be about 30% greener than an anaerobic digester plant. So City Council and city staff have made the right decision. It's not feasible. Measure E gave us a sunset at 10 years. I think we should take that, put the land back as park. If we need it again for another purpose in the future, make the case to the voters and let them decide again. Thank you very much for listening. Good night.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Aram James.
Okay, there's been way too many brilliant speakers for me to be able to add much, if anything, to this debate. I just simply think that we should temporarily dedicate the 10 acres back to parkland, make it a beautiful parkland. And if sometime in the future, as has been said by other speakers, there's a brilliant idea that is foolproof or close to it, and we have experts recommending that we, have it as a compostable site, then let's do it then. But in the meantime, let's turn it into the best park, or one of the best parks in Palo Alto, and we can always do something later. Thanks.
That's our last public speaker, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council. If there's any questions, comments, please go ahead and put on your lights. Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. Just a couple first quick questions. Our current process after we retired our incinerators is to haul our biosludge to the Central Valley, and it's dried atmospherically. Have we done any evaluation of the CO2 or methane emissions, greenhouse gas related emissions of both the trucking and then the composting process itself that emits methane?
Yes, we've done that most recently in the 2019 biosolids facility plan update. I would just add to what you said, a portion of it goes to be composted and then land applied. A portion of it actually goes to a treatment plant where it goes through anaerobic digestion and then through a process that creates a fertilizer type product.
Okay, thanks. And then second, there's been discussion about a portion of this Measure E land being a wildlife corridor. I've heard about concern about foxes there, and I'm not sure whether it's what other wildlife of mammals that are part of that corridor. Do we know what species are using that as a wildlife corridor?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Byrd. It's fairly diverse species that use all of the baylands, over 100 different bird species, for example, and they don't necessarily stop just at the marsh areas. So they're passing through, foraging, collecting nesting material, hunting, all through that area. So that would include Bixby, it would include Measure E, the Renzel Marsh, and the marsh areas of the baylands on the other side. The mammals you mentioned, the gray fox, we know have use that area for foraging and hunting and den sites. So it's a myriad of different species. Have we done an analysis to count them? No, we have not.
So a reason that I'm really fond of foxes like most of us, but one of the things that I've been thinking more about is that we have den nesting areas there now because we have trees and shrubbery that are not natural to that area. Normally the Baylands area is grassland and, well, I should say grassland, but low profile marshland vegetation. And then I realized that we've been very concerned about feral cats, but we have Clapper there, and we have the salt marsh mice that are endangered, both those species. And fox are predators as well, really having some of the same jeopardy on those endangered species as feral cats. And so have we, in this discussion, has there been anything about those concerns about this zone actually being a protective area for predators that maybe are actually putting endangered species in jeopardy?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there's something really interesting about the gray fox. That's our native fox. Different from the red fox is it doesn't like to get its paws wet. So it will not go into those wetlands area in Rensselaer or the Bay side. So it doesn't go prey on those salt marsh harvest mice or the predate. So that one hasn't come up as a concern, but we have on those other species, feral cats, the red fox, and things like that, but not specific to this area. It wasn't a conversation.
My last question is this issue on what are called PFAS, or polyfluorides, that have become increasingly a public health and environmental concern because they're called forever chemicals. Brad, do we have some understanding as to whether the pyrolysis process addresses that issue in a way that current processes don't?
From my admittedly limited understanding of the pyrolysis process, data to date shows that it does destroy those chemicals. In talking with Bioforce Tech, who some of the public speakers mentioned is doing this work at Silicon Valley Clean Water, they described some ongoing research that they're doing to try to definitively establish that none of those chemicals are making it out through the airstream of the technology.
And the current composting process leaves those in place?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a lot of questions, like more questions than I have answers. So I'll get started. What acreage is the Public Works maintenance facility? How much does that take up of the 10-acre site?
I don't have the exact acreage, but relatively small, somewhere along like 1/16 of an acre. It's fairly small.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and we're not aware of any of these possible sustainability facilities that could fit in a footprint that size.
That I couldn't speak to. Maybe my colleagues in Public Works might.
Again, referring to the most recent work we had done in 2019, I believe we were looking at footprints generally like 3/4 to 1 acre as kind of the smallest footprint for some of these facilities.
Okay, that's good to know. What does the Public Works facility do? I mean, you kind of.
So with a closed landfill, there is landfill gas collection and leachate collection and treatment, and that there are wells for those purposes and ongoing work by Public Works staff and contractors to go around and maintain all of those facilities.
Okay. So, and Councilmember Burr started to ask about this. And so currently our yard trimmings, food scraps taken to San Jose for processing, bio waste to the Central Valley. About how many weekly trips is that, or monthly trips?
I don't have that handy. I'm gonna ask if Assistant Public Works Director Karin North might have some of that information. And if not, we may be able to find it relatively quickly.
In regards to Karin North, Assistant Public Works Director, in regards to our biosolids, we typically do 1 to 2 trucks per day. In regards to our food scraps, we go around and we pick them up fairly regularly throughout the community, and then they get basically driven down to San Jose to the dry anaerobic digester.
So the 1 to 2 trips a day, that's trips out to Central Valley.
Out to Fairfield Sassoon Sewer District, which is where List Tech is, or to the Central Valley.
Okay. Has anyone, having, I think, good discussion about these processing facilities, or at least will, and I understand Redwood City has a pyrolysis plant. Has anyone inquired whether the Redwood City facility would be interested in partnering with the city to be able to take our bio waste?
Was there before for testing. That facility until recently was considered a pilot scale facility. And now they've essentially, I think, purchased the equipment. But it's still not a facility that's scaled yet to be able to treat all of their biosolids material.
Okay.
I believe they're kind of working towards that. So I don't believe they would currently have capacity to take our waste if that's what you're referring to.
Okay. I wonder, I'm sure we don't have the answer tonight, but if there's interest, if their facility has room to expand. I know we've entered into similar arrangements in other areas with other communities to see if there's a possibility for us to partner there to be able to do it. I think if we can, find some sort of win-win solution. So I think that's something maybe interested in pursuing later. Can staff better just help me understand like the limitations that exist with the Measure E site? I understand Chair Greenfield mentioned that part of the reasoning behind the ad hoc's recommendation is the pretty explicit language within Measure E. What's your understanding? And I wonder for the city attorney, I think that kind of question may have come up as from a public speaker, or from maybe it was Chair Greenfield. I think it was on what can really be done there.
I'm sorry, are you asking whether council needs to act tonight on this item, or what?
No, I know we don't
else
have
could be
to
done?
act tonight. I'm asking what under the language of Measure E, what can go on the Measure E site?
Right. So the measure includes some language about a facility to convert yard trimmings, food waste, other municipal organics, and or sewage sludge from the regional water treatment plant by biological or other environmentally equally protective technology. So what could be done there is what is consistent with that. I think there also is not necessarily a time requirement on that in terms of if more time is needed for technology to develop or whatever. So council does have the ability to rededicate now because the 10 years have passed, but not an obligation to do so.
Okay, thanks. And just one more question, kind of back in line of what I was asking. Are there other locations in the city where any type of processing facility, maybe kind of back when we were last looking at it in 2019, where we think that these facilities could fit? Los Altos treatment plant or the wastewater treatment plant site?
I believe the only one we've considered in the past was the Los Altos treatment plant site.
Okay, then no room at the current wastewater?
The space there is very constrained. Actually, though, in that most recent update to our biosolids facility plan I mentioned, it was looking at options for fitting these facilities actually on the treatment plant itself rather than Measure E. So it did lay out options at a very low feasibility kind of level of where certain facilities might be placed on the treatment plant site.
And the results of that?
There were locations identified to place these things potentially.
Okay, so it's a possibility.
That was the space, the constrained space was not the determinative factor in the recommendation for the decisions to haul the materials.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone, I double checked your question on the size of that maintenance area. I was wrong. It's a 1/4 acre.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And may I just say preliminarily that sitting here and looking and listening to all of the public comment, it almost feels like you're looking at a forest because it's all the different shades of green. And, you know, it really, I mean, we're lucky in this town that we have so many people who care. Vice Mayor Stone, I wanted to mention that I had been exploring, thinking about the same thing with respect to the Redwood City pyrolysis plant and whether or not they might have excess capacity for us. And I don't know for certain, but I did find on their website a reference to Silicon Valley Clean Water, which in turn linked to a Bioforce Tech brochure. That's who they use to do their pyrolysis. And they reference a 10-year service contract between the city and Bioforce Tech to maintain a facility capable of drying and disposing of approximately 50% of the biosolids produced by Silicon Valley Clean Water. So I think they're only at this point at the 50% for them stage, if that's helpful. One of the things I wanted to ask staff was about the roads, and we're talking about the road having been there at the time of the 2011 undedication to go to this facility that we've been on the 1/4 acre. Which road? Because there's a dirt one that comes back in, you know, and then there's that gravel one that's gotten bigger and broader and wider that goes down from the entrance to Bixby Park. Which one was there?
It's the one closest to the water treatment plant, the wider one that goes, it's the perimeter around Bixby.
Okay. Wait, the one closer
To the
the
plant.
dirt one that comes in, not the
Yeah,
one.
they're all base rock, all of them. And then some of them come up onto Bixby as trails / roads that are used by the vehicles to maintain Bixby.
All right, let me try again.
Sure.
So when you're coming up and to a stop sign and you would go left into the Bixby parking lot, to the right, there's a large gravel road. Is that the one you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay, because there's another dirt path that comes from the front side that's wide enough to drive a truck through and fairly flat, that's at a right angle, that's right along the Renzel Marsh. Yeah.
The 4th slide.
And the reason I'm asking is, if that were an alternative access point, you know, could we not get rid of the large, long gravel road? Because even without, and part of my question is, we are in this limbo. People on both sides have mentioned it. You know, we obviously have to do something about it, whether it's, you know, figure out everything. But in the meantime, it was parkland. It was given a purpose, not to have a big road on it. So, you know, we could almost treat it more like parkland while we're figuring out other alternatives to process the solid waste and see if there are other things to do. If you could still get access from the other side, it seems more.
Yeah, and maybe I'll turn to Public Works on this one because that's the staff that uses it to work on that entire site and needs access in ways that maybe I don't fully understand.
Sure.
Yeah, I would need to check into where the access is coming from. I'm not familiar with how it's being accessed.
Because that's something that I would like to have an answer to, for example, because we're talking about the migration corridors and it would be less intruded upon if we could just get in there a different way while we're sorting things out. And my other question is a little more historical. So why, given that 2/3 of the 10 acres goes up the hill that's capped now of the landfill, and apparently it's been said to be unsuitable for a facility. So first of all, do you agree with that? And then second of all, if so, does anybody have the history on why we, you know, undedicated the part that we couldn't use for the facility?
I don't have the history on how the 10 acres itself was chosen. That may have been by the advocates who qualified it for the ballot measure. I will say that back at the time we were doing intensive work on this, those studies included looking at options for excavating part of that landfill and trying to stabilize it to create more flat land. And my recollection is we found that to be extremely expensive and not something we wanted to pursue.
So do you know roughly what the footprint might be, like on average for a
Well, as I was just mentioning in the study from 2019 that I was looking at over the weekend, we were saying something like close to an acre.
Okay.
Now, to be clear, the original Measure E idea was a facility that was going to process all the combined sewage, sludge, yard trimmings, and food scraps from Palo Alto. And the plan I'm talking about most recently is biosolids only.
Right. And that's something that I'd love more information on, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As an outsider to this, I'm also struck by the various shades of green represented in these arguments. And I think I'm also struck by how visionary our community has been around sustainability and climate action, and that the voters in 2011 were persuaded that the technology would come and that we would be ready to meet it by having this acreage dedicated. It seems that it was very aspirational. The technology was not yet there, but could be and should be there, is my sense of how we voted back then. And since that time, of course, we've enacted our 80-30 goals. And so here we are being asked to pull back on something that was in its time a leap forward. And my concern is about what's happening to our waste in the absence of this facility. We've learned that we are trucking food and yard waste to San Jose. We are trucking what we euphemistically call bio waste, which we all know is poop. It's human sewage, and it's going to Fairfield or the Central Valley twice a day. We just learned we're carting this stuff to the Central Valley or Fairfield. And so I'm yearning to know, when are we going to be the city that takes care of our own stuff? So my question is, pyrolysis, dry anaerobic digestion, do we, within our expertise and our amazing staff, have the knowledge about these emerging technologies? Or as we look toward the possibility of utilizing them, do we have to engage outside consultants for that expertise?
I'd say that we do need to engage outside experts, consultants. We're trying in our spare time to track where these technologies are going and paying attention and seeing some progress. But no, we don't have true experts on the stuff.
Okay, thank you. And as a financial matter, my colleagues have alluded to the environmental cost associated with trucking this waste to various other jurisdictions. I'm actually interested in the net dollar cost. Are we making money by selling our waste to jurisdictions that can figure out how to convert it into some kind of energy, or are we spending money? Net, does it cost us money to do this, or are we making money?
It costs us money. We're spending something on the order of $2.5 million annually between the trucking costs and the disposal costs for the two different facilities.
Thank you. I think that's the end of my question. I guess one last question. This PFAS, forever chemicals that we've heard a lot about tonight, do we have expertise in-house about the latest that is knowable about these forever chemicals, or is this also something where we have to turn it outward for guidance?
We have staff who participate in our regional trade groups, like Bay Area Clean Water Agencies would be one. These are topics that are getting a lot of attention. So I think we're pretty up to speed with what's knowable out there, and no one quite knows where this is going, but definitely much more likely to have regulation of these chemicals going forward.
And what impact is this type of waste having on our I don't quite know how to phrase this, but we have these 80-30 goals and we have a certain way of handling these wastes now. What would happen to our efforts to achieve our 80-30 goals if the waste versus what we're doing now?
We would be able to achieve some reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Definitely measurable and probably significant. I don't think it's something on the scale of what we as a community need to achieve to reach the 80/30 goal. This is not something that would be like a large portion of that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lowy.
Yeah, I have a number of comments, but I'll just, for this round, just keep it to questions. One was very similar to what Councilmember Lithcott-Hames just said or asked about, which is, if you could do anything you wanted now to kind of work on these, what would you decide to take a look at, assuming you had money for consultants and so on? Which of these technologies would you go after?
Well, as we said, the dry anaerobic digestion idea didn't really work out. I haven't heard any new developments on that, at least that I'm aware of, that would change that. Pyrolysis is the technology that seems to be making more progress. And from what I'm hearing, other agencies are moving towards adopting that. So that's one that personally I'd be interested in at some point when it would be ready.
Okay, well, in that 2019 study that you referenced, the pyrolysis came in 4th out of 5. So maybe it's gotten different in the last 3 years, but it didn't rate very high. So that's one of the reasons I was asking is that, we're getting some pretty good reviews of pyrolysis, but we didn't have good reviews in 19. So maybe also speaks to the need for, outside consultants. And I know this is almost an unfair question, but if you started on something next week with money for research, when would you have the first decision about, yeah, this is the one that we should do. Let's start planning for it.
That's a really tough question.
I appreciate that.
I'll just say at the current point in time, it's less about the money and more about the staff we have. We're actually taking a close look at our staffing resource needs for the treatment plant during the budget process this year. And we're down even with our authorized staff. And as I think the council knows, have some very major construction projects underway at the plant now, and several other critical ones coming in the very up close years.
Right. I mean, it's staff. It's also just the management of it. Even if you had unlimited funds, just getting them on, getting them trained and so on.
Right.
But I think that we always need to be looking at these, new technologies. But relative to the 80/30, 30 is coming up pretty quickly. So not that we should duck that because we may not be able to make these technologies. I don't say that at all. So hopefully no one misquotes me. But we should still do it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be tied to the 80/30. And the only other thing I just want to make sure I understood, Molly, your comment on the uses there. So it can be one of those 3 uses or 2 of those 3 uses. It doesn't have to be all 3 uses. Is that basically what you said?
I think that's the best reading of what the voters approved.
Okay,
Yes.
fine. Those are my questions for now.
Can I ask Councilmember Tanaka, do you have any questions before we move to second round?
No, right now. Go ahead.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt?
Well, first, just a couple of comments, and then I'd be game to put a motion on the floor if folks are game. And first on Councilmember Lowing's question on what's happened the last few years. And in 2019, my understanding is there were no commercially available pyrolysis companies for biosludge. It was being done in other areas, but they had to work out the process of how to dewater that sludge because it has to be a low water content to work for that. And now there are either 2 or 3 that are commercially available, and one turn it over largely, and then they're working with other cities throughout Northern California and the country on a series of contracts to scale it. So it's kind of had a good breakthrough. Second, I did want to put out there a recognition that looking at additional dedication of parklands, I think, is important. And so in addition to whatever portion of this 10 acres, we have a number of areas that were identified a number of years ago, and we have moved on, that are prospects. The lower portion of the Los Altos wastewater treatment plant, my understanding is it's been identified as not really being viable for commercial city services. It's down by the bay land, and it needs restoration, but it's a candidate for future parkland. Even the Rinconada Rinconada Community Garden, Gamble Gardens. We talked about this airport prospect, perhaps as much as 10 acres at the airport. So I think that those are important things to do. I will say that those parcels that are good candidates to be dedicated as parkland have been sitting there undedicated for actually a couple of decades, and people are talking about it. So have talked about it for that long. I think that it's overdue, but it does shed light on whether there's some urgency to dedicate all of this land, but no urgency on these other lands that I think are good candidates. And so I think that really we should be looking at those as a package. And then we did have, as part of the SCAP committee last year, we had a presentation from a Stanford class that did a project on research of a series of technologies of what's available to do carbon capture in our community. And that's necessary to hit our what's now not only our 80-30 goal, but we adopted in the fall this carbon neutrality by 2030 goal. And the one that they identified as the most promising was pyrolysis. And that gave kind of additional impetus to looking hard at that right as this technology was going from development phase to commercialization. And I'll just say that, I think for all of us in the last years, how crucial addressing climate change has gone from high priority to really high priority. And so we see that commitment is comparable in our community as well as amongst us. And so I think that the focus on doing this, exactly which acreage there and exactly how many acres, I think needs to be determined. And for that reason, what I'd like to do is put forward as motion the alternative that staff provided, which is for council to direct staff to return with analysis on scope and time frame to evaluate other uses consistent with Measure E. And then I think it would be useful, I'll add that, and to request the council SCAP ad hoc committee to review that analysis and make recommendations to the council.
Second.
So I think I've spoken enough on this. I think we have an opportunity, well, I'll give just a little bit more. I think we have an opportunity to balance these competing needs. I think we have that 10 acres are not needed for these purposes, but we need to go through the process of determining how much land we should dedicate toward environmental technologies, and how much should be dedicated for parkland, and which acres, how we can jostle this to meet the different environmental needs of the Baylands and these crucial elements of our climate reduction plan. And I think it's doable, and we need to roll up our sleeves and come up with that next direction and recommendations.
I'll just add to that it seems like we're at a critical inflection point. We have an amazing staff, amazingly bright people, dedicated, eager to pursue the future that these solutions represent. So I think what I was most troubled by is the sense that we're just going to make a decision tonight and revert back to a state of being that may not be the right one for us going forward. So I want to put a lot of faith and trust in staff to, really investigate this more thoroughly and bring it back to us so that we can make a decision that's really right for the residents of the city. Thank you.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. And the motion is for the city council to adopt a park dedication ordinance to dedicate the 10-acre parcel at Bixby Park, also known as the Measure East Side as parkland. If I don't have a second, I'd still like to speak to it. Okay, I don't see a second, but I do want to say that this is again not honoring what was initiated in the past. So in the past, it was said that this piece of property would be explored and would be used for these certain types of uses. And it seems like almost it would be a lie to say that in 10 years, if this doesn't happen, then it will revert. It would be rededicated should the city council choose to. That's what most of the voters here in Palo Alto believe. And now it's, again, another exploration of another new technology or existing technology that is not vetted yet. So again, environmental technologies versus natural needs. And I think a word that Council Member Burt used is commercialization. And that's the thing, it's another commercialization of natural resources. And I do feel that, we're always gonna be constantly looking at how to commercialize things, how to make use of actual natural land, that we could have planted trees over there in order to mitigate some of the carbon that is going to be emitted from the new, from the rebuild of the regional water plant that is going to be taking place. And that's going to be a huge effort. Another thing that has not been discussed is as you're building this new facility, whatever that is going to be built, whatever is going to be built over there, what is the carbon footprint that's going to be taken? That would be interesting to find out, the birth of this cradle or whatever it's called when you're building it with all the transportation needs, bringing in all the supplies and so forth, to when we're trucking out all these the 2 trucks per day for the bio waste. I just find that there's no honor in the system that was what was put through as an initiative and now being changed after the 10 years or even 11 years that people has been sitting by for this to return to a natural site should one of these commercialization opportunities not come forward. So, yep, that's what I have to put forward. And, with regards to airport and the airplane noise, I do have there's an airport there. If that was an open site and that there was trees and other things that are making it a nice place to be, we can mitigate the noise over there as well as the carbon that is emitted. Furthermore, some of these other sites that are not dedicated yet, such as the Gamble Gardens and so forth, I want to see you trying to undedicate that and use it for a sludge center and see what the repercussions from the community is going to be. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I'm generally supportive of much of this land being returned to parkland, but there's a bunch of detail to that. Sort of first things first. There's a lot of focus on, the things that we, need to do for climate change going forward. All these things, as I said earlier, we're not going to make it by 2030, but we should be on it. We should be working on it. It has to go somewhere. So if you look at this facility that's possibly needed for one of these technologies or more of these technologies, we just heard that the facility could be 1/4 of an acre or 1/2 of an acre. That's not a lot of space, if I heard that correctly.
I think we were saying that the current maintenance facility for the landfill is about 1/4 acre, and we had.
Yeah, I heard that, but I thought you said that
around an acre or 3/4 of an acre to an acre as a site for a facility.
That's where I was going with the second part of it. Yeah, okay. So an acre. Okay. All right. So, and so given that that's necessary, there seems to be between the two green on green debate here, which was the case back in Measure E, and it's, unfortunately the case right now. I'm trying to see if we can do green and green by finding a site for a future facility on an acre that could be right near the current plant. It doesn't even have to be, since it's that small, it doesn't even have to be on any of this parkland. Or if you dig around, maybe you find out that it takes 1/2 an acre of this parkland and 1/2 an acre of something else that's around there. So for 1 acre, we can get that thing ready to go for whatever technologies are looked at in the future. Meanwhile, the wildlife corridor that's proposed in those same flat acres seems very reasonable to me, and I think it should be restored and rededicated. And that has to be flat, and that's the right place to put it, somewhere between the road and the plant there. And that'll make the corridor even more beautiful for residents and as well as the animals. So I would like the direction of this motion, and I don't know if it's an amendment or whatever, but let's just chat through it here, to say that what I would like to do is to see if we can do some preliminary investigation by staff to see how much it would take an acre somewhere, to see if there are sites around the plant, parkland and not parkland. And if we say, yeah, there's probably 3 different sites here, that gives us a lot of knowledge about what's necessary for these technologies going forward. And then we can back into, what's available for parkland. And the focus for both sides of this issue is basically these 3+ flat acres. But I think we could possibly coexist there. We just need a little bit of work to find out, how it could fit into that area, some drawings and stuff. So that's the kind of sort of land use trade-off that I would be interested in seeing first. And I'm not sure that's exactly what the words are in Councilmember Burt's motion, or maybe even the intent. But as a first step, I just think we could learn so much on this whole area and be able to make some more decisions on corridors and future and so on. So we could then pursue all kinds of technologies that could take, 5, 7, 8 years. But meanwhile, we could have the corridor up and have the parkland understood better. So that's kind of where I am on it. So I don't know how that fits, Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, I think we might be able to add language where we say return with analysis on scope, timeframe, adjacent lands to be used.
I didn't think you were proposing specific technologies when you said uses. It was more like land use, correct?
Yeah, I actually I used the staff language in the, pardon me?
I think you can perhaps put it at the very end, because I think what he's looking at is saying and look at and assess other sites. So it's only the Measure E site that has to be consistent with Measure E. So and other sites for sustainable solutions for solid
When we
waste.
say consistent with Measure E, so why don't we simply say evaluate other environmental technology uses on a portion of the Measure E site and or other adjacent lands. So that would be intending to look at both wetlands and what technologies and how much acreage might be needed. That's the intention.
I'm not sure.
So I guess the question is, to what extent do the technologies drive the size of the facility?
Well, they're interplays, yeah.
So what? Okay, I think the time frame of your intent is longer than what I was intending, but
I'm not sure that. I did want to also just respond to a couple comments by the mayor. At the top of page 2 is the second bullet that is the ballot, part of the ballot resolution. And it says 10 years from the passage of the initiative, this city council may rededicate any portion of the property. So the whole notion that that to do what's in the ballot measure, which is may only rededicate a portion of that, is somehow dishonest, I think is an unfair accusation. And I really think that's unfair and inappropriate to use that kind of language to describe what's going on here.
I don't think it's unfair, and we can differ on that.
You called it a lie and lacking honor, and it's consistent with the ballot language instead.
It says it may, and we can argue about that, but I'm not going to go into that because that's not the point. But
Well,
I will
if
beg
we
to
have those
differ with you.
accusations, we'll argue about it.
Yeah, and I am going to say, I'm going to keep what I said because I do feel that it is not honoring what was in the initiative. And
Mhm.
whether it was may or not, I don't know if the public.
It's
had
not may or
known.
not, it's
It says
actually may.
It says may.
That's
But it would
correct.
be honorable to live up to what it says, that in 10 years, that it may be rededicated. And
It
right
may-
now, we're kind of going on another direction.
That's what
when
we are
have
doing tonight
explored-
is
When we had explored whether the sludge factory was going to work or not.
what we are doing tonight is addressing that item in the ballot language as it's written, determining whether we will or we won't, and whether it'll be a portion or all. And that's what's in the ballot language. That's what we're addressing tonight.
Go ahead and address it.
And then, and I will say that I think that when we go through the process in greater depth, there will be a carbon life cycle analysis. But lastly, I will say that our natural habitat in the Baylands is not forested. That is unnatural and contrary to actually what we want to do in the natural environment in the Baylands.
So I do want to ask, is this the motion that is being put forward? So we're done wordsmithing this motion, right?
Let me read it.
I don't know.
Yes.
Yes,
Second.
okay. All right, Councilmember Vinker?
Thank you, Mayor Ku. So one of the things that I'd like us to ask staff to think about for us is whether or not this function could be served at other pyrolysis plants as they're being developed and proliferating. There may be none, they may not be far enough along, it may be a null set. But, so I would offer a friendly amendment and that could say, so that environmental technology uses on a portion of the Measure E site consistent with Measure E, and then and/or other lands, anywhere. And we may say they're too far, it's inappropriate, we still have a carbon footprint, but Redwood City isn't that far, maybe they'll grow. I don't know that we'll come up with any, but I would like for them to be free to come up with other solid waste treatment options for us that could be faster, greener, closer, even if not on the Measure E site. Is that something you'd consider?
Well, I don't mind having some evaluation. I don't want to go deeply down that track if we've already
Sure.
heard from staff that, and I think even your citation was that the one that is nearby would be trucked to Redwood City, and they only intend to, in the near foreseeable future, have half the capacity that they need.
Right, but I don't know that I trust my half hour of research before council this afternoon. So I just thought I would ask them to look at that and if they came up with something, but they can't look if we don't.
I'm okay with that.
All right, thank you very much. So generally, you know, this is tricky. I am somewhat chagrined that it has been all these years and we kind of lost track of it and don't have a good solution. And, you know, here we are. And so in some ways, the Parks Commission bringing this to us is kind of a kick in the pants to get going. And we need to, given our climate troubles that we're having now. I want to mention that one of the reasons I'm very interested in continuing to look at the treatment of our own sewage sludge here or nearby is that there is an environmental justice aspect to this as too. It's not just the carbon footprint of the trucks going to the Central Valley. You know, some of my colleagues and some of the public commenters have mentioned sending our sludge elsewhere, complete with the polyfluoroalkyl substances. That is not something that I think is appropriate for us to be doing. So I would like to find an alternative to that. I would like to set some sort of a deadline, but I think Councilmember Burt, what you're asking is for the staff to kind of come back with deadline ideas. So we don't need to talk about that tonight, or do you? I just don't want this to drag on for years. Is that what this means by, so the scope and time frame you want to discuss when they come back?
Yeah, this was, you know, the staff's recommended language. So they'd be returning with a scope and time frame, and the scope and time frame I wouldn't take is going to take too long. The doing it would be longer.
Yeah, so maybe we could ask them to come back before we take our summer break with some preliminary analysis.
Brad, does that scope and time frame seem feasible in that couple months?
By preliminary analysis, Councilmember Vinker, do you mean analysis of what the time frame might look like rather
Yes.
than technical analysis?
Yes, so for example, I'd love to say, let's get this done in 2.5 years, but I don't know if that's realistic. But if you could come back before break and say, here are the timeframes you might put on us that we think are realistic and we can stick to, and we can say, okay, let's go with this one. Yeah, so estimates of timeframes by summer break.
We can try to do that. I don't want to fully commit that there. As I was saying, we're down staff right now. We've got major projects going on, and this is likely to involve trade-offs of what other things are in our work plan now that they have to be deprioritized.
But this wouldn't be really doing the work plan. It's just to kind of define what that work plan element would be and how long it would take, as opposed to doing the work.
Let
me add.
In our early discussions, we recognize that there are, as noted, some immediate priorities that the same staff are already working on, notably the reconstruction of the regional wastewater control facility, as well as working with Valley Water on water purification plant. If you assume that that's the cadre of staff that would work on this, then the time frame may be defined as after those projects are in a point that there is additional capacity. So there may be some question as to when the starting point for the work is that we might not be able to answer before. Well, we won't be able to answer before June.
Well, and I thought we heard from Brad earlier that if we were to really look at in depth on a process, that would be outsourced. That would need, we don't have that in-house expertise anyway.
As well, yes, while recognizing that project management for an effort like this is significant, as would be the outreach, I would imagine that you'd expect.
So what I hear is staff will make a best effort, but they can't guarantee it would come back before summer. On that note, I don't want to handcuff them by putting it in the motion. They've kind of heard our preference, but I think we have to abide by their capacity.
I'm fine with that. I'm not going to die on that hill, whether it's a Bixby Hill or not. But I would ask that we kind of move quickly on this, given the flag. And I have more, but my time's up, but this was kind of an odd. Do you want me to come back
How
later?
much more?
Just really one other point, which is that I am concerned about the wildlife corridor, and I would want to know more about it. But I do kind of struggle with it. I spent a lot of time at Bixby, and I literally walked around it yesterday, and it felt to me like the marshlands from the Harbor Marsh to the Renzel Marsh, that is a nice corridor, but to the south of that, on the other side, there are other marshes. From the Harbor Marsh, there's others. But that said, I would like it if the plans could come back and see if we could plant some vegetation alongside whatever it is we come up with, if it would be capacity for that in terms of a migration corridor. I would actually like to suggest, and I don't know if there's any interest from my council members, that we look at, in the meantime, somewhat it feels like the road's kind of taking over that space that has not been.
Okay, I think those are valid issues, but until we look at kind of even estimates on land use needs, where that might be, and the land use amount, I don't want to, I don't disagree that that's an interesting thing to pursue and valuable, but I don't want to put that in this motion.
Okay, well then maybe I'll make a later motion, or maybe we can hold off till this comes back. But I just think that while we're waiting to build something, if it's a couple of years while we're planning and all that, we don't need to leave it with this road there that isn't really part of Measure E purpose or, parkland. So I would like to revisit that before we finalize the entire facility plan. So if you could even think about that and put that into what you come back to us with. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Mayor, for letting me say that.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I said at the start of tonight's discussion, I have more unanswered questions than answers. I feel like I'm still there. This is forcing our community, and I think a lot of us personally as well, to try to balance two competing interests that are just so fundamental to Palo Alto, which is open space, but also our sustainability goals. And no matter how much I want to return all of this park space tonight, I think the value in having this further explored is worthwhile. But again, so many unanswered questions. So is not unanswered to me is the importance of that wildlife corridor. And I was glad to see Councilmember Vinker going in that direction. Seems like I might then be able to have a second for this, but I do think the one thing that is clear through this discussion is that need for that wildlife corridor, especially connecting the Renzel Marsh to the wildlife that populates the Harbor Marsh. So would love to be able to see staff come back with a recommendation as far as a minimum buffer size to be able to support a healthy habitat connection between the marshes. And I agree. I think it's clear whatever we do, if we do end up doing anything with the Measure E site, this is years down the road, and every day we don't have that wildlife corridor is negatively impacting that area. So I'd like to see included. Doesn't seem like it'll be a friendly, so I'll make it as an unfriendly unless I'm told otherwise, to direct staff to return to council with a recommendation on a minimum buffer size to support a wildlife corridor connecting the Renzo Marsh to the Baylands Harbor Marsh through the Measure E site.
Can you repeat that one more time, sir?
Let me see where you're at with a minimum buffer
didn't really get
size.
much,
Yes, no
just read
problem.
it.
To support a wildlife corridor connecting the Renzo Marsh to the Baylands Harbor Marsh through the Measure E site. Sorry, and Renzel Marsh, not Lorenzo.
And so you're not referring so much to this, what's been described as an existing corridor. You're talking about really creating more of a deliberate corridor across the road, across Embarcadero Road, and then in there you're talking about?
No, I have to see again, tough without the maps in front of us.
Well, that corridor, as I understand it, runs from the Baylands on the east side of this area. And then it's a corridor over to the Renzo Marsh. So it actually would need to cross Embarcadero Road and then into that area.
That's
what you're referring to. So, there may be wildlife that is currently going through that area. It's not exactly ideal for wildlife passage across a asphalt road, but it's supposed to be worth evaluating. I don't know what would be involved in that. And so I think that would be part of a future need. I think I'm not sure the time frame or the complexity of that. So I'm okay incorporating it as an evaluation of it. Maybe if we'd say a determination of the both the value and a minimum buffer size. So we aren't starting with the outset that we essentially know its importance.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. What I guess my biggest concern, I don't want this being held up by everything else. And so if staff is able to come back and say, yep, this is a value and here's that minimum size, then we would be able to move ahead with that while waiting.
So if we had proposal to evaluate the value and minimum buffer size to support a wildlife corridor.
Yep.
Okay. I'm okay with incorporating that. Work plan they have. I don't think we ask them to try to come back with that immediately tonight. I think we're going to get a lot of pushback. But it doesn't need to lag or fall behind the construction of whatever use we'd have there.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
Just to clarify, after wildlife corridor connecting, right?
Yes, thank you. Good correction.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Can I ask
And
for
seconder, accept that?
clarification? Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So for clarification, this turns into item B, is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For what it's worth, for the record, I too have looked into the Redwood City situation, and it does seem to be the case that they are, as of now, meeting their own need by about 50%. And so that's not an immediately viable option for our waste. But the point I really want to speak to is the deep sensitivity that everyone here is feeling around our obligations to protect and preserve and caretake the future while we honor the past. All of these things are in tension, and you can feel it. And I know everybody here is acting in good faith with good brains and good hearts. And I just want to acknowledge how hard this is. In my view, this is not prime parkland. That's one of the reasons I'm okay with this. It is right in the path of the airport. There is lead pollution. It is a site between wastewater treatment and a dump. It is never going to be returned to the sort of ideal wetland that we might envision. It is probably the least place in Palo Alto for a park. And I think that's precisely why our esteemed colleagues from years ago settled on this particular acreage to be the site of a future facility. So I am trying to not undo all the good thinking that went into the initial Measure E decision, but rather give us more time now that the technology has caught up with our ideals to figure out what it is we want to construct so that we can take care of our own waste here in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, I just wanted to go back to the urgency and immediacy of some things we could do. And I think that the crux of the matter is in this part of the ice and the hockey arena that's the 3 acres, plus areas that are adjacent to the current water treatment plant. So my concern with the current wording, or at least the understanding, is that it seems to emphasize all the technology uses. And at the least, I would like to see this say technology and facilities, environmental technology uses and facilities on a portion, because if we could find alternative places to put facilities, some combination of parkland or not, no
Well, in
facility.
the interest of moving us ahead, I'm fine with and facilities. I think that's the intention.
Because my point is that staff could probably come to us earlier with data like that, as opposed to what technologies we should be pursuing. So that's all I'm emphasizing it.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
And I agree with the amendment entirely, because I think that can go ahead as well, sort of almost on an independent track. So I'm glad to see that incorporated.
Clerk, if you'd put after technology and facilities. I think that's just what was implicit there anyway.
In facilities, is that correct for you?
Oh, and you can drop the word uses.
I'm sorry.
You can drop the word uses, I think.
In facilities, okay. Thank you.
And just a question, did we forget to drop adjacent? I know you don't want to go too far afield, but I think we discussed dropping adjacent. When I asked earlier.
No, that was deliberate.
No. I think you do want that.
He wanted that, then I asked if you would, I thought we had the whole discussion about going elsewhere.
No,
No,
let's just leave it.
you don't want to go
let's move
elsewhere.
on.
Okay, got to do it right there.
Did you have something to say, Councilmember Vinker?
I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be flip. I literally thought it's unavailable. I know you didn't want to go too far afield, but I thought we had said that if there were other sites,
So we had adjacent, there was additional language that we had not
yeah,
adjacent,
something's missing.
not instead of adjacent. So we're looking at the adjacent lands there, and then you wanted to look at other prospective outtakes of our waste in the region.
Well, other sites. And so I thought if we just took out adjacent, it would be include adjacent and be other sites. That's why I thought that was the easiest, but not that it wouldn't.
Okay, we can do it
include
that way. Other lands.
Lands and just take out uses, because that was the first part. So I think after lands, you can just take out consistent with Measure E, because if it's not on the Measure E site, it doesn't have to be consistent with Measure E, although honestly, I guess that is our purpose. So we could leave that. We could leave it like that. I'm sorry.
No, let's go ahead and I think we'll clean up, just put a period after lands. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other lights. Let's take the vote.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Madam Clerk, do you want to give us the votes that we just took?
Okay, we received votes for the unexpired term for the Utilities Advisory Committee, and they are as follows. Jason Titus received 2 votes from Councilmember Lithcott Hames and Councilmember Burt. Max Reno received 1 vote from Councilmember Tanaka. Claude Ezrin received a vote from Mayor Ku. Rachel Croft received votes from Councilmember Lowing and Vice Mayor Stone. And Natalie Geist received a vote from Councilmember Vinker. No candidate received the required minimum 4 votes, so we'll do another round of voting. I'm assuming you would like to eliminate those that did not receive any votes on this round. I'd like some clarification, though.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like me to include, in the next round of voting, would you like me to include all candidates or only those that received votes in this round?
Only the ones who receive votes in this round. Yeah, and the ones that we already voted on can leave also. But yes, only the ones we receive votes on.
Okay. There's an email
All right.
coming right now.
Looks like
and-
we're even more scattered than before, huh? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So do we have another unexpired utility advisory vote?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so,
Yep, this is going to be the second round of voting for the unexpired term.
okay, thank you.
1 unexpired term, I believe.
Or 1 unexpired term, correct.
All right, so it's 10:46. We have one more item. Are we going to power through this one? Yes.
I would advise, Mayor, that if council members are ready to take positions on bills, then fine. If not, this will be a long discussion.
Okay, if not, then perhaps we might have our consultant just report on state and legislative outlooks and so forth. So let me go back to council. So shall we put off the votes on support or oppose on the legislation?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. So thank you, Mr. DeLuca. And I guess, is there any other of your support? Oh, here's Carly. I'm sorry, Carly.
Okay. Turn this thing on. Okay. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, great seeing all of you. Yes, my co-worker Carly Shelby, she is on. Out of respect to my our DC federal manager Ben Goldine, he's asleep, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but since he's on East Coast time, so he's
I totally understand, having been there last week. So just to give the title, introduce it, it's the update discussion and potential direction regarding state and federal legislation, although we're going to leave out the support and oppose positions. But if you give us the update, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
So we'll actually skip ahead 2 slides, and Chantel Cotton-Gaines, Deputy City Manager. This is just an overview of process-wise. One of the questions we have for council is how often you want to hear this, and we know we need to come back. So that question is a little bit answered today. So I'll just give it straight to Mr. DeLuca to go through the bills as well as the federal update.
absolutely. So Honorable Mayor and council members, Nicolo DeLuca here from Townsend Public Affairs. It is great to be before all of you. Really excited about this focus on state and federal engagement with you all and getting some feedback. What I can do, since we're not going to talk about specific pieces of legislation for positions, I can happily give an overview of kind of where things stand primarily in Sacramento, because I think that's kind of the main kickoff spot. Closer, you, sorry. Is that better? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you mind going to slide 5, please?
So here's where things are right now in Sacramento. You all might have heard there's over 2,600 bills that have been introduced. We are in the first year of a 2-year cycle. We also have a lot of new assembly members and a lot of new senators. So when this happens, there's a propensity for a high number of bills and then some legislative proposals that we've seen maybe 8 or 9 years ago also kind of get reintroduced. Where things stand right now, we are in spring break in Sacramento. So this week, all the legislators are on spring recess. Currently we're in the first House Policy Committee hearing times. So that means any bill that's introduced right now, pretty much this month, they're getting its first Policy Committee hearing. I like to make jokes about marathons. If this was a marathon, 26.2 miles, we're at about mile 5 or 6 right now. A key date is to keep in mind by June 2nd, legislation needs to get out of its first house of origin and head over to the second house. If it does not meet that June 2nd deadline, the bill is not moving forward for this year. State budget must be approved by the legislature by June 15th. Governor needs to sign it by July 1. This year is going to be interesting. Both the feds and the state have pushed back when tax returns are due to October 16th. So we're looking at a protracted budget process. So what could get adopted in July could very well be altered until we know if there's a surplus or a deficit. And then, of course, legislature adjourns on August 14th, and then the governor has 30 days, September 14th, to take action, sign a bill, leave it on his desk, which means a veto or what have you. So that's where things stand in Sacramento. Moving to the next slide, what we were putting together is a proposed strategy for how we interface and kind of what the plan of attack is for the city. Primarily, it's really a tailored engagement on identified priority bills. So that was one of the things we were going to discuss tonight, identified priority bills, close coordination with the city council and the city team on specific pieces of legislation, weekly updates to the council and the city team on those specific pieces of legislation and other information, standing check and calls with staff, and then, of course, effective and focused advocacy trips. So that's kind of the broad overview. The other following slides are on specific pieces of legislation that we are going to recommend a position, then also probably makes sense to discuss this at another meeting. Then, of course, on the federal side, we definitely want to thank the mayor for being out with our DC team on a successful trip last week. Really kind of 3 top items that we've been focused on. One is working closely with staff and in partnership with the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. We submitted what's called a district spending request to our delegation for the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park, around for $2 million. So we'll hear very soon on the progress of that. Second is the FAA reauthorization, something that our team's working on. Lawmakers have to make some decisions by September 30th of 23 to reauthorize the Federal Aviation Administration. And then moving down the list, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, the natural gas prices. So the mayor and our TPA team last week sat down with some of the key staff over at FERC to discuss natural gas price spikes, what we can do as a municipality and regionally, and then when we should be expecting some information back. So with that said, happy to conclude this brief presentation and then answer any questions you all may have.
Any questions from the council? Can you tell us a little bit about the governor's budget on housing and homelessness?
Absolutely. So in January of this year, the governor put forward his budget. And as you all know, that kicks off the timeline for budget committee, subcommittee hearings. And then, of course, I think it's May 10th, the governor gives his May revise. Where it comes to housing and homelessness, the governor's made it really clear that he is using a lot of his collateral to really kind of push the envelope. And I mean that respectfully. On homelessness, he's already been talking about a constitutional amendment as it relates to how to handle the mentally ill, creating a funding opportunity for more beds. So that's something that we're going to see kind of progress through this session. He has continued his commitment to last year, they allocated $1 billion for homeless services. And this year, he's still committed to that $1 billion. That funding is really divided into 3 major buckets. The first bucket is the big 13, the cities with the 13 cities with the highest population get a direct allocation. Then all 58 counties get a direct allocation. And then the continuums of care get an allocation. Off the top of my head, I don't remember how the $1 billion is divided, but it's almost about a third each. Those funds are flexible. Those funds are really on how the municipality or the county wants to spend them. There has been a greater discussion on accountability measures. I expect that in the May revise, he will put forward what his accountability measures should be and how you spend those funds. And there's also a greater desire for partnership. I will say, and I'm not saying this because I'm in front of all of you today, there have been a lot of comments about how Santa Clara County and San Mateo County work with their respective municipalities in a good way, as in this is an example of seeing how counties and cities work well together. Unfortunately, not all 58 counties work really well with some of their municipalities. On affordable housing, I do recall some of the allocations are for the MHP program, multi-housing program, and the infill infrastructure grant program. Those dollar amounts were sizable, I think maybe 300 to 400 million, though I am aware some of the affordable housing advocates were hoping for more. The legislature, especially the Senate, has made it clear addressing homelessness is a top concern, as has the Assembly. The Assembly's been a little bit louder on accountability measures. So that's sort of off the top of my head where we stand on the governor's budget for housing and homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Nicolo. And how does that connect to Senator Eggman's SB 43 and SB 363?
Great question. And before that, you spurred a thought. One of the things that the governor has put out there, which we'll see how this discussion goes, is homeless funding could be tied to your housing element, meaning if you don't have an approved housing element, you may not receive some of the homeless dollars that are out there. Senator Eggman's SB 43 is a bill that was also introduced last year that got held. Working in close partnership, Senator Eggman's probably going to carry the governor's bond proposal for more funding for the mentally ill. SB 43 redefines the term gravely disabled. It is an issue that I think has gotten a lot more traction over the last few years. How do we handle the mentally ill? And there's been a discussion on changing the definition of gravely disabled to ensure those that are mentally ill or suffering from chronic substance abuse, or they get the help that it's deemed that they need.
And how about 630?
Her other piece of legislation, that is a bill that seeks to have a real-time dashboard that's available for cities and counties to use about number of shelter beds available, number of spots that might be available for substance abuse and things of that nature. Those are all part of a package. Gravely disabled is, we're going to have a bit of a fight. There was some of those in the privacy world or the ACLU that pushed against it last year. Senator Eggman's a very committed legislator from the Stockton area, and I suspect she's going to work really, really hard to get that thing across the finish line.
And one more question in regards to broadband. My understanding at the NLC is that there is money for broadband, but it's only going to be provided to the states. And so we need to have ground forces to immediately grab the money, or otherwise it might be allocated to somewhere else. So, so Palo Alto can try to get some of the money, but I don't know how that works through your office.
Well, one of the benefits of all of us working together is we're also working on your grant advocacy and your grant application. So it's definitely something we could work closely with city staff on. My coworker Andres Ramirez, is one of his specialties is broadband funding. I could work with him so we could provide council more information. I think we're in round 2 right now of the broadband allocation.
Okay, so please keep an eye on that. I'll go to Councilmember Lythcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation and for being here so late. We appreciate you.
Absolutely.
I think my question is not really about legislation, but potential changes in law more broadly. I'm curious whether there's any scuttlebutt on the closing the corporate loophole on Prop 13 yet again.
There has definitely been some discussion on that. That was, I know that was on the ballot recently. There's been discussions about it, trying to do it legislatively. Over the last few years, we've kind of seen the push and pull of, do you go signature gathering and put it before the voters? Do you have the legislature do it? Definitely we'll add that to one of the items that we're going to track for this city. Off the top of my head, I can't visualize a bill right now on that, though I know there's been interest in closing that loophole, especially on the commercial side, to generate more funds for schools and others.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, thank you for your presentation and for staying so late with us tonight. You know, one of the big things, big values in this town, as you could just tell, is environmentalism and sustainability and climate action. A big part of that is our electrification push, and a big part of that is grid resiliency. What are you hearing about resources? Well, first of all, what they might be doing at the state level to support that, and then resources that might trickle down to us. I don't know if, and I'm curious what committees that would fall under, whether it be, you know, utilities and energy, or you know, who is it that's in control of that?
That is, council member, a great question on that. There's a lot of infrastructure dollars on the state side. When it came to last year, the governor was very aggressive in pushing more funding towards grid resiliency, EV infrastructure, things of that nature. There's a lot of money that was put forward, and I'll follow up with the exact dollar amount because it's in the billions. One of the things that the governor did say in his January budget kickoff is, if there is going to be a huge priorities, of which some of the climate funding was one of them. I will definitely add that to what we're tracking to get you an exact amount, so you can know kind of what's coming down the pipeline. But on the EV charging, I know some of those grant opportunities, if they're not out, they'll be out very, very soon. Some of the grid dependencies, I know they want to get some of those dollars out soon too. So happy to follow up with a lot more details on when it's coming, so we can be ready to act, whether as a body or individually as applying for grants. Is your focus more on grid resiliency, or is your focus more on the grid resiliency, or do you also care about the kind of the EV infrastructure?
Yes.
Okay, all of it. All of the above.
Yes, all of the above.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask whether there are any bills where legislators may be starting to look at the premises that were used as the foundation for the RENA allocations. Two real fundamental changes that have shifted. First is the work from home pattern. We saw at the beginning of the pandemic that ABAG and HCD were not willing to make any assumptions that there was any permanent change there. And even though none of us know exactly what that change will be, it's become pretty well established that that's going to have long-lasting repercussions. And the second is the state population growth projections that were, I think HCD based their housing needs on the Department of Finance projections, and Caltrans has had very drastic reductions in those future population projections, and to the point where they're looking at projecting the state population maxing out in the next few years and then some gradual decline. Is there any either legislation or even discussion that's going on in the Capitol about readdressing mandates based on those apparent realities?
Councilmember, that's a great question. And I've heard a handful of discussions on first, when you talk about the arena numbers on, I know a lot of the Bay Area legislators that we work with, they heard the initial outcry from ABAG and MTC about some of these numbers were a good amount of discussion, but didn't really see any legislation last session on making any of those changes. Happy to ask around again. I'm not really seeing anything right now specifically on what your current cycle is, but I've had also heard discussions from some of the newer members about the future cycles. As it relates to the populations and what that looks like, I know at least on the transit side, there's concerns about what that's going to look like. I don't think it's any secret. A lot of the Bay Area members set forward a letter about some type of aid towards other transit agencies. And then we have heard some kind of offline discussions on, okay, working from home is just like you said, there's a brand new formula that no longer we're going to count vehicle miles traveled or how much is going on for the commuting. I just haven't seen what a good solution could look like, but that's not saying that it's not out there. Happy to go back, meet with the team to see what else we're hearing, and we can provide additional opportunities and maybe flag some bills that could be along those lines on that.
Mr. DeLuca, there was also the tax, I forget the name of that. They were gathering signatures and it actually received enough signatures and it has to do with the tax. Yes, ma'am. No, and I was just kind of wondering if there can be more information that we provided next time around. There's also the language in Prop 19 where the inheritance issue came up, if there's any updates on that, whether it's gathering momentum. Last but not least, is coming forward. So if you could put that on your notes.
Related to the tax measure, we will be bringing a resolution to council on consent probably in the next few weeks. I don't remember the exact date, but that one, we're positive that the city council will not be in favor of it as it threatens some of our tax revenue. And so it fits within your legislative guidelines. And there has been a request from the League of California Cities to have as many cities as possible show opposition to the proposition, even though it's set for the ballot next year, I believe. So we're quite a ways away, but they're trying to have a lot of momentum to show that it's really detrimental to communities. So you'll see that on your consent calendar in short order, probably before we even come back with another legislative update. If you wanted to provide information on the bill itself.
Absolutely. There's reason to be concerned, and I'm usually pretty calm and mellow, but I would definitely be concerned because there's really kind of two ways to look at it. One is, and it's called the California Business Roundtable, pushed by the state chambers and others about making voter initiatives, any local measure you have to be 2/3, not 55 or 50% plus one. There's also language about rolling back what the voters have already done. And my own personal opinion, I think that's probably the most offensive part about rolling back efforts that voters have taken. A couple of years ago, and again, aging myself, you all remember the sugar tax. Some cities decided to tax sugary drinks. There was a big push from some of the beverage companies to try to roll that back or do some type of legislation. They're threatening signature gathering or do some type of legislation to put it on hold. The legislature allowed all the measures that had already been approved to stay, but then going forward, they put forward some language. So I think our concern on the business roundtable is if there's a deal to be had, we have to look at it in two buckets, state funding and then local funding. We want to make sure the local funding remains intact. So I think it's great that you all are doing a resolution. That's something that we're obviously going to make sure your assembly member knows, your senator knows, but as many people throughout the region need to understand, City of Palo Alto is against the business roundtable. Here's some of the negative impacts it'll have on us. And just because our concern is if there's like a last minute effort at the state side, we want to make sure no one's left out and it doesn't harm anyone.
How is it compared to ACA 1?
So ACA 1 So ACA stands for Assembly Constitutional Amendment. That's from Assemblywoman Aguirre Curry. She's from the Dixon area. She's a local government chair, great person to work with. She's proposing for infrastructure, instead of 2/3, the voters only need 55%. Roads, sewers, fire stations, police stations, libraries, things of that nature. For any type of constitutional amendment, you first need 2/3 in both houses, and then it goes to the voters. So that would be an interesting issue because it needs to go to the voters. They're talking about lowering the voter threshold, as is the California Business Roundtable. So there would be some form of conflict there. We work closely with the Assemblywoman's office, and I know they're looking at putting that measure forward probably in the next couple of weeks to get at least a round of votes to see where things stand.
It's very confusing. One says this and the other says another. Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you for your work on this. My biggest thing is El Camino, repaving of El Camino, right? It's been a disaster. It's supposed to be repaved like 3 years ago, and then it's supposed to be done sometime soon. And it's, anyone that rides on it, it's just terrible. And you go to other cities like Menlo Park and Malview, which is right next door, you don't have the same issues. So I don't get what's happening. So do you have an update as to what's happening? Like, why is it so bad, and why can't we get it fixed?
Council member, that is something I don't have an answer for, but I'm happy to research some of your SB1 dollars and kind of when they're flowing.
Yeah, because it's unfortunately not under our control, but it's truly awful. I mean, it's like a third world country. It doesn't make sense. So I think to me that's at least my highest priority. And then just looking at your slides, let's see. In terms of the Brown Act open meetings on slide 14, I think we want to encourage the usage of technology to allow more people to attend and allow more flexibility. Anything and everything that helps enable this, I think is good, right? So like 817 seems like a good direction, right? Perhaps even 557. So I would support those. And then, as you probably know, that we've had some flooding in our city, right? So any dollars that we can get to help alleviate that, for the various bridges, I don't for a city like Palo Alto, I don't think we should be flooding. So I think that should be a big priority. So any and all money that we possibly get to help our creeks and whatnot would be much appreciated. And on the federal side, yeah, thank you for the updates there, but I didn't see much on getting us dollars for the grade separations. And, where is that? And is there, like, there was this massive infrastructure bill. So I was thinking that there should be some money coming to us for this, but I don't know if you could give us an update.
There is a lot of funding on the transportation side from the infrastructure package and also through the state. When it came to a recent engagement with you all on federal, respectfully to the federal process for district spending, there's not really an amount of funding that you would need for grade separation that's really a digestible amount. Meaning when you do the district federal requests, you should probably ask no more than $2 million. And when it comes to grade separation, obviously those capital needs are quite high.
Yeah.
So we are happy to put together a plan of attack when it comes to securing some of the grade separation funding and working closely with the city on which intersections, where's there's the need for design, where's the need for capital and things of that nature. We have just kicked off the grant work with the city, and we're now going to have monthly meetings and talk about what's been successful, what hasn't, and what the priorities are. And I know that from the public works side, they've already flagged the need for the grade separation funding.
Okay. And Mayor, I don't know, are we intending to do a motion tonight on this, or what's the plan?
No, we're gonna, the motion on this?
Well, there's a recommendation for us to make a motion, but I don't know if we're going to get there or not.
No, we're not gonna be voting on support or oppose of.
Okay, thank you.
Right, we're gonna defer that. Thank you for the update. If there's nothing else, I just want to also say, I really am grateful to Ms. Shelby and Mr. Goldine for escorting me around in DC. Thank you. All right.
I had Mr. Townsend and Mr. Goldine and Ms. Shelby. They told me how much fun that they had with you. And I will say, honestly, felt a little bit of FOMO, felt a little left out, but I'm glad that you all enjoyed yourselves at DC.
No, we did enjoy ourselves. They gave very great directions and instructions, so thank you. Thanks, Carly.
Yes, absolutely, Madam Mayor. It's great to be with you all tonight. So if you guys have any further questions, we're happy to answer them.
Okay, if you don't have anything else, then we'll close this session.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
You might want to take public comment on this item.
Oh, yes, public comments.
Is there anyone else awake?
Okay, Mr. Aram James, you may unmute and speak for up to 3 minutes.
So thank you for being here this evening. I wanted to draw your attention to AB 742. The procedural posture is that it was introduced by State Assemblyman Dr. Corey Jackson on February 13th, and on March 21st, it was voted 6-2 in favor of moving it out of the Public Safety Committee. Substantively, this bill would prohibit police canines from biting human beings. Let me just give you a little bit of the language. I'm hoping you're familiar with this. And by the way, the other 3 sponsors so far joining on in the near future. A little bit of the language of the bill, and then I'd like to ask you what you know about the bill. It's a civil rights bill. The use of police canines has been a mainstay in this country's dehumanizing, cruel, and violent abuse of Black Americans and people of color for centuries. First used by slave catchers, police canines are a violent carryover from America's darkest past. In the recent decades, they have been used in the brutal attempts to quell civil rights movement, the LA police riots, and a response to Black Lives Matter protests. The use of police canines makes people fear and further distrust the police, resulting in less safety and security for all, especially for communities of color. The use of police canines has severe and potential deadly consequences for bite victims. In a Police Assessment Research Center study, researchers found that bites resulted in hospital visits 67.5% of the time. In contrast, other use of force, including batons and tasers, result in hospital visits 22% of the time or less. These same researchers found that police canine bites lead to permanent physical disfigurements, injuries to bones, blood vessels, nerves, breasts, testicles, face, noses, and eyes, and sometimes cause blindness. Per the California Department of Justice use of force data from 2021, injuries caused by police canines amounted for nearly 12% of the cases that resulted in severe injury or death. Of these cases, Black people are more than 2 times more likely than any other group to be subject to the use of force. If you would comment about the bill and what you've scuttlebutt you've heard with other legislatures as to where this bill is likely to go in this legislative session. Hello? I would ask the speakers to address this particular AB 742. Thank you.
Do you have any updates, or would you have to come back to us?
I would like to come back and provide a better analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
I'll just add that I share the concern expressed by the member of the public about the use of canines on the flesh of human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. So was that Councilmember Lithcott-Hames? Was that your okay, very cool. Thank you so much. And we conclude this session, this item. We're going to have to return to Madam Clerk for the votes.
And I have excellent news. Let me share my screen and I will share that we have consensus. We reached a decision for the second round of voting for the unexpired term for the UAC Commission position. Max Rayner received 1 vote from Councilmember Tanaka, Claude Ezrin received 1 vote from Mayor Ku, and Rachel Croft received 5 votes. Council members Vinker, Stone, Lithcott, Hames, Lowing, and Burt. So Rachel Croft, we will be appointed to the unexpired term. And thank you so much for the voting tonight. We now have new commissioners.
Woo-hoo. All right, so that closes the appointment of applicants for board and commission openings. Congratulations. And we move to council comments, questions, and announcements. Councilmember Venker.
Just very quickly, I want to reiterate how amazing the applicants were that we had to go through. And that's why it took us so many rounds of votes, I believe. And those who may not have been selected, it's because we had an embarrassment of riches. And I hope that many of them reapply.
I concur with that. Thank you so much, Councilmember Vinker. So I think that most of it was reported out on my trip to Washington, D.C. I did meet with the aides of Senator Dianne Feinstein to ask for support for the funding for redevelopment of the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. Also spoke about grade separations. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, I did stop in and speak to the chief of staff. And basically, they are going to be conducting the investigation that was requested by Governor Newsom, but it's going to take them about a year to do so. They usually report out in November. We met with Office of the Senator Padilla, Alex Padilla, and requested for the same things in terms of grade separations, as well as funding and to support the FERC's action. I met with also Representative Anna Eshoo, and one of the things that Madam Eshoo wanted to bring up so that we knew was that she advocated for funding for grade separation projects, which is in the infrastructure law, and is encouraging cities along the Caltrain corridor to apply for the funding through the infrastructure law for grade separations. And those monies did go to VTA. That concludes it. Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, so I did want to echo Councilmember Vinker's comments about how appreciative we are for how many excellent people applied to these boards and commissions, and I really don't want them to be discouraged from future participation. We had a lot more great candidates than we had positions, and I assume they're all asleep by now, so they're not hearing this. But I also did want to state that on Thursday, Caltrain is going to have a workshop on our medium and long-term finances, and there will be really serious discussions over the great challenges that most of the transit agencies in the Bay Area are having, and Caltrain in particular, because their ridership recovery is really the slowest in the region, I believe. And largely because of, you look at who the commuters are, and they're principally white collar commuters who have a higher work from home participation. And so Caltrain is going to really be needing to struggle on those issues. And I think there'll be serious discussion on what level of service we'll be having in the next few years compared to what was anticipated before the pandemic, and stay tuned.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So just want to echo what my fellow council members said in terms of the candidates, just amazing candidates. So for the ones that are still up and watching, hopefully you guys will apply again. We are exceptionally lucky this time to have so many. And other quick thing is, city manager, I sent you about 4 or 5 emails over the past 3, 4, or 5 weeks, and a lot of them aren't answered. So if you could respond, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we're adjourned. Have a good evening.